the program and first platform of Six Realists, by Edwin B. Holt, Walter T. Marvin, W. P. Montague, Ralph Barton Perry, Walter B.Pitkin, and Edward Gleason Spaulding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Philosophy is famous for its disagreements, which have contributed not a little towards bringing it into disrepute as being unscientific, subjective, or temperamental. These disagreements are due in part, no doubt, to the subject matter of philosophy, but chiefly to the lack of precision and uniformity in the use of words, and to the lack of deliberate cooperation in research. In having these failings, philosophy still differs widely from such sciences as physics and chemistry. They tend to make it seem mere opinion, for though the appearance of many figurative or loose expressions in the writings of isolated theorists, the impression is given that philosophical problems and their solutions are essentially personal. This impression is strengthened by the fact that philosophy concerns itself with emotions, temperaments, and taste. A conspicuous result of this lack of cooperation, common terminology, and a working agreement as to fundamental presuppositions is that genuine philosophical problems have been obscured, and real philosophical progress has been seriously hindered. It is therefore with the hope that by cooperation genuine problems will be revealed, philosophical thought will be clarified, and a way opened for real progress, that the undersigned have come together, deliberated, and endeavored to reach an agreement. Such cooperation has three fairly distinct, though not necessarily successive, stages. First, it seeks a statement of fundamental principles and doctrines. Secondly, it aims at a program of constructive work following a method founded on these principles and doctrines. Finally, it endeavors to obtain a system of axioms, methods, hypotheses, and facts, which have been so arrived at and formulated that at least those investigators who have cooperated can accept them as a whole. After several conferences, the undersigned have found that they hold certain doctrines in common. Some of these doctrines, which constitute a realistic platform, they herewith publish in the hope of carrying out further the program stated above. Each list has a different author, but has been discussed at length, revised, and agreed to by the other conferees. The six lists, therefore, though differently formulated, are held to represent the same doctrines. By conferring on other topics, by interchange of ideas, and by systematic criticism of one another's phraseology, methods, and hypotheses, we hope to develop a common technique, a common terminology, and so, finally, a common doctrine, which will enjoy some measure of that authority which the natural sciences possess. We shall have accomplished one of our purposes, if our publications tempt other philosophers to form small cooperative groups with similar aims. Edwin B. Holt, Harvard University. Walter T. Marvin, Rutgers College. W. P. Montague, Columbia University. Ralph Barton Perry, Harvard University. Walter B. Pitkin, Columbia University. E. G. Spaulding, Princeton University. Section 1. 1. The entities, objects, facts, etc., under study in logic, mathematics, and the physical sciences are not mental in any usual or proper meaning of the word mental. 2. The being and nature of these entities are in no sense conditioned by their being known. 3. The degree of unity, consistency, or connection subsisting among entities is a matter to be empirically ascertained. 4. In the present stage of our knowledge, there is a presumption in favor of pluralism. 5. An entity subsisting in certain relations to other entities enters into new relations without necessarily negating or altering its already subsisting relations. 6. No self-consistent or satisfactory logic or system of logic, so far invented, countenances the organic theory of knowledge or the internal view of relations. 7. Those who assert this anti-realistic view use in their exposition a logic which is inconsistent with their doctrine. Edwin B. Holt. Section 2. 1. Epistemology is not logically fundamental. Footnote. Some of the principles of logic are logically prior to any proposition that is deduced from other propositions. The theories of the nature of knowledge and of the relation of knowledge to its object are for this reason logically subsequent to the principles of logic. In short, logic is logically prior to any epistemological theory. Again, as theories of reality are deduced and are made to conform to the laws of logic, they too are logically subsequent to logic. And insofar as logic is logically present in them, it is itself a theory or part of a theory of reality. End footnote. 2. There are many existential, as well as non-existential, propositions which are logically prior to epistemology. Footnote. The terms knowledge, consciousness, and experience, found in common sense and in psychology, are not logically fundamental, but are logically subsequent to parts at least of a theory of reality that asserts the existence of terms and relations which are not consciousness or experience. E.g., the psychical is distinguished from the physical and the physiological. Now, idealism has not shown that the terms knowledge, consciousness, and experience of its epistemology, or of its theory of reality, are logically fundamental or indefinable, nor has it succeeded in defining them without logically prior terms that are elsewhere explicitly excluded from its theory of reality. In short, idealistic epistemologists have borrowed the terms knowledge, consciousness, and experience from psychology, but have ignored or denied the propositions in psychology that are logically prior. In other words, epistemology has not thus far made itself logically independent of psychology, nor has it freed itself logically from the common sense dualism of psychology. On the contrary, epistemology from Locke until today has been and has remained, in part at least, a branch of psychology. End footnote. 3. There are certain principles of logic which are logically prior to all scientific and metaphysical systems. One of these is that which is usually called the external view of relations. 4. This view may be stated thus. In the proposition, the term A is in relation R to the term B. AR in no degree constitutes B, nor does RB constitute A, nor does R constitute either A or B. 5. It is possible to add new propositions to some bodies of information without thereby requiring any modification of those bodies of information. 6. There are no propositions which are, accurately speaking, partly true and partly false. For all such instances can be logically analyzed into at least two propositions, one of which is true and the other false. Thus, as knowledge advances, only two modifications of any proposition of the older knowledge are logically possible. It can be rejected as false, or it can be analyzed into at least two propositions, one of which is rejected. As corollaries of the foregoing. 7. The nature of reality cannot be inferred merely from the nature of knowledge. 8. The entities under study in logic, mathematics, physics, and many other sciences are not mental in any proper or usual meaning of the word mental. 9. The proposition "this or that object is known" does not imply that such object is conditioned by the knowing. In other words, it does not force us to infer that such object is spiritual, that it exists only as the experiential content of some mind, or that it may not be ultimately real just as known. Walter T. Marvin. Section 3, Part 1. The Meaning of Realism. 1. Realism holds that things known may continue to exist unaltered when they are not known, or that things may pass in and out of the cognitive relation without prejudice to their reality, or that the existence of a thing is not correlated with or dependent upon the fact that anybody experiences it, perceives it, conceives it, or is in any way aware of it. 2. Realism is opposed to subjectivism or epistemological idealism, which denies that things can exist apart from an experience of them or independently of the cognitive relation. 3. The point at issue between realism and idealism should not be confused with the points at issue between materialism and spiritualism, automatism and interactionism, empiricism and rationalism, or pluralism and absolutism. Part 2. The Opposition to Realism. Among the various classical refutations of realism, the following fallacious assumptions and inferences are prominent. 1. The physiological argument. The mind can have for its direct object only its ideas or states, and external objects, if they exist at all, can only be known indirectly by a process of inference, of questionable validity and doubtful utility. This principle is fallacious because a knowing process is never its own object, but is rather the means by which some other object is known. The object thus known or referred to may be another mental state, a physical thing, or a merely logical entity. 2. The intuitional argument. This argument stands out most prominently in the philosophy of Berkeley. It has two forms. The first consists of a confused identification of a truism and an absurdity. The truism: we can only know that objects exist when they are known. The absurdity: we know that objects can only exist when they are known. The second form of the argument derives its force from a play upon the word idea as follows: every idea, meaning mental process or state, is incapable of existing apart from a mind. Every known entity is an idea, meaning an object of thought. Therefore, every known entity is incapable of existing apart from a mind. It is to the failure to perceive these fallacies that idealism owes its supposedly axiomatic character. 3. The physiological argument. Because the sensations we receive determine what objects we shall know, therefore the objects known are constructs or products of our perceptual experience. The fallacy here consists in arguing from the true premise that sensations are the ratio cognoscendi of the external world to the false conclusion that they are therefore its ratio fiendi or essendi. Part 3. The Implications of Realism. 1. Cognition is a peculiar type of relation which may subsist between a living being and any entity. 2. Cognition belongs to the same world as that of its object. It has its place in the order of nature. There is nothing transcendental or supernatural about it. 3. The extent to which consciousness pervades nature, and the conditions under which it may arise and persist, are questions which can be solved, if at all, only by the methods of empiricism and naturalism. W. P. Montague. Section 4. 1. The object or content of consciousness is any entity insofar as it is responded to by another entity in a specific manner exhibited by the reflex nervous system. Thus physical nature, for example, is under certain circumstances directly present in consciousness. In its historical application, this means that Cartesian dualism and the representative theory are false, and that attempts to overcome these by reducing mind and nature to one another or to some third substance are gratuitous. 2. The specific response which determines an entity to be content of consciousness does not directly modify such entities otherwise than to endow them with this content status. In other words, consciousness selects from a field of entities which it does not create. In its historical application, this implies the falsity of Berkeleyan and post-Berkeleyan idealism, insofar as this asserts that consciousness is a general ratio essendi. 3. The response which determines an entity to be content may itself be responded to and made content in like manner. In other words, the difference between subject and object of consciousness is not a difference of quality or substance, but a difference of office or place in a configuration. In its historical application, this implies the falsity not only of the Cartesian dualism, but of all idealistic dualisms that, because they regard subject and object as non-interchangeable, conclude that the subject is either unknowable or knowable only in some unique way, such as intuitively or reflexively. 4. The same entity possesses both immanence by virtue of its membership in one class, and also transcendence by virtue of the fact that it may belong also to indefinitely many other classes. In other words, immanence and transcendence are compatible and not contradictory predicates. In its historical application, this implies the falsity of the subjectivistic argument from the egocentric predicament, i.e., the argument that because entities are content of consciousness, they cannot also transcend consciousness. It also implies that, so far as based on such subjectivistic premises, the idealistic theory of a transcendent subjectivity is gratuitous. 5. An entity possesses some relations independently of one another, and the ignorance or discovery of further relations does not invalidate a limited knowledge of relations. In its historical application, this implies the falsity of the contention of absolute idealism that it is necessary to know all of an entity's relations in order to know any of its relations, or that only the whole truth is wholly true. 6. The logical categories of unity, such as homogeneity, consistency, coherence, interrelation, etc., do not in any case imply a determinate degree of unity. Hence the degree of unity which the world possesses cannot be determined logically, but only by assembling the results of the special branches of knowledge. On the basis of such evidence, there is a present presumption in favor of the hypothesis that the world as a whole is less unified than are certain of its parts. In its historical application, this implies that the great speculative monisms, such as those of Plato, Spinoza, and certain modern idealists, are both dogmatic and contrary to the evidence. Ralph Barton Perry. Section 5. The realist holds that things known are not products of the knowing relation, nor essentially dependent for their existence or behavior upon that relation. This doctrine has three claims upon your acceptance. First, it is the natural, instinctive belief of all men, and for this, if for no other reason, puts the burden of proof upon those who would discredit it. Secondly, all refutations of it known to the present writer presuppose or even actually employ some of its exclusive implications. And thirdly, it is logically demanded by all the observations and hypotheses of the natural sciences, including psychology. Involved more or less intimately in a realistic view are the following. 1. One identical term may stand in many relations. 2. A term may change some of its relations to some other terms without thereby changing all its other relations to those same or to other terms. 3. What relations are changed by a given change of relations cannot always be deduced merely from the nature of either the terms involved or their relation. 4. The hypothesis that there can be no object without a subject is pure tautology. It is confessedly a description of the cognitive situation only, and it says, in effect, that everything experienced is experienced. It becomes significant only by virtue of the wholly unwarranted assumption that doctrines 1, 2, and 3 above given are false. This assumption, however, is fatal to the idealist's supposed discovery, inasmuch as it means that there can be no true propositions. In conceding this, the idealist refutes himself. 5. In no body of knowledge, not even in evidence about the nature of the knowledge relation, can we discover that possible knowledge is limited, or what its limits may be. 6. Entities are transcendent to the so-called knowing mind or consciousness only as a term is to the relations in which it may stand, viz. In two radically different manners. First, as the term is not identical with a particular relation in which it stands, so too a thing in the knowledge relation is not the relation itself. Secondly, as the term may enter into or go out of a particular relation, without thereby being changed essentially or destroyed, so too can an object of knowledge exist prior to and after its entrance into or removed from the knowledge relation. Transcendence thus means, in the first place, distinctness, and in the second place, functional independence. 7. There may be axiomatic truths or intuitive truths, but the fact that a truth belongs to either of these classes does not make it fundamental or important for a theory of knowledge, much less for a theory of reality. Like all other truths, it too must be interpreted in the light of other relevant truths. 8. Though terms are not modified by being brought into new contexts, this does not imply that an existent cannot be changed by another existent. Walter B. Pitkin. Section 6. 1. Realism, while admitting the tautology that every entity which is known is in a relation to knowing or experience or consciousness, holds that this knowing, etc., is eliminable, so that the entity is known as it would be if the knowing were not taking place. Briefly, the entity is, in its being, behavior, and character, independent of the knowing. This position agrees with common sense and with science in holding 1. That not all entities are mental, conscious, or spiritual, and 2. That entities are knowable without being known. 2. The fact that terms are in the cognitive relation does not imply that the terms are mutually dependent on, or capable of modifying, either each other or the relation, any more than this dependence, etc., is implied for any two terms in any other relation. The proposition that there is this dependence, etc., constitutes the internal view of relations. Footnote. To hold the internal view means, in my opinion, to hold that, in order that a relation may relate, the relation must either 1. Penetrate its terms, or 2. Be mediated by an underlying transcendental reality. From the penetration there is deduced A. Modification, or B. Similarity, or C. The generation of a contradiction. Most of those systems which are opposed to realism can be shown to presuppose this internal view. But this view can be shown to be self-contradictory and to presuppose the external view. 3. That position which is based in part on the acceptance and the consistent use and development of the implications of those logical doctrines which are presupposed as a condition for any position being stated, argued, and held to be true, has thereby a strong presumption created in favor of its truth. Footnote. Such a system I hold to be realism, its chief feature being the interpretation of the cognitive relation in accordance with the external view. This external view can be held to be true quite consistently with itself, and is in this sense I hold self-consistent, as is also in my opinion realism. Accordingly, I hold further that realism is not a merely dogmatic system, and that, as self-consistent, it refutes and does not merely contradict certain opposed systems which, as based on the internal view, are self-refuting. End footnote. 4. There is at least one logical doctrine and one principle which are ultimately presupposed by any system which is held to be true. That doctrine is the external view of relations, and the principle is that truth is independent of proof, although proof is not independent of truth. The first of these means briefly. 5. 1. That both a term and a relation are unchangeable elements or entities. 2. That a term may stand in one or in many relations to one or many other terms. And 3. That any of these terms and that some of these relations could be absent, or that other terms and relations could be present without there being any resulting modification, etc., of the remaining or already present terms or relations. 6. By this external view, it is made logically possible that the knowing process and its object should be qualitatively dissimilar. Cf. 1. 7. The principle, c. 4, means that while on the one hand no proposition is so certain that it can be regarded as exempt from examination, criticism, and the demand for proof, on the other hand, any proposition, if free from self-contradiction, may be true in some system. In this sense, every proposition is tentative, even those of this platform. Corollary. It is impossible to get a criterion, definition, theory, or content for the concept absolute by which it can be absolutely known or proved that any criterion, definition, theory, or content is absolutely true, i.e., is more than tentative. The most that can be claimed for such a criterion, etc., is that it may be absolutely true, although not proved to be. 8. Any entity may be known as it really is in some respects without it being known in all respects and without the other entities to which it is related being known, so that knowledge can increase by accretion. 9. Knowing, consciousness, etc., are facts to be investigated only in the same way as are other facts, and are not necessarily more important than those other facts. 10. The position stated in this platform, which is a position concerning knowing as well as other things, can apply to itself, as a special instance of knowledge, all its own propositions about knowledge. Footnote. I hold that for this reason the position here stated is self-critical, and that it is this which distinguishes it from a large class of historical systems, notably phenomenalism, subjective and objective idealism, and absolutism. End footnote. Edward Gleason Spalding. End of The Program and First Platform of Six Realists by Edwin B. Holt, Walter T. Marvin, W. P. Montague, Ralph Barton Perry, Walter B.Pitkin, and Edward Gleason Spalding. The Egocentric Predicament by Ralph Barton Perry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I shall deal in the present paper with a problem that is sufficiently limited to justify the hope that it may be solved on its merits. I shall seek to discover whether a certain circumstance, which has never been disputed, does or does not constitute evidence for a theory that has been much disputed. The circumstance I shall call the egocentric predicament, and the theory ontological idealism. I shall not attempt to determine the truth of ontological idealism, except insofar as the theory is established by an appeal to the egocentric predicament. Furthermore, I do not attribute either the theory or the argument, in the form in which I present them, to any individual philosopher. My statement is intended to contain propositions that approach as exactly as any proposition can to a theory and an argument that are among the commonplaces of philosophy. But since the attempt to state the theory has raised doubts in my mind as to the possibility of stating it at all, and since I have found an exact statement of the argument to be equivalent to its refutation, I cannot reasonably suppose that anyone ever deliberately assented to such statements. Inexact discourse cannot be criticized until it has first been converted into definite propositions, and these can never, with any certainty, be identified with the original assertions. For this reason, polemics directed against historical opinions are like to prove unconvincing and futile. I propose then to examine certain propositions which I have myself defined. But at the same time, I hope that what I have to say will be recognized as having an important bearing on traditional issues. What I mean by ontological idealism is best expressed by the proposition: everything, T, is defined by the complex I know T. For the purposes of this proposition, the I is in no need of any definition beyond what it contains from its being the initial term in this complex. In order to make it plain that the term is generalized, I shall substitute ego, or E, for the pronoun. The term T is primarily distinguished from other terms only in that it has unlimited denotations. It refers to anything and everything. It is desirable that the operation or relation know should be freed from its narrower intellectualistic meaning, and it will therefore prove convenient to use the expression RC to mean any form of consciousness that relates to an object. Thus RC may refer to thinking, remembering, willing, perceiving, or desiring. I am justified in denominating it as a relation, because in the theory and in the argument which I am examining it plays the part of the connecting link through which E and T form one complex. Ontological idealism is, then, a name for the proposition. E, RC, T defines T. It will be observed that the proposition asserts that the specific relation RC obtains between E and T. Ontological idealism is not to be confused, therefore, with a theory which simply asserts that some relation to E is definitive of T. Such a theory might be offered on the following grounds: no item in the universe can escape being related to every other item in the universe. Therefore, since there is at least one E in the universe, no T can escape being related to it. But a term is defined by all of its relations. Hence, every T is defined by its relation to an E. But such a theory would be trivial, because it would attach no particular importance to the relationship singled out for special mention. On the same ground, one could construct a theory to the effect that T is defined by its relation to the number 7, or to Washington's crossing the Delaware, or to the flower in the crannied wall. There is an interminable series of such ontologies, and if established on such grounds, idealism would be only one of infinitely many negligible alternatives. Not only does ontological idealism assert the specific relation RC, but it asserts that this relation defines T as T's other relations do not. In other words, definition is intended in a sense in which some, but not all, relations are definitive. Otherwise, the theory would again become trivial and negligible. No theory of relations can neglect the difference, for purposes of definition, between a relation like that of a moving body to the masses of surrounding bodies, and a relation like that between a man's fortunes and his horoscope, or that part of the ecliptic which is on the eastern horizon at the instant of his nativity. If the latter type of relation were as definitive as the former, then there would be no ground for preferring astronomy to astrology, or an idealistic ontology to any one of a number of others. Thus every T is in the same universe with the number 7. Expressing the relation with by the symbol RW, we can construct an ontological proposition to the effect that 7 RW defines T. If ontological idealism is to be distinguished from the infinitely many negligible propositions which may thus be asserted, it must be contended that RCE is in some sense necessary to T, while RW7, RW8, etc. are not. Any remaining doubt of this must be dispelled when it is observed that the only ground on which it would be possible to assert the universal proposition every T RCE is the discovery of the necessity of the relationship in particular instances. For complete induction is evidently out of the question. Speaking generally, the assertion that a thing is definable by all of its relations can never throw any light on the relations that it does in truth possess. For that purpose the thing must be regarded as defined by some relations only. Before then it can be shown that everything possesses the relation RC, that relation must be regarded as peculiarly indispensable to it. RCE must be shown to be necessary to T, as two dimensions are necessary to a plane, or hydrogen and oxygen to water. I desire in the present investigation to leave out of consideration a rapidly growing doubt as to the possibility of any such branch of knowledge as ontology in the traditional sense. Thus it may well be that the failure of the materialistic ontology is due not so much to the special limitations of the concept matter as to the impossibility of obtaining any concept that shall have the unlimited denotation and connotation attributed to being or reality. Indeed, I do not feel at all sure that the words being and reality mean anything in exact discourse. But I waive that general question for the sake of isolating a narrower issue. Ontological idealism, then, is a theory to the effect that T necessarily stands in the relation RC to an E, or that the relationship RCE is indispensable to T. Now, the attempt to prove this theory at once reveals a predicament that might otherwise escape notice. One must attempt to discover the precise nature of the modification of T by RCE, but one promptly encounters the fact that RCE cannot be eliminated from one's field of study, because I study, I eliminate, I think, I observe, I investigate, etc., are all cases of RCE. In short, RCE is peculiarly ubiquitous. There can be no question concerning the fact it owes its importance in the estimation of philosophers to its being one of the few facts to which philosophy itself originally called attention. Science has occasion to eliminate errors of judgment and relativities of sense, but has no occasion to eliminate consciousness altogether, and therefore has not discovered that it is impossible. We cannot then disagree as to the fact, nor as to its peculiarly philosophical or epistemological significance. But we are still left in doubt as to what the fact proves with reference to the problem which revealed it. My contention is that it proves nothing, or rather that it proves only the impossibility of using a certain method to solve the problem. In other words, it is not an argument, but a methodological predicament. Let me further elaborate this predicament. In order to discover, if possible, exactly how a T is modified by the relationship RCE, I look for instances of T out of this relationship, in order that I may compare them with instances of T in this relationship. But I can find no such instances, because finding is a variety of the very relationship that I am trying to eliminate. Hence, I cannot make the comparison, nor get an answer to my original question by this means. But I cannot conclude that there are no such instances. Indeed, I now know that I should not be able to discover them if there were. Again, with a view to demonstrating the modification of T by RCE, I compare T before and after it has entered into this relationship with some E other than myself. But in making the comparison, I institute the relationship with myself, and so am unable to free T altogether from such relationships. Again, within my own field of consciousness, I may attempt to define and subtract the cognitive relationship in order to deal exclusively with the residuum. But after subtracting the cognitive relationship, I must still deal with the residuum, and dealing with is a variety of the very relationship which I sought to banish. Finally, just insofar as I do actually succeed in eliminating every cognitive relationship, I am unable to observe the result. Thus, if I close my eyes, I cannot see what happens to the object. If I stop thinking, I cannot think what happens to it, and so with every mode of knowledge. In thus eliminating all knowledge, I do not experimentally eliminate the thing known, but only the possibility of knowing whether that thing is eliminated or not. This, then, is what I mean by the egocentric predicament. It is a predicament in which every investigator finds himself when he attempts to solve a certain problem. It proves only that it is impossible to deal with that problem in the manner that would be most simple and direct. To determine roughly whether A is a function of B, it is convenient to employ Mill's joint method of agreement and difference. That is, to compare situations in which B is and is not present. But where B is I know, it is evidently impossible to obtain a situation in which it is not present without destroying the conditions of observation. In other words, the problem of determining the modification of things by the knowing of them is a uniquely difficult problem. The investigator here labors under a peculiar embarrassment. But this fact affords no proper ground for any inference whatsoever concerning the true solution of the problem. Hence it affords no argument for any theory in the matter, such as ontological idealism. For the purpose of further illustration, and in order to suggest specific historical applications, let me consider several varieties of ontological idealism that gain illegitimate support from this predicament. The varieties which I propose here to examine are distinguished by the type of dependence on RCE which is attributed to T. The creative theory asserts that E creates T. The formative theory asserts that E forms or organizes T. The identity theory asserts that E is T. It is characteristic of creative idealism, the most naive variety of the theory, to dispense wholly with analysis of E, T, and RC. In other words, the necessity of the relationship is not deduced from the nature of its elements. One is held to be justified in asserting it without any previous definition of thing or ego or consciousness. Thus one might assert that esse est percipi, or that die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, without express reference to the nature of esse, percipi, die Welt, meine, or Vorstellung. There would remain as evidence for the assertion only the invariable agreement of the elements denoted by these words. One finds no esse that is not perceived, no Welt that is not an ego's idea. But the method of agreement, unless tested by the method of difference, affords no proof, especially when, as in this case, there is an accidental reason for the invariability of the agreement. To rely on or employ invariable agreement when unsupported by other evidence is to commit the elementary fallacy, of which post hoc ergo propter hoc is the most common case. It is unnecessary for me to urge that this fallacy has been not infrequently committed, and that it has served on the whole as the favorite means of beguiling innocent minds into the vestibule of subjectivistic philosophies. But the degree to which this fallacy is virtually involved in the more advanced reasoning of idealism is not, I think, sufficiently recognized. Let us consider, for example, what I have called the formative theory, reducible to the proposition E forms T. This epistemology owes its chief claim to distinction to the fact that it starts from an analysis of T and is therefore more rational than the creative theory. It is shown that every T involves the same group of ideas or categories, so that it is possible to define thing in general in terms of that group. More specifically, it is shown that everything involves such formal characters as shall enable it to stand in determinate relations with all other things. Since everything must belong to truth, since truth is one and systematic, everything must possess the logical qualifications for membership in one universal system. Now it is evident that this is not as yet idealistic, and yet for some reason it is often regarded as equivalent to idealism, or as being only one inevitable step short of idealism. This is easily explained if we allow for the surreptitious or unconscious use of the egocentric predicament. Thus the categories may be introduced not as the conditions of being, but as the conditions of experience or consciousness of being. But this means that things are already construed as instances of the ERC relationship. Doubtless whatever is necessary to things is necessary to the knowledge of them, so that one may regard ontological constants as cognitive constants. But this proves that knowledge is a function of things, and not that things are a function of knowledge. The latter assertion, unless new evidence is introduced, is simply a petitio principii. That this fact should so easily escape notice is due, I think, to the presumption that since things are severally found in the ERC relationship, that relationship must be necessary to them. It is easy to beg the question, because whatever one makes the starting point of the analysis is in fact my object. Building the results of the analysis about this, the total system becomes a system of consciousness. But there is another motive that contributes to a looseness of reasoning here. The categories are ideas rather than sensations. They are the fruit of analysis, detached from the empirical context by thought. They do not belong to the individuals of nature. But where then do they belong? Now most modern philosophers scarcely regard it as necessary to prove that categories, relations, and ideas are essentially modes of thought. And in this they are aided and abetted by common sense. For since the overthrow of scholasticism, philosophy and common sense alike have been habitually nominalistic. Empiricists and rationalists differ only in that with the former, nominalism is given a skeptical emphasis, while with the latter it is given a constructive emphasis. But to adopt a nominalistic interpretation of the categories, to regard them as acts of consciousness, is to commit oneself forthwith to idealism. Are categories necessarily related to a knower? Are they conditioned by the relationship RCE? Here again we meet with the egocentric predicament. It is impossible to find a relation without a comparison of terms. It is impossible to find a fundamental logical concept that is not conceived. Since I cannot find a category without knowing it in the manner required by categories, I can find no category that is not a mode of thought. But since this clearly has to do with the circumstances conditioning my investigation, it must be discounted in my conclusions concerning the thing investigated. If I allow it to create the slightest presumption, one way or the other, and rely on that presumption in further inferences, my construction is vicious and ungrounded. While I very much doubt if any idealistic theory is untainted by this error, it is possible to define a third variety of the theory in which the error is much less conspicuous. This variety I have called the identity theory, because it reduces to the proposition E is T. This theory also bases itself on an analysis of T, or of T so far as intelligible and true. It is held that every T is definable in terms of relations through which it is connected with every other T. So far, formative and identical theories agree. But in the latter, more attention is given to the implications of a relation definition. If T prime is definable in terms of RT2, then RT2 must be internal to T prime, or T prime RT2 must be identical with T prime. At the same time, T prime RT2 must be identical with T2. Furthermore, since T prime and T2 are defined by T prime RT2 and not T prime RT2 by T prime and T2, or since T prime RT2 is intelligible per se, while T prime and T2 are intelligible only in terms of T prime RT2, the latter must be held to be prior to the former as their ground, source, or explanation. In other words, in order that being shall be definable, it must be construed as a whole which is both identical with its parts and also prior to them. Now this conclusion may be regarded as equivalent to a reductio ad absurdum of the relational definition, in which case it is necessary to establish idealism on entirely different grounds. Footnote: I am thinking of Mr. Bradley in particular. For him the absolute is a means of dispensing altogether with relations, and hence it is not argued from the necessity of a consciousness that shall supply relations. Mr. Bradley's idealism: we perceive, on reflection, that to be real, or even barely to exist, must be to fall within sentience, is, so far as I can see, either a pure assumption or a loose and unwarranted inference from the egocentric predicament. End footnote. But what some idealists regard as beneath reason, other idealists regard as the ideal of reason. It is conceded that the conception of a whole which is both prior to and identical with its parts will not hold of any whole of nature, such as mechanism or organism. Nor is it possible to define it abstractly using symbols for terms and relations. If the attempt be made, it will result only in such self-contradictions as T prime is identical with T prime RT2, or T prime RT2 is prior to T prime. Indeed, if it were possible to discover this type of whole and part relationship in nature or the realm of logic, it would be impossible to infer idealism from it. Footnote: Thus Professor Royce's contention that the part is equal to the whole in an infinite system would prove only that being is infinite and not that it is in any sense conscious. His subjectivism is, so far as I can see, not proven at all. In The Conception of God, and in certain more recent verbal utterances, he would seem to be exploiting the egocentric predicament. In The World and the Individual, he relies mainly on the contention that since nothing in the universe can be strictly independent of anything else, objects cannot be independent of ideas. But as I have endeavored to point out above, this would prove that the universe can be defined in terms of anything you choose. End footnote. But it is contended that there is a unique complex in which this relationship is directly and luminously exhibited, that complex being consciousness. Footnote. The unity is at once the whole of which the individuals are parts, and also completely present in every individual. It still remains true that it is that particular relation of which the only example known to us is consciousness. McTaggart, Studies in Hegelian Cosmology. There is need of a single term to describe a one which is not a system, and for this purpose the capitalized word individual, as qualified by the indefinite article, answers as well as any other known to the writer. It will later appear that only a self can be, in a sense, an individual. An individual, on the other hand, has an existence fundamental, logically prior to that of the parts or of the members. It is not separate from them, but it is distinguishable from them. It is fundamental to the parts, whereas the parts, though they are real, are not absolutely essential to it. It expresses itself in the parts instead of being made up of them. Calkins, The Persistent Problems of Philosophy. I should regard this as a rather incautious statement of the argument, not untrue to Hegel, but so express in its recognition of the priority of the whole self over its several acts or objects as to be exposed to the charge of naive spiritualism. End footnote. The crucial and more neglected question yet remains, however. Why should it be asserted that the self, subject, or ego is both identical with each of its objects and also prior to them? Why should knowledge be construed as self-representation, self-externalization, or self-positing? Now, the answer to this question lies, in part, I am convinced, in a certain readiness among philosophers to assert anything of consciousness. It would appear that there is no conception too paradoxical to be harbored there. The proposition, gold is gold, is redundant, and the proposition, blue is its own other, is nonsense. But the propositions, I am I, and the self is its own other, somehow pass for intelligible discourse. Similarly, while a planetary system which is identical with each planet and prior to them is clearly a doubtful proposition, men nod their heads sagely when they hear of a self which can dispense with its own parts and also be wholly present in each of them. So long as the self remains obscure and unanalyzed, loosely denoted by such terms as I, ego, or subject, it will doubtless afford a refuge for logical lawlessness. But, apart from this general disposition to laxity and high-handedness, how are we to account for the assertion that the thing known and the knower, the T and the E, are identical? Unless there is ground for such an assertion, the conception of a whole that is identical with each of its parts and prior to them cannot be saved from its inherent self-contradictions. As a general conception, it is not to be distinguished from the obsolescent notion of substance, or of a thing essence which is all of its attributes and yet none of them. That it does not share the hard fate of the latter notion is due to the supposition that it is saved by special revelation. Although in general it is absurd, we are supposed to be unable to deny it because of the discovery of an unmistakable case of it. The fact being so strange, we must overcome our prejudice against fiction. We should not be entitled to invent a universal or absolute knower identical with its objects severally and prior to all of them, unless we had evidence that a knower, and a knower alone, is capable of just that sort of relationship. Hence everything is staked on an examination of such instances of knowing as can be observed. It is asserted that in any typical case of knowing, E(R)C(T), the knower E and the thing known T are identical. But if we mean by E and T the terms of this relationship, then they are clearly not identical, for their identity would destroy the relationship, and the operation would lose its complexity. If, on the other hand, I mean by E and T the complete or essential natures of the entities referred to, then they do not stand in the cognitive relation. Thus I may assert that E is really E(R)C(T), and that T is also really E(R)C(T), and that E and T are therefore really identical. But E(R)C(T) does not stand in the relation RC to E(R)C(T). In other words, I know T does not know I know T. In any case, then, it is impossible to assert that the knower and the thing known are identical, where these are defined as the terms of one cognitive relationship. Footnote: It is evident that such considerations as these would necessitate a revision of certain current notions of self-consciousness, but I cannot follow up on the suggestion here. End footnote. Now, if it be so simple a matter to refute the assertion that in the complex E(R)C(T), E is T, how are we to account for the assertion? Only, I think, through the characteristic confusion of mind created by the egocentric predicament. The T of the complex E(R)C(T) does, as a matter of fact, stand in the relation RC to E. This cannot be denied, albeit as a redundant proposition when affirmed. It is only necessary to proceed loosely, and as may suit one's convenience, to substitute E(R)C(T) for T, or thing qua known for thing, and one has accomplished the miracle of identifying a complex with one of its own elements. Then the other element having been dealt with in the same manner, the two elements are made equal to an identical complex, and hence to each other. But the whole question of the extent to which E(R)C(T) can be substituted for T depends on a very precise knowledge of the bearing of this relationship on T. The original problem, what does E(R)C(T) mean to T, has, in all this elaborate dialectic, only been prejudged and confused. And the solution offered is not only without a shred of evidence, but is charged with the support of a logical abortion. I have not undertaken to do more than to isolate a species of dangerous reasoning that infests a certain region of philosophical inquiry. The question of the precise modification which a thing undergoes when it is known is a proper problem, and the theory that that modification is profound, or even in some sense definitive, is a legitimate speculative alternative. But nothing whatsoever can be inferred from the mere ubiquity of that modification, from the mere fact that nothing can be found which is not thus modified. This self-evident fact simply defines the means that must be employed for the solution of the problem. We cannot employ a method which in other cases proves a convenient preliminary step, the empirical denotative method of agreement and difference. There remains, however, the method which must eventually be employed in any exact investigation, the method of analysis. The mere fact that T is invariably found in a certain complex, since it cannot be corrected by the method of difference, must be set aside and not allowed to weigh in our calculations. But we may still have recourse to that analysis of all the elements of the complex, of T, E, and RC, which would be required in any case before our conclusions would assume any high degree of exactness. Having discovered just what an ego is, just what a thing is, and just what it means for an ego to know a thing, we may hope to define precisely what transpires when a thing is known by an ego. And until these more elementary matters have been disposed of, we shall do well to postpone an epistemological problem that is not only highly complicated but of crucial importance for the whole system of philosophical knowledge. End of The Egocentric Predicament by Ralph Barton Perry. Brief Studies in Realism I by John Dewey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naive Realism versus Presentative Realism. In spite of the elucidations of contemporary realists, a number of idealists continue to adduce in behalf of idealism certain facts having an obvious physical nature and explanation. The visible convergence of the railway tracks, for example, is cited as evidence that what is seen is a mental content, yet this convergence follows from the physical properties of light and a lens, and is physically demonstrated in a camera. Is the photograph then to be conceived as a psychical somewhat, that the time of the visibility of a light does not coincide with the time at which a distant body emitted the light, is employed to support the same sort of conclusion, in spite of the fact that the exact difference in time may be deduced from a physical property of light, its rate. The dislocation in space of the light seen and the astronomical star is used as evidence of the mental nature of the former, though the exact angular difference is a matter of simple computation from purely physical data. The doubling of images of, say, the finger when the eyeball is pressed is frequently treated as a clincher. Yet it is a simple matter to take any body that reflects light and by a suitable arrangement of lenses produce not only two but many images projected into space. If the fact that under definite physical conditions, misplacement of lenses, a finger yields two images proves the psychical character of the latter, then the fact that under certain conditions a sounding body yields one or more echoes is, by parity of reasoning, proof that the echo is made of mental stuff. Footnote: Plato's use of shadows, of reflections in the water, and other images or imitations to prove the presence in nature of non-being was, considering the nature of physical science in his day, a much more sensible conclusion than the modern use of certain images as proof that the object in perception is a psychical content. End footnote. If, once more, the difference in form and color of a table to different observers occupying different physical positions is proof that what each sees is a psychical, private, isolated somewhat, then the fact that one and the same physical body has different effects upon, or relations with, different physical media is proof of the mental nature of these effects. Take a lump of wax and subject it to the same heat located at different positions. Now the wax is solid, now liquid, it might even be gaseous. How psychical these phenomena! It almost seems as if the transformation of the physical into the mental in the cases cited exemplified an interesting psychological phenomenon. In each case the beginning is with a real and physical existence. Taking the real object, the astronomical star, on the basis of its physical reality, the idealist concludes to a psychical object, radically different. Taking the single object, the finger, from the premise of its real singleness, he concludes to a double mental content, which then takes the place of the original single thing. Taking one and the same object, the table, presenting its different surfaces and reflections of light to different real organisms, he eliminates the one table in its different relations in behalf of a multiplicity of totally separate psychical tables. The logic reminds us of the story of the countryman who, after gazing at the giraffe, remarked, "There ain't no such animal." It almost seems, I repeat, as if this self-contradiction in the argument created in some minds the impression that the object, not the argument, was undergoing the extraordinary reversal of form. However this may be, the problem indicated in the above cases is simply the good old problem of the many in one, or, less cryptically, the problem of the maintenance of a continuity of process throughout differences. I do not pretend that this situation, though the most familiar thing in life, is wholly without difficulties. But its difficulty is not one of epistemology, that is, of the relation of known to a knower. To take it as such, and then to use it as proof of the psychical nature of a final term, is also to prove that the trail the rocket stick leaves behind is psychical, or that the flower, which comes in a continuity of process from a seed, is mental. 2. Contemporary realists have so frequently and clearly expounded the physical explanation of such cases as have been cited that one is at a loss as to why idealists go on repeating the cases without even alluding to the realistic explanation. One is moved to wonder whether this neglect is just one of those circumstances which persistently dog philosophical discussions, or whether something in the realistic position gives ground, from at least an ad hominem point of view. There is a reason for adopting the latter alternative. Many realists, in offering the type of explanation adduced above, have treated the cases of seen light, double imagery, as perception in a way that ascribes to perception an inherent cognitive status. They have treated the perception as cases of knowledge, instead of as simply natural events having, in themselves, apart from a use that may be made of them, no more knowledge status or worth than, say, a shower or a fever. What I intend to show is that if perceptions are regarded as cases of knowledge, the gate is opened to the idealistic interpretation. The physical explanation holds of them as long as they are regarded simply as natural events, a doctrine I shall call naive realism. It does not hold of them considered as cases of knowledge, the view I call presentative realism. The idealists attribute to the realists the doctrine that the perceived object is the real object. Please note the wording. It assumes that there is the real object, something which stands in a contrasting relation with objects not real or else less real. Since it is easily demonstrated that there is a numerical duplicity between the astronomical star and the visible light, between the single finger and the doubled images, when the former is dubbed the real object, and the latter evidently stands in disparaging contrast to its reality. If it is a case of knowledge, the knowledge refers to the star, and yet not the star, but something more or less unreal, that is, if the star be the real object, is known. Consider how simply the matter stands in what I have called naive realism. The astronomical star is a real object, but not the real object. The visible light is another real object, found, when knowledge supervenes, to be an occurrence standing in a process continuous with the star. Since the seen light is an event within a continuous process, there is no point of view from which its reality contrasts with that of the star. But suppose that the realist accepts the traditionary psychology, according to which every event in the way of a perception is also a case of knowing something. Is the way out now so simple? In the case of the doubled finger or the seen light, the thing known in perception contrasts with the physical source and cause of the knowledge. There is a numerical duplicity. Moreover, the thing known in perception is in relation to a knower, while the physical cause is not as such in relation to a knower. Is not the most plausible account of the difference between the physical cause of the perceptive knowledge and what the latter presents precisely this latter difference, namely, presentation to a knower? If perception is a case of knowing, it must be a case of knowing the star. But since the real star is not known in the perception, the knowledge relation must somehow have changed the object into a content. Thus, when the realist conceives the perceptual occurrence as a case of knowledge or of presentation to a mind or knower, he lets the nose of the idealist camel into the tent. He has then no great cause for surprise when the camel comes in and devours the tent. Perhaps it will seem as if in this last paragraph I have gone back on what I said earlier regarding the physical explanation of the difference between the visible light and the astronomical star. On the contrary, my point is that this explanation, though wholly adequate as long as we conceive the perception to be itself simply a natural event, is not at all available when we conceive it to be a case of knowledge. In the former case, we are dealing with the relation between natural events. In the latter case, we are dealing with the difference between an object as a cause of knowledge and an object as known, and hence in relation to mind. By the method of difference, the sole explanation of the difference between the two objects is the absence or presence of relation to mind. In the case of the seen light, reference to the velocity of light is quite adequate to account for its occurrence in its time and space difference from the star. Footnote: it is impossible in this brief paper to forestall every misapprehension and objection. Yet to many the use of the term seen will appear to be an admission that a case of knowledge is involved. But is smelling a case of knowledge? Or, if the superstition persists as to smell, is gnawing or poking a case of knowledge? My point, of course, is that seen involves a relation to organic activity, not to a knower or mind. Furthermore, the seen light is not in relation to an organism. We may speak, if we will or if we must, of the relation of vibrations of the ether to the eye function, but we cannot speak without making nonsense of the relation of the perceptual light to an eye, or an eye activity, for the joint efficiencies of the eye activity and of the vibrations condition the seen light. End footnote. But viewed as a case of what is known, on the supposition that perception is a case of knowledge, reference to it only increases the contrast between the real object and the object known in perception. For, being just as much a part of the object that causes the perception as is the star itself, it, the velocity of light, ought to be a part of what is known in the perception, while it is not. Since the velocity of light is a constituent element in the star, it should be known in the perception. Since it is not so known, reference to it only increases the discrepancy between the object of the perception, the seen light, and the real astronomical star. The same is true of any physical condition that might be referred to. The very things that, from the standpoint of perception as a natural event, are conditions that account for its happening, are, from the standpoint of perception as a case of knowledge, part of the object that ought to be known, but is not. In this fact we have perhaps the ground of the idealist's disregard of the oft proffered physical explanation of the difference between the perceptual event and the so-called real object. And it is quite possible that some realist who read these lines will feel that in my last paragraph I have been making a covert argument for idealism. Not so, I repeat. They are an argument for a truly naive realism. The presentative realist, in his appeal to common sense and the plain man, first sophisticates the umpire and then appeals. He stops a good way short of a genuine naivete. The plain man for a surety does not regard noises heard, lights seen, etc. as mental existences, but neither does he regard them as things known. That they are just things is good enough for him. That they are in relation to mind or in relation to mind as their knower no more occurs to him than that they are mental. By this I mean much more than that the formulae of epistemology are foreign to him. I mean that his attitude to these things as things involves their not being in relation to mind or a knower. Once depart from this thorough naivete and substitute for it the psychological theory that perception is a cognitive presentation of an object to a mind, and the first step is taken on the road which ends in an idealistic system. 3. For simplicity's sake, I have written as if my main problem were to show how, in the face of a supposed difficulty, a strictly realistic theory of the perceptual event may be maintained. But my interest is primarily in the facts, and in the theory only because of the facts it formulates. The significance of the facts of the case may, perhaps, be indicated by a consideration which has thus far been ignored. In regarding a perception as a case of knowledge, the presentative realist does more than shove it into a relation to mind, which then, naturally and inevitably, becomes the explanation of any differences that exist between its subject matter and the constitution of some real object with which it contrasts. In many cases, very important cases too, in the physical sciences, the contrasting real object does not become known by perception or presentation. It is known by a logical process, by inference, as the case of the contemporary position of the star is determined by calculations from data, not by perception. This then is the situation of the presentative realist. If perception is a case or mode of knowledge, it stands in unfavorable contrast with another indirect and logical mode of knowledge. Its object is less valid than that determined by inference. So the contrast of the so-called real object with the fact presented in perception turns out to be the contrast of an object known through a logical way with one directly apprehended. I do not adduce these considerations as showing that the case is hopeless for the presentative realist. I am willing to concede he can find a satisfactory way out. Footnote. This is the phase of the matter, of course, which the rationalistic or objective realist, the realist of the type of T.H. Green, emphasizes. Put in terms of systems, the difficulty adduced above is that in escaping the subjectivism latent in treating perception as a case of knowledge, the realist runs into the waiting arms of the objective idealist. And, as a matter of fact, it is extremely difficult to find any differences, save verbal and psychological ones, between contemporary propositional realists, as G. E. Moore and Bertrand Russell, and the classical type of objective idealists. Propositional realism I shall deal with in a later paper. End footnote. But the difficulty exists, and in existing it calls emphatic attention to a case which is certainly and indisputably a case of knowledge, namely propositions arrived at through inference, judgments as logical assertions. With relation to this unquestionable case of knowledge, the logical or inferential perceptions occupy a unique status, one which readily accounts for their being regarded as cases of knowledge, although in themselves they are merely natural events. 1. They are the sole ultimate data, the sole media of inference to all natural objects and processes. While we do not, in any intelligible or verifiable sense, know them, we know all things that we do know with or by them. They furnish the only ultimate evidence of the existence and nature of the objects which we infer, and they are the sole ultimate checks and tests of the inferences. The visible light is the evidence on the basis of which we infer the existence, place, and structure of the astronomical star, and some other perception is the verifying check on the value of the inference. Because of this characteristic use of perceptions, the perceptions themselves acquire by second intention a knowledge status. They become objects of minute, accurate, and experimental scrutiny. Since the body of propositions that forms natural science hangs upon them for scientific purposes, their nature as evidence, as signs, entirely overshadows their natural status, that of being simply natural events. The scientific man, as scientific, cares for perceptions not in themselves, but as they throw light upon the nature of some object reached by evidence. And since every such inference tries to terminate in a further perception as its test of validity, the value of knowledge depends on perception. 2. Independent of science, daily life uses perceptions as signs of other perceptions. When a perception of a certain kind frequently recurs and is constantly used as evidence of some other impending perceptual event, the function of habit, a natural function, be it noted, not a psychical or epistemological function, often brings it about that the perception loses its original quality in acquiring a sign value. Language is of course the typical case. Noises, in themselves mere natural events, through habitual use as signs of other natural events, become integrated with what they mean. What they stand for is telescoped, as it were, into what they are. This happens also with other natural events, colors, tastes, etc. Thus, for practical purposes, many perceptual events are cases of knowledge. That is, they have been used as such so often that the habit of so using them is established or automatic. In this brief reference to facts that are perfectly familiar, I have tried to suggest 3 points of crucial importance for a naive realism. First, that the inferential or evidential function, that involving logical relation, is in the field as an obvious and undisputed case of knowledge. Second, that this function, although embodying the logical relation, is itself a natural and specifically detectable process among natural things. It is not a non-natural or epistemological relation, that is, a relation to a mind or knower not in the natural series. Third, that the use, practical and scientific, of perceptual events in the evidential or inferential function is such as to make them become cases of knowledge, and to such a degree that this acquired characteristic quite overshadows, in many cases, their primary nature. If we add to what has been said the fact that, like every natural function, the inferential function turns out better in some cases and worse in others, we get a naturalistic or naively realistic conception of the problem of knowledge. Control of the conditions of inference, the only type of knowledge detectable in direct existence, so as to guide it towards the better. 4. I do not flatter myself that I will receive much gratitude from realists for attempting to rescue them from the error of fact which exposes their doctrine to an idealistic interpretation. The superstition, growing up in a false physics and physiology and perpetuated by psychology, that sensations perceptions are cases of knowledge, is too ingrained. But, crede experto, let them try the experiment of conceiving perceptions as pure natural events, not as cases of awareness and apprehension, and they will be surprised to see how little they miss, save the burden of confusing traditionary problems. Meantime, while philosophic arguments such as this will do little to change the state of belief regarding perceptions, the development of biology and the refinement of physiology will, in due season, do the work. On concluding my article, I ought to refer, in order to guard against misapprehension, to a reply that the presentative realist might make to my objection. He might say that while the seen light is a case of knowledge or presentative awareness, it is not a case of knowledge of the star, but simply of the seen light, just as it is. In this case, the appeal to the physical explanation of the difference of the seen light from its objective source is quite legitimate. At first sight, such a position seems innocent and tenable. Even if innocent, it would, however, be ungrounded, since there is no evidence of the existence of a knower and of its relation to the seen light. But further consideration will reveal that there is a most fundamental objection. If the notion of perception as a case of adequate knowledge of its own object matter be accepted, the knowledge relation is absolutely ubiquitous. It is an all-inclusive net. The egocentric predicament is inevitable. This result of making perception a case of knowing will occupy us in the second paper of this series. End of Brief Studies in Realism I by John Dewey. Brief Studies in Realism II by John Dewey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Epistemological Realism, the alleged ubiquity of the knowledge relation. At the close of my previous paper, I pointed out that if perception be treated as a case of knowledge, knowledge of every form and kind must be treated as a case of presentation to a knower. The alleged discipline of epistemology is then inevitable. In common usage, the term knowledge tends to be employed eulogistically. Its meaning approaches the connotation of the term science. More loosely, it is used of course to designate all beliefs and propositions that are held with assurance, especially with the implication that the assurance is reasonable or grounded. In its practical sense, it is used as the equivalent of knowing how, of skill or ability involving such acquaintance with things and persons as enables one to anticipate how they behave under certain conditions and to take steps accordingly. Such usages of the term are all differential. They all involve definite contrasts, whether with ungrounded conviction, or with doubt and mere guesswork, or with the inexpertness that accompanies lack of familiarity. In its epistemological use, the term knowledge has a blanket value which is absolutely unknown in common life. It covers any and every presentation of any and every thing to a knower, to an awarer, if I may coin a word for the sake of avoiding some of the pitfalls of the term consciousness. And I repeat, this indiscriminate use of the term knowledge is absolutely unavoidable if perception be regarded as in itself a mode of knowledge. Footnote: as I suggested in an earlier article, the conception of the ubiquity of the knowledge relation and all that has to do with a self is one of the things included in the term intellectualism, when that is taken in a pejorative sense. End footnote. And then, and only then, the problem of the possibility, nature, and extent of knowledge in general is also inevitable. I hope I shall not be regarded as offensively pragmatic if I suggest that this undesirable consequence is a good reason for at least not accepting the premise from which it follows unless the premise be absolutely forced upon us. At all events, upon the supposition of the ubiquity of the knowledge relation in respect to a self, presentative realism is compelled to accept the genuineness of the epistemological problem, and thus to convert itself into an epistemological realism, getting one more step away from both naive and naturalistic realism. The problem is especially acute for a presentative realism because idealism has made precisely this ubiquity of relationship its axiom, its shortcut. One sample is as good as 1,000. Says Bain, "There is no possible knowledge of a world except in relation to our minds. Knowledge means a state of mind. The notion of material things is a mental fact. We are incapable even of discussing the existence of an independent material world. The very act is a contradiction. We can speak only of a world presented to our own minds." On the supposition of the ubiquity of the relation, realism and idealism exhaust the alternatives. If the relationship itself is a myth, both doctrines are unreal because there is no problem of which they are the solution. My first step in indicating the unreality of both solutions is formal. I shall try to show that if the knowledge relation of things to a self is the exhaustive and inclusive relation, there is no intelligible point at issue between idealism and realism. The differences between them are either verbal or else due to a failure on the part of one or the other to stick to their common premise. 1. To my mind, Professor Perry rendered philosophical discussion a real service when he coined the phrase egocentric predicament. The phrase designated something, which, whether or no it be real in itself, is very real in current discussion, and designating it rendered it more accessible to examination. In terming the alleged uniform complicity of a knower a predicament, it is intended, I take it, to suggest, among other things, that we have here a difficulty with which all schools of thought alike must reckon, and that, consequently, it is a difficulty that cannot be used as an argument in behalf of one school and against another. If the relation be ubiquitous, it affects alike every view, every theory, every object experienced. It is no respecter of persons, no respecter of doctrines. Since it cannot make any difference to any particular object, to any particular logical assertion, or to any particular theory, it does not support an idealistic as against a realistic theory. Being a universal common denominator of all theories, it cancels out all of them alike. It leaves the issue one of subject matter, to be decided on the basis of that subject matter, not on the basis of an unescapable attendant consideration, that the subject matter must be known in order to be discussed. In short, the moral is quite literally, forget it, cut it out. But the idealist may be imagined to reply somewhat as follows. If the ubiquity were of any other kind than of precisely the kind it is, the advice to disregard it as a mere attendant circumstance of discussion would be relevant. Thus, for example, we disregard gravitation when we are considering a particular chemical reaction. There is no ground for supposing that it affects a reaction in any way that modifies it as a chemical reaction. And if the egocentric relation were cited when the point at issue is something about one group of facts in distinction from another group, it ought certainly to be canceled out from any statement about them. But since the point at issue is precisely the statement of the most universally defining trait of existence as existence, the invitation deliberately to disregard the most universal trait is nothing more or less than an invitation to philosophic suicide. If the idealist I have imagined making the above retort were up in recent realistic literature, he might add the following argument ad hominem. You, my realistic opponents, say that the doctrine of the external relation of terms expresses a ubiquitous mark of every proposition or relational complex, and that this ubiquity is a strong presumption in favor of realism. Why so uneven, so partial in your attitude towards ubiquitous relations? Is it perchance that you are so uneasy at our possession of an ubiquitous relation that gives a shortcut to idealism that you felt you must also have a shortcut to realism? If I terminate the controversy at this point, it is not because I think the realist is unable to come back. On the contrary, I stop here because I believe, for reasons that will come out shortly, that both realist and idealist, having the same primary assumption, can come back at each other indefinitely. Consequently, I wish to employ the existence of this tu quoque controversy to raise the question, under what conditions is the relation of knower to known an intelligible and discussable question? And I wish to show that it is not intelligible or discussable if the knowledge relation be ubiquitous and homogeneous. The controversy back and forth is in fact a warning of each side to the other not to depart from their common premise. If the idealist begins to argue, as he constantly does, as if the relation to mind or to consciousness made some difference of a specific sort, like that between error and fact, or between sound perception and hallucination, he may be reminded that, since this relation is uniform, it substantiates and nullifies all things alike. And the realist is quite within the common premise when he points out that every special fact must be admitted for what it is specifically known to be. The idealistic doctrine cannot turn the edge of the fact that knowledge has evolved historically out of a state in which there was no mind, or of the fact that knowledge is even now dependent on the brain, provided that specific evidence shows them to be facts. The realist, on the other hand, must admit that, after all, the entire body of known facts, or of science, including such facts as the above, is held fast and tight in the net of relations to a mind or consciousness. In specific cases, this relation may be ignored, but the exact ground for such an ignoring is precisely because the relation is not a specific fact, but the uniform presupposition of fact. Imagine a situation like the following. The sole relation an organism bears to things is that of eater. The sole relation the environment bears to the organism is that of food, that is, things to eat. This relation, then, is exhaustive. It defines or identifies each term in relation to the other. But this means that there are not, as respects organism and environment, two terms at all. Eater of food and food being eaten are two names for one and the same situation. Could there be imagined a greater absurdity than to set to work to discuss the relation of eater to food, of organism to the environment, or to argue as to whether one modifies the other or not? Given the premise, the statements in such a discussion could have only a verbal difference from one another. Suppose, however, the discussion has somehow got underway. Sides have been taken. The philosophical world is divided into two great camps, foodists and eaterists. The eaterists, idealists, contend that no object exists except in relation to eating. Hence that everything is constituted a thing by its relation to eating. Special sciences indeed exist, which discuss the nature of various sorts of things in relation to one another, and hence in legitimate abstraction from the fact that they are all foods. But the discussion of their nature en sic depends upon etology, which deals primarily with the problem of the possibility, nature, and extent or limits of eating food in general, and thereby determines what food in general, überhaupt, is and means. Nay, replies the foodist (realist), since the eating relation is uniform, it is negligible. All propositions that have any intelligible meaning are about objects just as they are as objects, and in the relations they bear to one another as objects. Foods pass in and out of the relation to eater with no change in their own traits. Moreover, the position of the eaterists is self-contradictory. How can a thing be eaten unless it is, in and of itself, a food? To suppose that a food is constituted by eating is to presuppose that eating eats eating, and so on in infinite regress. In short, to be an eater is to be an eater of food. Take away the independent existence of foods, and you deny the existence and the possibility of an eater. I respectfully submit that there is no terminus to such a discussion. For either both sides are saying the same thing in different words, or else both of them depart from their common premise, and unwittingly smuggle in some other relations than that of food-eater between the organism and environment. If to be an eater means that an organism which is more an other than an eater is doing something distinctive because contrasting with its other functions, then, and then only, is there an issue. In this latter case, the thing which is food is, of course, something else besides food, and is that something in relation to the organism. But if both stick consistently to their common premise, we get the following trivial situation. The idealist says, every philosophy purports to be knowledge, knowledge of objects. All knowledge implies relation to mind. Therefore, every object with which philosophy deals is object in relation to mind. The realist says, to be a mind is to be a knower. To be a knower is to be a knower of objects. Without the objects to be known, mind, the knower, is and means nothing. Our result is that the difficulties attending the discussion of epistemology are in no way attendant upon the special subject matter of epistemology. They are found wherever any reciprocal relation is taken to define, exclusively and exhaustively, all the connections between any pair of things. If there are two things that stand solely as buyer and seller to each other, or as husband and wife, then their relation is unique and undefinable. To discuss the relation of the relation to the terms of which it is the relation is an obvious absurdity, and to assert that the relation does not modify the seller, the wife, or the object known is to discuss the relation of the relation just as much as to assert the opposite. The only reason I think anyone has ever supposed the case of knower known to differ from any case of an alleged exhaustive and exclusive correlation is that while the knower is only one, just knower, the objects known are obviously many and sustain many relations to one another that vary independently of their relation to the knower. This is the undoubted fact which is at the bottom of epistemological realism. But the idealist is entitled to reply that the objects in their variable relations to one another nevertheless fall within a relation to a knower, that is, if that relation be exhaustive or ubiquitous. 2. Nevertheless, I do not conceive that the realistic assertion and the idealistic assertion in this dilemma stand on the same level or have the same value. The fact that objects vary in relation to one another independently of their relation to the knower is a fact, and a fact recognized by all schools. The idealistic assertion rests simply upon the presupposition of the ubiquity of the knowledge relation, and consequently has only an ad hominem force, that is, a force as against epistemological realists, against those who admit that the sole and exhaustive relation of the self or ego to objects is that of knower of them. The relation of buyer and seller is a discussable relation, for buyer does not exhaust one party and seller does not exhaust the other. Each is a man or a woman, a consumer or a producer or a middleman, a greengrocer or a dry goods merchant, a taxpayer or a voter, and so on indefinitely. Nor is it true that such additional relations are born merely to other things. The buyer-seller are more than, and other than, buyer-seller to each other. They may be fellow clubmen, belong to opposite political parties, dislike each other's looks, and be second cousins. Hence the buyer-seller relation stands in intelligent connection and contrast with other relations, so that it can be discriminated, defined, analyzed. Moreover, there are specific differences in the buying-selling relation. Because it is not ubiquitous, it is not homogeneous. If wealthy and a householder, the one who buys is a different buyer, i.e., buys differently, than if poor and a boarder. Consequently, the seller sells differently, has more or less goods left to sell, more or less income to expend on other things, and so on indefinitely. Moreover, in order to be a buyer, the man has to have been other things, i.e., he is not a buyer per se, but becomes a buyer because he is an eater, wears clothes, and is married, etc. It is also quite clear that the organism is something else than an eater, or something in relation to food alone. I will not again call the roll of perfectly familiar facts. I will lessen my appeal to the reader's patience by confining my reiterations to one point. Even in relation to the things that are food, the organism is something more than the eater. He is their acquirer, their pursuer, their cultivator, their beholder, taster, etc. He becomes their eater only because he is so many other things. And his becoming an eater is a natural episode in the natural unfolding of these other things. Precisely the same sort of assertion may be made about the knower-known relation. If the one who is knower is, in relation to objects, something else and more than their knower, and if objects are, in relation to the one who knows them, something else and other than things in a knowledge relation, there is something to define and discuss. Otherwise we are raising, as we have already seen, the quite foolish question as to what is the relation of a relation to itself, or the equally foolish question of whether being a thing modifies the thing that it is. And, moreover, epistemological realism and idealism both say the same thing. Realism, that a thing does not modify itself; idealism, that since the thing is what it is, it stands in the relation that it does stand in. There are many facts which, prima facie, support the claim that knowing is a relation to things, which depends upon other and more primary connections between a self and things, a relation which grows out of these more fundamental connections, and which operates in their interests at specifiable crises. I will not repeat what is so generally admitted and so little taken into account, that knowing is, biologically, a differentiation of organic behavior, but will cite some facts that are even more obvious and even more neglected. 1. If we take a case of perception, we find upon analysis that so far as a self is concerned in it at all, the self is, so to say, inside of it rather than outside of it. It would be much more correct to say that the self is contained in a perception than that a perception is presented to a self. That is to say, the organism is involved in the occurrence of the perception in the same sort of way that hydrogen is involved in the happening, producing of water. We might about as well talk of the production of a specimen case of water as a presentation of water to hydrogen as talk in the way we are only too accustomed to talk about perception and the organism. When we consider a perception as a case of apperception, the same thing holds good. Habits enter into the constitution of the situation. They are in and of it, not, so far as it is concerned, something outside of it. Here, if you please, is a unique relation of self and things, but it is unique not in being wholly incomparable to all natural relations among events, but in the sense of being distinctive, or just the relation that it is. 2. Taking the many cases where the self may be said, in an intelligible sense, to lie outside a thing and hence to have dealings with it, we find that they are extensively and primarily cases where the self is an agent-patient, doer, sufferer, and enjoyer. This means, of course, that things, The things that come to be known are primarily not objects of awareness, but causes of weal and woe, things to get and things to avoid, means and obstacles, tools and results. To a naive spectator, the ordinary assumption that a thing is in experience only when it is an object of awareness, or even only when a perception, is nothing less than extraordinary. The self experiences whatever it undergoes, and there is no fact about life more assured or more tragic than that what we are aware of is determined by things that we are undergoing, but that we are not conscious of and that we cannot be conscious of under the particular conditions. 3. So far as the question of the relation of the self to known objects is concerned, knowing is but one special case of the agent-patient, of the behavior-enjoyer-sufferer situation. It is, however, the case constantly increasing in relative importance, and from both sides. That is to say, the connections of the self with things in weal or woe are progressively found to depend upon the connections established in knowing things. On the other hand, the progress, the advance of science is found to depend more and more upon the courage and patience of the agent in making the widening and buttressing of knowledge a chief business. It is impossible to overstate the significance, the reality, of the relation of self as knower to things when it is thought of as a moral relation, a deliberate and responsible undertaking of a self. Ultimately, the modern insistence upon the self in reference to knowledge, in contrast with the classic Greek view, will be found to reside precisely here. My purpose in citing the above facts is not to prove a positive point, viz. That there are many relations of self and things, of which knowing is but one differentiated case. It is less pretentious, viz. To show what is meant by saying that the problems at issue concern matters of fact, and not matters to be decided by assumption, definition, and deduction. I mean also to suggest, but only to suggest, what kind of matters of fact would naturally be adduced as evidential in such a discussion. Negatively put, my point is that the whole question of the relation of knower to known is radically misconceived in what passes as epistemology, because of an underlying unexamined assumption. An assumption which, moreover, when examined, makes the controversy verbal or absurd. Positively put, my point is that since, prima facie, plenty of connections other than the knower-known one exist between self and things, there is a context in which the problem of their relation concerns matters of fact capable of empirical determination by matter-of-fact inquiry. The point about a difference being made, or rather making, in things when known, is precisely of this sort. 3. That question is not, save upon the assumption of the ubiquity of the knowledge relation, the absurd question of whether knowledge makes any difference to things already in the knowledge relation. Until the epistemological realists have seriously considered the main propositions of the pragmatic realists, viz. That knowing is something that happens to things in the natural course of their career, not the sudden introduction of a unique and non-natural type of relation, that to a mind or consciousness they are hardly in a position to discuss the second and derived pragmatic proposition, that in this natural continuity, things in becoming known undergo a specific and detectable qualitative change. In my prior paper, I had occasion to remark that if one identifies knowledge with situations involving the function of inference, the problem of knowledge means the art of guiding this function most effectively. That statement holds when we take knowledge as a relation of the things in the knowledge situation. If we are once convinced of the artificiality of the notion that the knowledge relation is ubiquitous, there will be an existential problem as to the self and knowledge, but it will be a radically different problem from that discussed in epistemology. The relation of knowing to existence will be recognized to form the subject matter of no problem, because involving an ungrounded and even absurd preconception. But the problem of the relation of an existence in the way of knowing to other existences or events with which it forms a continuous process will then be seen to be a natural problem, to be attacked by natural methods. The question of whether the knowing event marks a qualitative distinctive difference in the career and destiny of things is a secondary matter, one that may be allowed to take care of itself once the problem is shifted from the alleged epistemological relation to that of naturalistic existences. End of Brief Studies in Realism II by John Dewey. The Inadequacy of Natural Realism by Durant Drake. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few years ago, idealism in one form or another seemed to have definitely won the day in philosophy. But very recently, the realistic heresy has sprung up again, and it is now rampant at Columbia, at Harvard, and at many another American university. It is even gaining ground in Orthodox England. This contemporary movement, called by some of its leaders natural or naive realism, is in large measure a reaction against the excesses of absolute idealism. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Realism calls a halt to the building of metaphysical air castles, and bids us keep our feet on terra firma. To all who long to see philosophy forsake irresponsible speculation and cleave to a surer, if slower, procedure, it is a welcome change. But just what terra firma is, how we may most accurately describe it, in the large is not an easy matter to settle. In the opinion of the writer of this paper, natural realism gives us an inaccurate and inadequate account of the facts, and must be supplanted by a critical realism, which shall be based on the insight which idealism has contributed to philosophy. There are, as a matter of fact, several mutually incompatible theories in the field, each of which purports to represent the instinctive realism of the natural man. These theories are not always kept distinct, and the difficulties in the way of one theory are often met by an unconscious shift of base to a point of view which is really quite different. The particular type of natural realism here opposed may possibly, when the full light of day is let in upon it, find no champions. So much the better, then. We shall have got out of the way a theory which, even if not consistently held by any of our contemporary realists, figures largely in their writings and gives much of its plausibility to their position. This particular type of realism, then, is that most natural of all realisms, the belief that the very data which we have in experience slip out of experience and continue to exist, with the same qualities when no one's experience includes them. It would seem to be the belief indicated by Professor Montague's contention, agreed to by the notable six, that things known may continue to exist unaltered when they are not known. It is the belief that the this, which the idealist calls content of experience, is the very object which the physicalist speaks of as out there, as the cause of our experience. By a critical realism, on the other hand, is meant a realism which holds that the this of experience, the object perceived, is numerically and qualitatively different from, and exists later in time than the thing in itself which causes the experience. The critical realist has much in common with idealists of the stamp of Berkeley and Mill. Idealist and critical realist believe that these data which they have and describe exist only as elements of this particular experience, whereas to the natural realist the data of experience are permanent existences, someone's experience, now in no one's. Another consideration which parts the critical realist from the idealist, the latter holding that the cosmos is merely a construct, that there are no absent objects save in the sense of permanent possibilities of sensation, while the former believes in a cosmos which really exists in the same sense in which this now of experience exists. The difference between the natural realist and the critical realist is then that the former's universe is made up of the very thises of human experience, eked out with other contiguous thises, whereas the latter's universe is made up of realities which are pictured, to some extent, by the thises of experience, but lie beyond them. To the former, a man's experience when he looks at the starry heavens really includes a large percentage of the cosmos. To the latter, it is but a momentary phase of this particular human experience, which bears the same relation to the universe as the man's body or brain does to other physical things. To the natural realist, there is just this world that we see and touch, with our individual experiences flitting about in it like searchlights, illuminating portions of it that pre-existed. To the critical realist, all the things I see and touch are but visual and tactile experiences within my total experience. Each total experience is a microcosm, surrounded by a sea of things in themselves, which never come within human experience at all. The macrocosm is much bigger than the natural realist imagines. It includes the separate streams of consciousness with their subjective and objective experiences, and in between them a world of ejective realities which those reduplicated objective experiences more or less fragmentarily picture. It must be confessed that the prima facie plausibility is with the natural realist, and the label of his system therefore legitimate. Our contemporary realists never tire of telling us that their view is the natural, instinctive belief of all men, and frankly shift the burden of proof to the shoulders of the sophisticated critic who would deny the belief of the natural man, whose heart is pure of metaphysics. Now, some of us are strongly inclined to suspect that your natural man is hopelessly unanalytic, and that if philosophy has any useful function in the world, it consists largely in correcting his notions and making distinctions where his vague and intermittent reflection has discovered none. Moreover, the natural man is an unreliable witness to put one's trust in. He has been made sponsor to not a few theories for which we may well doubt his willingness to be responsible. At the outset, he gives his unguarded assent, but when close inspection reveals all that the theory implies, he backs out. The writer's experience with such natural men as he has caught is that when the implications of natural realism are relentlessly unfolded, they reject it with horror. Whither will the natural realist turn, then, if his own witness betrayeth him? It is significant that reflection has never been long satisfied with natural realism. It is precisely the difficulties in this obvious view that have precipitated many philosophic struggles. There are grave reasons why we must pass on beyond the surface look of things if we wish to construct a world picture compatible with all the facts. To the natural man's assertion that we have our world in common, which is the contention of the natural realist, we have to reply, how do you know that we do? And we can go on to say, there are cogent reasons for denying that we do in the strict sense. We live in a common world, but each of us is shut off from the rest of the world by the wall that surrounds his own consciousness. Our visual and tactile experiences are within the wall and only represent what is without. We do not strictly have any this in common. The reasons for making this denial we shall proceed to note. 1. When we examine our data, we find that what we have at any moment, what we then know at first hand to exist, is not a world, but a very limited field. We have e.g. one side of a room, a bodily pain, a wish, and a vague background of other elements, and we have these things existing together. Whatever else may exist beyond this little circle of reality is really beyond it, is shut off from it, does not exist in that relation of felt togetherness with these elements in which they exist with one another. It is, partly at least, because of this primary fact that the conception of consciousness has been framed. Consciousness is this little field of reality that is present here, in contrast with a bigger world believed in beyond it. Or, if you please, consciousness is this particular relation, that of felt togetherness, which exists between these few data here. Whatever may be beyond this little field does not exist in this relation to the elements within the field, and can be proved not to. For the relation is precisely that of being felt together. And if those other elements are not felt together with these, then they do not exist in that relation with these. Your wishes and bodily pains, e.g., are not felt together with mine. They exist in a separate field. I may speak of knowing your mind, but I can only mean that I know more or less about what is in your mind. In a sense, I may say I have the same feelings, but that must not blind us to the simple, primal fact that those very feelings which you are having, your bodily pain, your wish, are not felt with, do not exist in this relation of felt togetherness with my pains and wishes, as my pains and wishes do exist with the other simultaneous elements in my field. It may be said that the absence of perceiving a relation is not the same as perceiving the absence of a relation, but that objection ignores the peculiar nature of this relation, which is nothing but that of being felt together. It is not the perceiving of a relation, but the existence of the relation that is in question. Suppose, then, you and I both say, I see this tree. I have a this within my field, which I call this tree. It exists in the relation of felt togetherness with all the other simultaneous elements in this field, with, for example, a wish of mine. You likewise have a this within your experience, which you call this tree. It exists in the relation of felt togetherness with a bodily pain of yours. Now this tree in my field does not exist in the relation of felt togetherness with that bodily pain, as it does exist in that relation with my wish. The difference here is ultimate and indisputable, can be verified by any simple act of introspection, and if it is granted, the theory of natural realism is definitively refuted by the logical canon of identity. This tree in the one field exists in the relation of felt togetherness with a certain bodily pain. This tree in the other field does not exist in the relation of felt togetherness with that bodily pain. This tree that is in a certain relation cannot be a this tree that is not in that relation. Therefore, they are not the same this tree element. The this of your experience cannot be identical with the this of my experience. They are two experiences, similar no doubt, but numerically different, one in your field, in your experience, in your consciousness, as you prefer to put it, the other in mine. The two fields do not overlap and include common elements. The world is, as the idealist maintains, a world of separate microcosms. The natural realist and the absolutist have much in common, sworn foes as they are. They take common cause here and maintain that though I do not feel this tree element with the bodily pain, they nevertheless are felt together by you, or by the absolute. Leaving out the implications of personal pronouns and capitalized absolutes, this means that though a felt togetherness between these two elements doesn't exist here, it exists somewhere else. But that it doesn't exist here as a part of the felt togetherness of this field is what we are affirming. There exists here and now a felt togetherness that extends so far and no farther. This field of felt togetherness does not include that pain. There is no boundary anywhere within this field. What is anywhere within it is in the felt together relation with what is anywhere else within it. But there is a boundary about it that shuts out that pain. If there were not, all the rest of your field would be felt together with my field. Our two consciousnesses would coalesce. We should be, for the time, one person. What need, then, of laborious mind reading or elusive telepathy? The fact of this wall, this psychological horizon, this boundary to a field, is a perfectly definite fact not to be glossed over. Such a wall exists between this tree, number one, and that pain. It does not exist between this tree, number two, and that pain. Psychology has not been talking in meaningless terms and speaking of my sensation and yours. I have avoided this phraseology, which might be deemed partisan, but the facts stand out nevertheless. The world will not be squashed down so small as the natural realists wish. There remains my walled-in field and yours and everybody else's, which never overlap or intersect. 2. This truth comes out still more vividly from a consideration of the qualitative difference between my this tree experience and yours. Data which are qualitatively different cannot be numerically identical, and no this in my experience can ever be exactly the same qualitatively as any this in your experience at the same moment could not be unless our bodies were exactly alike and occupied the same place in space, i.e., in idealistic terms, unless every element in our two experiences were identical, in which case we should be one and the same person. My present this tree may be, for example, a small, indistinct bluish object, while yours may be simultaneously a large, distinct gray and green object. A small bluish this is not a large green and gray this. There is, of course, a practical sense in which we may call them different aspects of the same object, the object being thus a construct. All of these this tree experiences have the same function in our experience, and, according to critical realism, represent one thing in itself in the real world. But these different data are not the same datum. They are very different existences. So when I have that tactile experience of roughness, roundness, and hardness, etc., which I also call this tree, I have a datum utterly disparate from the visual this tree. The two thises go together, the one always being a sign of the other. They have, again, the same function, occupy the same point in the conceived objective order, but they are totally different data. They may all be thought to exist, as the natural realist believes they do, permanently and independent of their togetherness with the rest of my experience, but they would not be the same thing. It is their function that is identical, not their being. What exists is a vast number of qualitatively different thises, evanescent according to our theory, permanent according to natural realism. On any theory, we only have them as evanescent, and must recognize that no two of them are exactly alike. If we believe, then, that each of these thises that we have in experience is a permanent existence, we have a marvelously multiplied world. 1,000, 1,000,000 different thises permanently exist as this tree. Disparate as they are, they cannot be squeezed down into one simple object, and we have a world reduplicated ad infinitum. On our theory, the really external objects, i.e., the ejects, are simple existences, and these millions of thises exist merely, as we discover them, as transient bits of our human experience. But, just as the absolute, if it is to include all the contents of all our minds, must contain 1,000,000 reduplications of this tree, so nature, on the theory we are combating, must contain 1,000,000 trees where we thought there was one. Such a reduplication, the literal carrying out of the natural realist contention that this very this of experience, exists permanently, is repugnant even to the view of the natural man, who, if he unwarily agrees with the natural realist's first assertion, agrees rather with us when the implications of the two theories are shown. We give him a simple, homogeneous external world. Natural realism does not. 3. Among the other possible objections to natural realism, there is one that may be briefly mentioned here, the time objection. When I look at a star, the critical realist expresses the facts as follows. Within my field of experience or consciousness exists this visual element, a twinkling point of light out there. The real star, the star in itself, is separated by a long succession of events, pictured by the 1,000,000-mile-long ether line of the physicist, from this experience of a twinkling point out there. Suppose this star burned out, or whatever stars in themselves do that we call burning out, 1,000 years ago. This experience of mine is nevertheless a reality now, but according to natural realism, it is the real star which my experience now wraps around and includes, not a something which represents it. That is to say, my experience now includes something which, unless we reject the conclusions of astronomy, does not exist now, has not existed for 1,000 years. The qualitative difference between this twinkling point of light and the real star, so vast and complex, should have taught us that the one is but a picture or sign of the other. The gap between their existence in time should be conclusive evidence. Of course, what is true so strikingly in the case of the star is true less strikingly, but none the less true, in the case of all objects. The real object always exists earlier in time than the perceived object, which we hastily assume to be the real object, yet which is really but an element in our own experience, and not the object or eject which exists in and for itself. 4. We have been arguing so far about the world of objects, or objective experiences. Meeting the natural realist on his own ground, and seeking to show him that we have more of a reduplication than he realizes, and that if this reduplication is a matter not of evanescent existence in human experience, but of permanent existence, we get not a single homogeneous world, but as many different worlds as we have experiences. Which is the better explanation of our experience of objects? A million streams of human experience, with a sea of simple things in themselves in between, so to speak? Or a million worlds? We may now point out, however, that natural realism is at its best when talking of physical objects. The theory was obviously framed to explain them. It proves much more inadequate when we wish to explain the subjective elements in our experience: wishes, hopes, intentions, dreams, ideas, memories, and the rest. Now these elements of experience are perhaps as numerous and perhaps as important as the objective elements, and until an explanation of their existence is forthcoming, this theory is much less plausible than our critical realism, which offers a consistent explanation of their origin and relation to the objective elements. What sort of existence can a wish or a memory have outside of a conscious experience? Various fantastic theories have been put forward by the natural realists to account for these inner experiences. Not having any observable place in the spatial world, they are relegated, according to some accounts, to a non-spatial world which simultaneously exists, elements from both worlds joining together to form experience. How this taking partners occurs remains vague. How, moreover, in a world of objects, experience of those objects can come in, where it comes in from and goes to, is a mystery. This peculiar relation of togetherness in a field which is consciousness, how does it come to exist in a world of spatial and temporal relations? We have not space here to describe how critical realism explains these important facts. We shall merely assert that it has an explanation, and remind the natural realist that until he has one, his theory is far from rounded out to such a dealing with the whole situation as shall command our attention. According to critical realism, our fragmentary objective experiences are not parts of the really external world. They are pictures in our consciousness, or experience, of fragments of a homogeneous world which is really external to our experience and never comes within it at all. The conclusions of physical science are expressed in terms of our experience, but hold good symbolically of the world of things in themselves, which form the real environment of a human conscious experience. This doctrine meets the need, which natural realism cannot meet, and which idealism does not try to meet, but which all men feel, of believing in a real, simple, homogeneous external world surrounding our narrow fields of experience. Whether the doctrine is true, and what the positive arguments are which support it, would be matter for another paper. End of The Inadequacy of Natural Realism by Durant Drake. Reflections of a Temporalist on the New Realism by Arthur O. Lovejoy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With respect both to its conclusion and its premises, the New Realism seems on the whole to deserve its adjective. The novelty of its conclusion consists in the fact that it rejects epistemological dualism without falling into idealism. It has in it quite as much of Berkeley as of Locke, to take Locke as a representative of natural realism. Berkeley, indeed, as the most eminent antagonist of the dualistic presupposition in epistemology, may almost be looked upon as the Moses, though not the Joshua, of the new philosophy. If he did not bring epistemology into what with the new realist passes for the promised land, he at least led it out into the wilderness from an Egyptian bondage. We may, as Professor Perry has proposed, in classifying systems with respect to their views of the relation of idea to object, set down as the two highest antithetic genera epistemological monism and epistemological dualism. Then idealism and the new realism alike must be classified as coordinate species of the former genus. Now a realism which definitely and emphatically declares its innocence of dualism, though it is not without adumbrations in the previous history of philosophy, may, I suppose, be regarded without much exaggeration as a new type of doctrinal combination. And at first acquaintance, at all events, it must appear, in the light of the preconceptions which one is likely to derive from a study of the earlier history of philosophy, to be a paradoxical combination. For the long current terminology of the historiography of doctrines predisposes one to think of realism and dualism as synonymous on the one hand, and of monism in the epistemological sense and idealism as synonymous on the other. But if we accept the new doctrine's own account of itself as generally akin to idealism, it becomes important to determine carefully in just what consists the specific differentiae by which the two kinds of epistemological monism are discriminated from each other. At first reading of some of the formulations of their principle which recent realists have put forward, it may appear hard to define the difference between this type of realism and what has commonly gone under the contrary name. If idea and object are not two but one, which is the one? If the two snakes of the fable reciprocally swallow one another, why call the result by the name of one of the animals rather than by that of the other? Does not an acceptance of epistemological monism obliterate the ordinary distinction between realism and idealism? Or, if we are to retain either of the two terms whose original meaning was dependent upon a contrast now declared to be meaningless, are there not reasons for thinking idealism the apter term? For since the new realist holds that when things are known they are identical with the idea or content of the knowing mind, does not even he imply at least a verbal distinction between the thing as, at the moment of perception, it is and is perceived to be, and the thing as it conceivably then might be but isn't outside of the knowing state? And does not he too identify the esse of the thing with the former? And is this not substantially the contention of the Berkeleyan idealist? There is, however, no real difficulty in defining with precision the distinction between the new realism and idealism, so far as their views about the real objects of veridical perception are concerned, even though both be taken as ostensible forms of epistemological monism. When the new realist asserts the identity of object and idea, he presumably means merely an identity for the time being. At the moments when a relatively perduring thing gets entangled with the content of the knowing state, it is then and there numerically one with what is commonly called the idea of it. But the thing has many other moments, and these entanglements are but passing episodes in its history. The object is like the money in Iago's purse: 'twas mine, 'tis his, and so forth. If the new realist permits the use of the term idea at all, and he certainly does not himself consistently abstain from using it, his real doctrine may be formulated as the contention that some objects are from time to time identical with ideas, while the Berkeleyan idealist declares all of them at all times of their existence to be so identical. In other words, the new realist, if he is truly an epistemological monist, dissents from idealism only with respect to the fate, or the manner of existence, of the object during what may be called the interperceptual intervals in the object's checkered career. Since it is only with respect to these interperceptual intervals of time that the new realism and idealism can be distinguished, it appears likely to be advantageous to focus our considerations upon those intervals, and to analyze the problem first of all in terms of them. The implied position of the Berkeleyan idealist, if we do not permit him to fall back for aid upon the mind of God, with respect to these periods can be more or less intelligibly stated in such terms. For him, a given object, during the intervals between its successive appearances in perception, lapses, so far as finite consciousness is concerned, into sheer nonentity, or at most into a mere permanent possibility of future perceptions, while the knowing state persists or may do so in the form of representations of other complexes of objects. The new realist, on the other hand, declares that through the interval the object persists or may do so, and goes on its way rejoicing. Does he, however, assert that during the interval the knowing state lapses, in the sense in which, for the subjectivist, objects lapse? With respect to the consciousness of a given individual object, obviously yes, but not quite so obviously with respect to consciousness in general. Easy enough is it for the idealist to treat the object A as non-existent, or merely potential during its interperceptual vacation, for in the nature of the case A cannot be on hand to protest that it is just as real as it ever was. But it is not so simple a matter for the new realist to treat the knowing state in like manner, for it is in a position to protest that it, whatever its definition may turn out to be, somehow persists in the absence of A or B or any other particular object of perception. In fact, the new realistic doctrine seems necessarily to imply, as the condition of its distinguishability from idealism, that there is a certain something called by ordinary people consciousness, into which objects from time to time enter, and from which they are presently sundered. That, for example, any unperceived object A has at times been in or connected with this something, and that it at the moment assumed conceivably might be therein but in fact is not, though the something at the same moment still has objects other than A in it. And this might seem to imply the simultaneous existence of a realm of objects outside of the knowing state, and of that state itself apart from all save relatively few objects. So construed, the new realism would not, after all, appear a thoroughgoing example of epistemological monism. One would be tempted rather to call it part-time dualism. But this dualistic look, it seems, is held by the new realist to be dispelled from his doctrine so soon as one notes precisely what he conceives to be the nature of that something which seemingly persists simultaneously with the objects that have been, but no longer are of it. And this matter is explained in the two theorems which may be called respectively the major and the minor premise of the new realism. These premises are, of course, the theory of the externality of relations and the relational theory of consciousness, or better, of cognition. Relations presuppose, and do not constitute, the being and the nature of the entities related, and being known is simply a mode of relation into which objects may enter. Ergo, the being known of an object presupposes, and does not constitute, the being and the nature of that object. Such, apparently, is the argument of the new realism, reduced to syllogistic form. The symbol of the italic capital R is supposed to be the open sesame, which will disclose the definitive solution of the ancient puzzle of epistemology. It should be noted that both premises are essential to the argument. I call attention to the fact because most partisans of the doctrine seem of late to bestow much more labor upon the justification of the major than of the minor premise. Now, on the face of it, this syllogism may appear to point no more directly to a monistic than to a dualistic realism. The conclusion of it certainly might be accepted with equal satisfaction by a realist of either sort. But there is incidentally contained in the premises a characterization of that something into which objects enter when they are perceived or thought, and with which, though outside of it, they may coexist during their interperceptual intervals. This something, it turns out, is not a substance or a receptacle or a kind of being, but simply a relation, or more precisely a specific type of relatedness. Now there is assumed to be something peculiarly unobtrusive and inoffensive about a relation. In particular, it has the modest merit of being unable to subsist without its terms, though the terms are, by the major premise of the syllogism, able to subsist without it. The conception of consciousness as a relation, then, not merely serves as part of the argument for realism, but also is intended to make it possible that the realism should escape the charge of even part-time dualism. When the thing A enters consciousness, it merely becomes related in a new way to other things. When it is outside of consciousness, it merely exists without, for the time being, having that particular relation predicable of it. Meanwhile, other objects may be in that relation, but so far as A alone is concerned, the relation has lapsed into non-entity or bare possibility. Consciousness can, accordingly, be said separately to coexist with A during A's non-perceptual intervals only in the most tenuous and most harmless sense, namely in the sense that such relation continues to be for A abstractly possible, that the other things with which A can be and sometimes has been in a given relation continue to exist, and that some of them are perhaps even at that time in the given relation with respect to one another. If the admission of these very elusive modes of simultaneous separate existence of consciousness and of an object over against it be dualism, the new realist would, I suppose, say that it is eminently what Herbert Spencer would have called a transfigured dualism, from which all the objectionable elements have been eliminated, and so much of a dualist he would perhaps without scruple avow himself to be. Less of one certainly he could hardly be without ceasing to be a realist. Such is apparently the part played by the relational theory of consciousness in connection with the two aspects, the realistic and the anti-dualistic aspect, of the new doctrine. It is of this theory, the minor premise of the realist syllogism, that I desire in the rest of this paper to speak. Here at least I let the possible externality of relations pass unchallenged, that, with respect to certain sorts of objects, many relations are in some sense, though in a sense which ought to be carefully defined, external and not constitutive, is too obvious to need discussion. The new realists may, I think, now fairly take it for granted that they have by much iteration acquainted the idealist with the truth that a citizen may be also a mayor without deriving from that office any of the characters of his mere citizenship, or that a man may bear the relation of father to one person, of son to another, and of husband to a third, without thereby being multiplied into as many numerically distinct entities as he has relations. I do not feel sure that any large number of either idealists or dualistic realists have been wholly ignorant of these truths, or that their failure to embrace the new realism has been chiefly due to anything so simple as a disregard of truths of this sort. I would myself at any rate suggest that the attention both of the partisans and of the opponents of the doctrine may be more profitably directed for a time to the minor premise. The next thing needful in the discussion, I think, is a more serious consideration than we have yet had, from any realist, of the question: is consciousness merely a relation between independently existing objects in the sense necessary in order to enable the new realist to escape dualism? Footnote. One way of dealing with this question would be to examine in detail the several rather discordant accounts which recent realistic writers have given of the kind of relation which they suppose consciousness to be. This, however, has, I think, already been well done by Professor Bode, and with results damaging to the new realism. I shall here try to deal with the question in a more generalized form. End footnote. If a negative answer to this question is equivalent to maintaining that consciousness is presented at any given moment of perception as a sort of distinct stuff or separable element over and above both the objects making up the content of that moment and the relations subsisting between them, then one must agree with the new realist that a negative answer is impossible. At all events, if we give the term objects the wide denotation which the realist gives to it. The objects of consciousness, says Professor Woodbridge, may be as varied and variable as you please. They may be men and trees, reds and what we call mere ideas, present fact and remembered happenings, reasonings and discussions, pains, pleasures, emotions, and volitions. They may even constitute what we call the self. Assuming that all these things are to be called objects or content, then it is assuredly true that the consciousness existing at any specific time is never at that time discovered as one thing set over against other things which are not already its content. It is true, to use Professor James's phrasing, that consciousness is not one element, moment, factor of an experience of essentially dualistic inner constitution from which, if you abstract the content, the consciousness will remain revealed to its own eye. In such contentions as these, The new realism seems to me to express a genuine fact. At the bottom of the relational theory of consciousness is a correct piece of psychological observation. It appears to me to be also true, and is indeed a thing upon which I should wish to insist, that, as both James and Perry have remarked, primarily consciousness is a something disclosed by a post mortem. You catch it in the first instance, so far as it is predicable of your own individual experiences, after the particular bit of content to which you now think of it as belonging is dead and gone. Of an item in direct perception, at least, it must be admitted that it becomes opinion or thought only when a fresh experience, thinking the same object, alters and corrects it. With these two fundamental contentions of the new realist, then, one must, in the main, agree. While a given content of perception is in consciousness, the consciousness is not then and there revealed as an element distinct from and coexistent with the content. But when the content has lapsed, a subsequent moment's experience directed back upon the former does make some kind of distinction between the previous content and the consciousness of it, and it is, in the case of perception, only from the point of view of this external reflection of present upon past that the distinction arises. But it still remains to ask why this retrospective distinction is made, just what the nature of that past consciousness is which the retrospective view reveals, and whether this retrospective view does not, after all, exhibit in our experience a duplicity which is incompatible with the proposed alliance of realism with epistemological monism. The answers to these questions may be seen if one considers what it is that happens when a hallucination, dream, or illusion comes to be recognized as such. While it lasts, the hallucination is for the victim of it as good content as any other of his perceptions. When he later recognizes its falsity, he does so because he discovers certain peculiarities to have been characteristic of that content. The hallucinatory object he finds existed only during the consciousness of it. It gives no evidence of that antecedent and subsequent existence which experience has led him to assume that material objects have. And it was not at the time an object perceived by others, though these others may at the same moment have perceived the space in which it seemed to have its locus, and the context of other objects with which it was, even in the hallucination, associated. In fact, it turns out that the other percipients at that moment experienced as vacant, or as otherwise occupied, the very space which the hallucinatory object ostensibly occupied. Since common sense has an ancient prejudice against admitting that a body both can and cannot be in a given space at a given instant, and since the testimony of many witnesses and of the general uniformities of experience is against his object, the victim of the hallucination, when he recovers, proceeds to call his object somehow unreal, and to declare that the content that was truly in the space in question was that beheld by the other percipients. But how shall common sense render any intelligible account of this actual existence of an object at a certain moment in a definite space, which a subsequent moment's corrective judgment declares to have contained no such object, save by recognizing some sort of duality in existence, by regarding the hallucinatory object as having had a being which is different from actual being in the space common to the majority of percipients? Whenever common sense first asked this question, the conception of consciousness was born, and with it the promise and potency of epistemological dualism. Footnote: the conception could equally well have been generated out of other experiences of the contrast between appearance and reality, e.g., out of a little reflection upon the peculiarities of the memory image. But in the interest of brevity I confine myself to a single case. End footnote. Be it observed that the corrective judgment, through the making of which the conception of consciousness is generated, predicates unreality, now interpreted as existence merely for consciousness, of the object of the hallucination at the moment when that object was present. The correction is made subsequently, but from the point of view of common sense it purports to describe the nature or mode of existence of the object as it was at the time when it was actually perceived. Now it is hardly clear to me what account a new realist can consistently give of the status of the hallucinatory object at that time, or of the difference between it and the coexisting real objects. He might conceivably say that in terms of that moment there is no essential difference between the two kinds of object, and that the distinction relates solely to the subsequent histories of the two. An unreal object would then differ from a real one only in being comparatively short-lived, and in thus disappointing our natural expectations of its recurrence. But this strictly pragmatic account would, in addition to other difficulties, conflict with the view about space which it appears necessary for any genuine realist to take. The new realist agrees, I suppose, with common sense in regarding space as independently real and objective, and in assuming that the portion of real space in question at the time of the hallucination was, as all save one of the percipients testified, void of the object perceived there by the victim of the hallucination. And it seems also legitimate to take it for granted that the new realism does not maintain that the same portion of real space can be at once both empty and filled. Our realist, accordingly, is constrained to these admissions: that the false object existed, that it existed as a definite thing or mass of content, that it existed in space and with spatial attributes, and yet that it did not exist anywhere in real or objective space, though it was referred to that space by the subject of the hallucination. All of which appears to be obviously tantamount to the admission that spatial objects may, at least in some cases, really exist in some realm or medium other than that of real space. Such a realm or medium, so far as I can see, is precisely what people ordinarily mean by consciousness, and the kind of object that has its subsistence therein is what they ordinarily mean by an image or representation. But the existence of an object in this medium evidently is not properly describable as the momentary entrance of a real and perduring spatial thing into a new relation with other things, for in the case of the hallucination the particular thing that is in consciousness does not perdure and does not, though perceived as spatial, exist in the same real space in which other objects are still, by the new realist and by common sense, supposed to exist. In hallucinations, illusions, or even mere errors, then, we have instances in which the meaning of an object's being in consciousness cannot be expressed in terms congruous with the relational theory. These instances are, of course, not coextensive with the whole of consciousness, but they are exceptions which suffice to refute the supposed rule. It is true that some representatives of the new realism have undertaken to explain, in language which they conceive to be appropriate to their general doctrine, wherein error and illusion consist. I shall not attempt to review these explanations, for the matter can be settled by a much shorter and easier method. It seems to me to be evident from any analysis of the doctrine that it is inconsistent with the admission that any perception or other presentation can be false or illusory at the time at which it occurs. The new realist universe, if I have at all understood him, consists at any specified moment exclusively of real things and real relations. If a thing has come into the consciousness relation with other things, then that relation too is real, in the same sense and to the same degree as anything else. The whole mass of content, things and relations alike, exists upon a common plane of objectivity without duplication. There seems to be no way in which a new realist can stop short of what Professor Montague calls pan-objectivism. And in such a universe I can see no room for anything that corresponds to what is usually meant by hallucination or illusion or falsity or purely subjective existence. Doubtless, things and their relations may change. Some elements in the original moment's content may subsequently prove more lasting, and so more dependable, than others, or they may enter into a new and larger system of relations, which gives them a significantly altered aspect. But a real thing does not by changing retroactively transform its past character. At least it would seem paradoxical that a realist should suppose this possible. Falsity, predicated of a perception at the moment of its presence, cannot, therefore, be defined merely in terms of the later vicissitudes of the perceived, or rather of other objects. But as we have seen, the new realist's position, which is at this point the position of common sense, requires him to regard the hallucination as having been a false version of a coexistent fact, to regard the hallucinatory spatial object as having existed otherwise than in the then existing real space. And this apparently cannot be conceived except by assuming two distinct planes of existence, the content of one of which purports in some fashion to correspond to the contemporaneous content of the other, but is subsequently discovered to have failed to do so. Such a dualistic assumption, however, the new realist has debarred himself from making. Footnote. Some defenders of realism appear to suppose it possible to avoid the difficulty arising from the existence of a real consciousness of unreal things by reciting to us the physiological circumstances under which such illusory presentations occur. This, however, seems too palpable an irrelevancy to deserve consideration. End footnote. In all this we may see something of the natural history of the conception of consciousness, which it has become the fashion in some quarters to regard as a strange sort of artificial product designed by crafty idealistic metaphysicians for the mystification of men's minds. In point of fact, that conception was manifestly an early and an inevitable discovery of common sense, and one of its primary functions was precisely to make common sense realism possible, by making it reconcilable with the undeniable facts of dream, illusion, and perceptual error. There may, however, be a hint of truth in the would-be iconoclastic assertion that the idea of consciousness is but the faint rumor left behind by the disappearing soul upon the air of philosophy. For if the dream theory of the origin of the idea of the soul be correct, consciousness and the soul may well have had, at least in part, a common genesis. Or rather, the latter may be considered a primitive and crude version of the same explanation of the same facts of experience. The savage, on waking from his dream, learned from his tribesmen that his real body had all the while been lying inert before their eyes, yet his memory testified that he had been bodily present in far distant scenes and engaged in the most stirring activities. From the moment when man first pondered this incongruity, the recognition by him of some sort of deeply significant doubleness in things became inevitable. By the savage, this doubleness was, according to the hypothesis mentioned, first given recognition by means of the conception of souls. The soul was a sort of double of the body, more tenuous, more elusive, more versatile, but quite as real and as lasting and as truly in space. The spirit theory thus implied, though obscurely and vaguely, that the regions visited in dream or in delirium were a part of the same single real space in which the body lived and moved. The dreamer had been a long way off, but he had actually been somewhere. This explanation of the facts obviously gave rise to many difficulties. The notion of consciousness and its images must have early begun to supplement it, and eventually came to supplant it as a means of formulating the known facts of the duality in things. But among latter-day philosophers, it is the new realist who seem to me to stand nearest to primitive spiritism. For primitive spiritism was a spontaneous attempt to give an account of that duality, to explain dreams and hallucinations and imaginations in exclusively objectivistic terms. And I am not sure that it does not surpass more recent attempts of the same sort in consistency and in clearness. Those who have discarded the notion of consciousness except as an objective relation between objects ought at least to view with sympathetic interest the effort of man, before he had discovered the notion of consciousness, to render intelligible just those facts of experience which constitute the points of greatest difficulty, or at least obscurity, in their own doctrines. Footnote. Professor Perry has with admirable candor admitted that error is an outstanding problem, and merely urges that the circumstance is at least equally difficult for the subjective idealist. This, however, seems more pertinent as a criticism of subjective idealism than as a defense of the new realism. End footnote. The foregoing neglected commonplaces are not, of course, set down as an argument in favor of the dualism of common sense. Neither do they amount to an argument for idealism as such or against realism as such. All that is quite another story. What I have propounded is primarily an argument to show the inadmissibility of that combination of realism with epistemological monism in which consists the distinguishing novelty of the new realism. A genuine realist, it would seem, can escape dualism only at the cost of an implicit negation of the possibility of illusion and error, only by denying that there can be at any given cross-section of time both appearance and reality. And this is a cost which he, at least, sharing as he must the assumptions of common sense about the existence of a single objective space and the identity of the real content of any portion of such space at a given moment with the perceptions of the generality of normal percipients, cannot afford to pay. It is, however, true that the observations which have been here set forth also appear to render invalid the special form of argument for realism that has lately come into vogue, by exhibiting the falsity or else the ambiguity of that relational theory of consciousness which constitutes the minor premise of the new realist syllogism. Footnote: 2 points in the title of this article perhaps need explanation. The label which the writer has there ventured to affix to himself, under the influence of motives similar to those which led Huxley to invent the name agnostic, doubtless suggests a special sort of metaphysical opinions, to which the writer does in fact incline. But for the present occasion the term temporalism may be taken merely as the designation of a certain method of analysis, which it is hoped that the paper exemplifies. The essence of the method consists in an attempt to identify with definiteness the particular moment of existence, the relative temporal locus of each entity or process or relation referred to by any proposition. There is some reason to think that a good deal of confusion in both metaphysical and ethical reasoning is sometimes due to neglect of this precaution. The new realism which the paper discusses is supposed by the writer to be a theory actually held by some of his contemporaries, but desiring to avoid dispute with other men over the exegesis of their own utterances, he has usually, in the more controversial passages, refrained from naming any individuals as responsible for the opinions criticized. End footnote. End of Reflections of a Temporalist on the New Realism by Arthur O. Lovejoy. Report of the Committee on Definitions of the American Philosophical Association by F. J. E. Woodbridge, Frank Thilly, Dickinson S. Miller, Arthur O. Lovejoy, W. P. Montague, and E. G. Spaulding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To the members of the American Philosophical Association: Your committee, appointed to draw up a plan for the principal discussion at the next meeting of the association, herewith presents its report. The subject of the discussion was selected from among a large number of topics suggested by members of the association by the executive committee. At the request of the latter committee, the committee on discussion has not confined itself to preparing definitions of the terms likely to be used in the debate, but has attempted to formulate somewhat precisely the issues involved and to indicate what appears to it to be, at the present juncture in philosophical discussion, the most promising mode of approach to those issues. Such an extensive attempt at an organization of cooperative philosophical inquiry has not hitherto been made by this association. Whatever prove to be the success or non-success of the enterprise in this first instance, the committee believes such organized and cooperative inquiry to have important possibilities for the future of philosophical study. It therefore ventures to express the hope that members will undertake a special effort to enter into the spirit of the undertaking, to review the recent literature of the subject, and in their participation in the discussion, to conform for the time being to the general plan of procedure herein suggested. This report is subject to later revision or supplementation. The general subject proposed is the relation of consciousness and object in sense perception. 1. Definitions. By object in this discussion shall be meant any complex of physical qualities, whether perceived or unperceived and whether real or unreal. With respect to reality, 2 classes of objects are distinguishable: real and unreal. By real objects is meant in this discussion such objects as are true parts of the material world. Footnote: This definition has been drawn up in these terms in order to avoid excluding the view, held by certain English realists, that so-called hallucinatory objects are true parts of the material world. End footnote. By unreal objects is meant in this discussion such objects as are not true parts of the material world. With respect to givenness, 2 classes of objects are distinguishable: perceived and unperceived. By perceived object is meant in this discussion an object given in some particular actual perception. By unperceived object is meant in this discussion an object which, in some particular actual perception, is not given. There are thus four logically distinguishable classes of objects: 1. Real and perceived objects; 2. Real but unperceived; 3. Unreal but perceived; 4. Unreal and unperceived. By consciousness is meant in this discussion that property, relation, or whatnot by virtue of which perceived objects are logically distinguishable, though not of necessity numerically separate, from unperceived objects. 2. Postulates. 1. It is assumed by the committee that all members will agree in admitting a. That there are individuated sequences or streams of perceptions, i.e., those of different persons, and b. That any definable object which is at certain times present in a given individuated sequence of perceptions may at other times be not present in this. 3. Questions for discussion. It is proposed by the committee that the discussion be devoted to the two following connected but discriminable questions. 1. What is the relation with respect to numerical identity or difference between the above defined classes of real and of perceived objects? 2. What, if it can be further defined, is the positive nature of the difference between the status of a given object at those moments when it figures in some particular individuated stream of perception, and its status at those moments when it does not figure in that same stream? In brief, what is the nature of consciousness considered as a factor or aspect of any specific perceptual situation, and how is the answer to this question logically related to the first question? 4. Analysis of the first question. With respect to the first problem, the following five views seem at least abstractly possible. These can be presented after the manner of formal logic as follows: a. That perceived objects are always real objects and real objects are always perceived. b. That perceived objects are always real, but real objects are not always perceived. c. That real objects are always perceived, but perceived objects are not always real. This means that the real object and the perceived object are, at the moment of perception, numerically one, and that the real object cannot exist at other moments independently of any perception. Epistemological monism and idealism. Footnote: the term idealism is used throughout in its epistemological sense, i.e., to denote the theory of subjectivism opposed to realism. It should not be confused with ontological idealism, i.e., the theory opposed to materialism. End footnote. d. That perceived objects and real objects are never the same, though the former may be representative of the latter. This means that the perceived object and the real object are at the moment of perception numerically two, and that the real object can exist at other moments independently of any perception. Epistemological dualism and realism. e. That perceived objects are sometimes real and sometimes not real, and real objects are sometimes perceived and sometimes not perceived, which here signifies not given in any actual perception. This means that the real object and the perceived object are at the moment of perception numerically one, and that the real object may exist at other moments apart from any perception. Epistemological monism and realism. The committee recognizes that it is in connection with these five views that the main controversy relating to the first question arises. But inasmuch as the first two of the five logically possible positions are alone in affirming the reality of all perceived objects, whether hallucinatory or not, and inasmuch as recent discussion has concerned itself with the status of real objects, in the special sense of non-hallucinatory objects, the committee deems it wise to restrict the discussion to the consideration of the last three of the five possible positions. To this end, the committee presents the following and more specific formulation of the question at issue. In cases where a real and non-hallucinatory object is involved, what is the relation between the real and the perceived object with respect a. to their numerical identity at the moment of perception, b. with respect to the possibility of the existence of the real object at other moments apart from any perception. 5. Analysis of the second question. With respect to the second question, that as to the nature of consciousness, there is a great diversity of opinion. The committee has attempted a compilation and concise formulation of some of the recent accounts of consciousness, insofar as consciousness is involved in perception. The results are presented here in the hope that they may serve as a basis for discussion and a point of departure, but it should be clearly understood that these formulations have in some instances not been submitted for ratification to the philosophers to whom they are ascribed, and that consequently the latter should not be held responsible for them. The formulas which follow, it should be understood, are not verbal definitions, but statements of what different writers regard as constituting that by virtue of which a perceived object differs from an unperceived object. It should be further understood that the several formulas are not in all cases reciprocally exclusive, and that in the opinion of some a complete characterization of consciousness as a factor in the perceptual situation might require the combination of several of these formulas. Numbers in parentheses refer to the corresponding titles in the appended bibliography. 1. Consciousness is the response made by one entity to another in a specific manner exhibited by the reflex nervous system, the response being one which does not directly modify the entities responded to otherwise than to endow them for the time being with this content status. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to justify epistemological monism and realism. 2. Consciousness is the virtual or potential presence of an object at a place or time in which it is not actually present. Many objects can be virtually present in one organism, and one object can be virtually present in many organisms. The objects, whether real or unreal, that are thus virtually present or perceived, depend in no way upon the perceiver or upon the mechanism of perception, though the selective action of the mechanism of perception does determine at each moment which objects, real or unreal, shall be perceived. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to imply the truth of epistemological monism and realism. 3. Consciousness is the instrumental activity of an organism with respect to a problematic or potential object. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to imply the artificiality of the first question, and accordingly of its several answers. 4. Consciousness is a certain external relation between objects, that of meaning. For an object to be in consciousness means for it, the object, to imply some other object or objects. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to render admissible epistemological monism and realism. 5. Consciousness is a certain external relation between objects, namely that relation which obtains between them insofar as they enter the context of a single personal biography. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to render admissible epistemological monism and realism. 6. Consciousness consists essentially of conations. These are not merely attributes of consciousness, but are what, and what alone, is directly experienced as consciousness. They are directed towards objects, but perceived objects are in consciousness only in the sense that they are attended to and pointed at by some individual conation sequence. The objects themselves are never mental, i.e., composed of or mediated through consciousness, but are purely physical. Thus consciousness at any moment of perception is a given element in the perceptual situation distinct from objects or content, but the objects are not represented in or modified by consciousness. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to justify both epistemological monism and realism. 7. In normal perception, consciousness is a perfectly transparent mental process, i.e., a process which relates to objects and involves them for the time being in a special context, but does not thereby either ground their existence or modify their character. In abnormal perception, dreams, hallucinations, illusions, consciousness is not a transparent mental process, but one in which the content as well as the activity is mental, the object therein having its presence and character wholly or partly determined by special modifications or abnormalities in the physiological mechanism of perception. Thus the nature of consciousness in normal perception is such as to render admissible both realism and epistemological monism. 8. Consciousness is a unique and not further analyzable relation of togetherness which obtains among all the objects given in the momentary, individuated, and limited field of any particular perception. From the exclusive and individual character of the field in which this relation at any given moment subsists, it follows that an object given in one field cannot be numerically identical with any object not at that moment in that relation within the same field. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to render inadmissible the combination of realism and epistemological monism. 9. Consciousness consists of those existences whose being is identical with their seeming. It is a being which knows in what state it is and is always precisely such as it knows itself to be. Fechner, Über die Seelenfrage, page 199. But since the being and nature of real objects are always conceivably different from their seeming, the nature of consciousness is such as to render inadmissible the combination of realism and epistemological monism. 10. Consciousness is that medium or mode of subsistence of objects which, among other attributes, makes hallucinations, dreams, and perceptual errors possible, i.e., the medium in which can exist a spatial object not at the same time existent in the real space of normal percipients. This reveals a specific type of case in which the existence of an object in consciousness is not identical with any relation among real objects. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to render inadmissible the combination of realism and epistemological monism. 11. Consciousness is that which exists in time but not in space. As given in consciousness, therefore, objects, though they may be represented as having spatial attributes, are not existent in space, and consequently they cannot be numerically identical with any supposed objects existing in space. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to render inadmissible the combination of realism and epistemological monism. 12. Consciousness is psychic existence as such, and does not necessarily involve awareness, which is only a special type of psychic existence. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to imply epistemological monism and idealism. 13. Consciousness is a sensory manifold, unified through its conjunction with some single coherent purpose or interest. This conscious unity of feeling, determined by the reference to a unique interest, is the only example to which we can point when we desire to show how relatedness is possible, and how it is conceivable that what is many should at the same time be one. But objects are necessarily conceived as possessing relations. Thus the nature of consciousness is such as to necessitate the acceptance of epistemological monism and idealism. End of Report of the Committee on Definitions of the American Philosophical Association by F. J. E. Woodbridge, Frank Thilly, Dickinson S. Miller, Arthur O. Lovejoy, W. P. Montague, and E. G. Spaulding. The Relation of Consciousness and Object in Sense Perception by Evander Bradley McGilvary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Footnote: An abstract of this paper was read at the 11th annual meeting of the American Philosophical Association in Cambridge, December 27, 1911. End footnote. In the paper, I propose to discuss both the connected but discriminable questions which our Committee on Definitions has proposed. The answer that I shall give to the first question is the one which the Committee has formulated as follows: that perceived objects are sometimes real and sometimes not real, and real objects are sometimes perceived and sometimes not perceived, which here signifies not given in any actual perception. This means that the real object and the perceived object are at the moment of perception numerically one, and that the real object may exist at other moments apart from any perception. The view thus formulated the Committee calls epistemological monism and realism. The answer I shall give to the second question is that consciousness is a unique and not further analyzable relation of togetherness, which obtains among all the objects given in the momentary, individuated, and limited field of any particular perception. Both of these answers I have defended elsewhere, and I will take this occasion to show more fully than I have yet done how the answer given to the second question is logically related to the answer given to the first. But in doing this, I wish also to develop further both the connected views. All this can perhaps best be done by making constant reference to criticisms that have appeared in the papers mentioned in the committee's bibliography. It would have saved time if I could have accepted the committee's formulation of epistemological monistic realism without qualification or comment, but as I cannot do this, I shall ask the indulgence of being allowed to qualify and comment. In the first place, I should like to soften down the dogmatism of the committee's formulation. I should be loath to say that idealism in each and all of its forms is false. There appear to be serious flaws in all the arguments advanced for idealism, but of course a flaw in an argument is not a proof of the falsity of the conclusion. Idealism is not demonstrably false. Its chief offense is that it claims to be the only tenable theory of the universe, and the only theory that can give the business of morality a genuine enablement. Both claims seem to be unfounded. On the other hand, the difficulties of realism are not slight. My advocacy of realism here is not to be attributed to any belief that realism is demonstrably true, but to the fact that many of the difficulties alleged to be insuperable on any realistic theory have seemed to yield in face of more searching analysis, and many others do not appear now quite so hopelessly formidable as they did at first. All this gives to realism the character of a promising working hypothesis. My position here is frankly that of an advocate who undertakes to defend a client, whose case he has taken up because, having had occasion to look into it, he has found that many counts in the indictment against the defendant are supported by infamously weak testimony. The case is now up for a hearing, and all I ask is the Scotch verdict. If the jury will render that, his friends will do the rest. In the second place, the term object has been defined by the committee as any complex of physical qualities, whether perceived or unperceived and whether real or unreal. I wish to ask leave of you to suggest another definition and make this the basis of interpretation for what I shall have to say. By object is meant any quality or any relation, however abstractly taken. Suppose the case under consideration to be the perception of an orange. Now what is the perceived object here? The orange color, the hemisphericity, the continuity of surface? Is each one of these things a perceived object? Or is there only one perceived object constituted by the named qualities and relations together with such others as may characterize the perceived orange? Now a realist, using the term object abstractly, may be disposed to say that some specified perceived object is numerically one with the real object, and that some other specified perceived object is not numerically one with the real object. Such a realist must say, when both these abstractly taken perceived objects are regarded as entering into the constitution of a concrete perceived object, that this concrete perceived object is not numerically one with the concrete real object. There are numerically two objects, each with its complement of qualities and relations, although each shares with the other some identical qualities and relations. If then by perceived object be meant the concrete perceived object, and by real object be meant the concrete real object, I should have to class myself with the epistemological dualists. And yet in that class I find myself in as strange company and as ill at ease therein as a bald-headed goose in the company of bald-headed men. If, however, by perceived object be meant any quality or any relation that is perceived, then I can class myself in the congenial company of epistemological monists. The atoning consciousness of kind is a complacency that fortifies me against the charge of common silliness. Let us now proceed to the specifications in that charge. 1. The first argument I shall consider has been urged against epistemologically monistic realism by those with whom I am in agreement as to the nature of consciousness. Mr. Miller and Mr. Drake, while regarding consciousness as being a unique kind of togetherness of objects, maintain that just because consciousness is exactly this kind of thing, the real object can never be perceived. If they are correct on this point, then my view is logically untenable, and there is no need of trying to develop it further. Try to suppose, says Mr. Miller, a content X, the real object, in two minds or fields, one of which contains also the private content A, and the second of which contains also the private content B. joint presentation or empirical conjunction, that which constitutes a field, is a relation between contents. Now in field number 1, X, the real object, stands in a relation of conjunction with A, while in field number 2 it does not stand in that relation, A being left outside. So the result is that the same content, the real object, at the same time, does and does not stand in a certain relation to another. Put this way, realism does seem to have made a mess of it. It ought to have followed Mr. Miller's logical recipe, and the result would have been a delicious pudding. But the best proof of a pudding is the eating of it. Let us see how one of these puddings tastes. In the field of the American Philosophical Association, Mr. Miller stands in a relation of conjunction with me, while in that of the Western Philosophical Association he does not stand in that relation, being left outside by his own choice. So the result is that the same content at the same time does and does not stand in a certain relation to another, the relation being, of course, that of fellow membership in philosophical associations. Being a contradiction in terms, the alleged facts stated above cannot be true, and our published membership lists are egregiously illogical. Here then is a sample of Mr. Miller's logical puddings. If you like it, you are welcome to my share. 2. Mr. Miller and Mr. Drake find another difficulty in the combination of epistemological monism with realism. The desk is a light brown total or unit, says Mr. Miller. The desk as a complex combination of drawers and compartments to the right and left, the desk as a wilderness of woody fiber, the desk, if you will, as a host of ordered molecules or atoms, are different desks, and will in no wise go together. If we could bring in all sides and features of the object, we should not have a desk but a monstrous melody. The incompatibility is logical. A continuous polished brown surface is not a fibrous or granulated surface. A marshalling of what we scientifically mean by molecules is not what we familiarly mean by a desk. Now I have found it hard to locate the logical difficulty which Mr. Miller is trying to point out to me. For a long time I took it to be in the fact that so many qualities and parts must be considered by realism as uniting to form one desk. But the more I reflect on this interpretation of Mr. Miller's polemic, the more reluctant am I to believe that this is what he can have meant. It would be too inconsistent of such a logician to mean it, for he himself has said that one looks across the room, and at a single moment of one's looking certain portions of the wall, the rug, the table, the sofa, are conjoined. They are, as the phrase is, in one consciousness. This whole empirical complex of any moment, as I understand Mr. Miller, is a single state or field of consciousness. Now if such different things as a portion of wall, room, rug, and sofa can actually combine into a single state of consciousness without logical transgression, I do not see how Mr. Miller could have had the unfairness to assert that drawers and compartments to right and left, woody fiber, and, if you will, a host of molecules and atoms cannot in their own way unite to form a single desk. Is a desk bound to be more purely logical in its unity than a state of consciousness? I have not found anywhere else in Mr. Miller's writings any indication of his holding that while the material world is obliged at all hazards to obey the laws of such a rigid logic, the world of consciousness may disregard the laws of logic in its formation and yet be without sin. This is Bergson's view, but then in Bergson it is combined with a depreciation of logic as a speculative instrument. Again, Mr. Miller cannot have wished to emphasize the connotation of the word mean in the sentence. A marshalling of what we specifically mean by molecules is not what we familiarly mean by a desk, so as to find the contradiction of realism in the confusion of two entirely different conceptions. This would be parallel to saying that what we mean by color is not what we mean by shape, and therefore the same thing cannot be both yellow and round. Such a refutation of realism would be too utterly trifling to have been possibly Mr. Miller's argument. So far as I can see, then, there is only one sentence in the whole passage from which the quotation about the desk is taken in which any appearance of logical inconsistency is pointed out. A continuous polished brown surface is not a fibrous or granulated surface. And even here the brownness of the surface does not seem to be in contradiction to anything. unless we are to suppose that the fibers or the grains are not brown while the surface as a whole is brown. Now it is quite true that when the grains are taken small enough, as science does take them, calling them molecules and atoms and alpha particles, realism may follow the scientists in supposing that these particles are uncolored, but then realism is not committed to such a taking. But even if it were, what logic is there to rule out the possibility that parts of real things do not have qualities that wholes do have? Such a possibility seems to be realized in many aesthetic objects, as for example in a melody or a harmony. Why may not physical wholes share the privilege that certain experienced wholes possess? If they may, then the brownness of a group of uncolored atoms is not anti-logical, unless the melodic quality of a series of notes, not one of which by itself is melodic, is anti-logical. It must not be considered as an objection to this suggestion that the color of the combination varies from time to time. There is nothing in the type of realism here advocated that commits it to the maintenance of the immutability of real qualities. The physical universe may, on the realistic theory, be conceived as varying in every respect in which it can be shown with any plausibility that it does vary, and as constant in every respect in which it can be shown to be constant. The predilection of critical realism for an allegiance with a qualitatively unchanging physical universe must not be imputed to all realisms. But what about the polish and continuity of a surface which is also fibrous or granulated? Here we have many real difficulties, but the formal difficulties insisted on by Mr. Miller can be easily surmounted by any realist who admits that some perceived characteristics are not real. He can simply say that the perceived continuity is unreal, and exists only in consciousness, not in the material world. This is the way in which common sense, both naive and systematized, meets the difficulty. The perceived continuity of red in the blood is thus said to be only a way in which we, with our macroscopic vision, see what is really the discontinuous redness of discrete corpuscles. But I am not sure that this is the only way or even the best way out of the difficulty. The subject of continuity is very intricate, and needs much more analysis than has as yet been given to it. In this case it is complicated with many other questions, such as that of the nature of impenetrability, and that of qualities which certain wholes may have but parts do not. Further, any definitive conclusion cannot be reached till questions as to the atomic constitution of the material world have been settled, if they ever be settled. In short, realism as a philosophy leaves open all the questions of fact that science in any of its special branches is now busied with. It is neither compelled nor disposed to deny any fact that is made out about the material world. It simply is more generous in its ascriptions of quality in relation to the real world. 3. But suppose that, for the time, pending many conclusions, a realist were to say that the perceived continuity of colored surfaces is a continuity in space, and in real space, though it is a continuity that exists only in consciousness, not in the material world. He is now met by Mr. Lovejoy with a logical veto. In fact, formal logic exercises very freely these days its constitutional privilege of the veto against insurgent realism. Its wisdom in so doing remains to be seen. More than once in the past its indiscretions have served only to bring it into disrepute. In hallucinations, illusions, and even mere errors, then, says Mr. Lovejoy, we have instances in which the meaning of an object's being in consciousness cannot be expressed in terms congruous with the relational theory. Mr. Lovejoy seems to think that if anything is denied a place in the material world, it must be taken out of real space. The major premise which he employs to reach this conclusion is that the same portion of real space cannot be at once both empty and filled. I shall now attempt to show that this premise contains a most insidious equivocation. Empty space may be space which is void of material objects, or space which is void of immaterial objects, or space void of both. A space may be void of material objects and filled with some immaterial objects, or even many of them, or vice versa. Or a space may even be filled with both a material and an immaterial object. This of course sounds hopelessly scholastic to many of you, but many scholastic insights have been discarded, not because they were false in principle, but because they were wrongly applied under the dominance of the scholastic conception of a soul substance. Philosophical conceptions, as well as their human hosts, may have their good manners corrupted by evil communications. If you will only indulge me for a few moments, meanwhile keeping your anti-scholastic prejudices in abeyance long enough to give me a fair hearing, I will undertake to make good this particular scholastic principle, whose reputation has been deservedly besmirched by its previous bad behavior. I will try to show that the immediate facts of experience support this principle, and that logic is not against it. Let us take just one case. Look into a hand mirror which you are holding to your face. You see an image in the space behind the mirror. Reach one hand behind the mirror, and you feel the wall in the place where you see the image. So far as the immediate facts of that experience go, the image is seen to be just where the wall is felt to be. Each is in space, and in the same place in that space, but you retort that the one is in visual space and the other in tactual space. I can only reply that if your experience is like mine under the conditions named, what you say is not a statement of immediately experienced fact, but of a certain theory which you have accepted about these facts. That theory may be true or false, but I cannot see how it can be shown to be true unless the facts as immediately experienced can be shown to be self-contradictory. Your theory forces you to recognize two spaces when there is only one space actually experienced. As a theory, it has many other difficulties besides. I do not say that these difficulties cannot be successfully met, but is it not wise to decline to meet difficulties that you can more easily avoid than meet? Into these difficulties I cannot go here. They are at least as great as most of the difficulties that are found in realism, and many of the difficulties that have been found in realism have first been imported into it on the back of this theory of yours. But let us return to the immediately experienced facts, and try to see whether we may not state these facts in realistic fashion, without making ourselves justly liable to the charge of logical inconsistency. In the first place, our realism does not try to classify the facts under the traditional rubrics real and apparent, mutually opposed and exclusive. In the second place, it does classify them under two very different rubrics, material and immaterial, or, if you prefer the committee's terminology, real and unreal. But it must be remembered that real or material and unreal or immaterial do not have obvious significations, incapable of being misunderstood. To define the real as the material and then to define the material as the space occupying leads nowhere if space occupancy be itself ambiguous. Footnote: I will suggest a definition of material and immaterial before I have done with this problem, and it is in accordance with this definition that I shall ask you to interpret the terms real and unreal in this paper, these latter terms having by the committee been made practically synonymous with the terms material and immaterial. End footnote. In the third place, in dealing with the facts experienced or perceived when looking into the mirror, I merely try to discover what are actually the relations perceived as obtaining between image, hand, and wall, and I distinguish what I find to be different relations. Upon the basis of these distinctions I construct my realistic statement, and my holding fast to the distinctions saves me, I think, from logical inconsistency. Now let us see what are the relations we can thus distinguish. There are several that are pertinent to our present inquiry. First, there is the relation of spatial externality that obtains between my hand and the wall. But I do not find that my hand is spatially external to the image. The image is seen to be where my hand is felt to be. If I move my head backward from the mirror, the image recedes into the place where the wall is felt by my hand to be. The second relation I discover on analysis is that of spatial monopolization obtaining between hand and wall. I cannot put my hand into the wall, i.e., into the place where the wall is, whereas I can put the image into either place by the proper movement of my head. Then there is the relation of movement, or if you prefer to put it another way, the change of relation involved in movement, the consideration of which would take us into the question of time. Then, over and above all these relations, there is the fact of space occupancy or spatial position, upon the purely relational character of which I should not wish here to commit myself. It is a difficult problem, which would take too much time now to discuss. Now, if spatial monopolization be a relation that obtains among certain objects perceived, and not among certain other objects perceived, although all these objects are perceived as spatially located, why not accept this as a fact, instead of doubling our space and calling one of the resultant spaces consciousness? There is no logical incompatibility in the fact that some objects exclude some other objects from the place where they are, while they do not exclude all other objects. If we thus take the facts as they present themselves in experience without re-editing them, we need not consider impenetrability as a universal characteristic of space-occupying objects, any more than commercial monopolization need be accepted as a universal characteristic of business corporations. The dogma of the impenetrability of all objects in space is a generalization from a part of our experiences, and is made in defiance of other experienced facts, and it is only after you have accepted this dogma that logic forces you to go no further and regard the facts that contradict your dogma as not being in real space. Logic does not force anyone to admit that, if any space is filled by something, nothing else except this occupant can be in that space at the same time. We must first define what is meant by filled, before the law of contradiction can be applied to any statement in which this term occurs. For instance, when we say that we have filled a glass full of water, the law of contradiction does not tell us that we cannot put any sugar into it, for a glass full of water may mean a glass that holds all the water that can be put into it under given conditions. Not logic, but observation and experiment can determine whether something else than water can be put into a glass full of water. So again, a dinner pail may be declared to be empty, without danger that a logic that knows its business will step in and draw from the statement the conclusion that there is no air in the pail. Now, in like manner, the realist does not think that he is fairly treated when his admission that a space is filled with a material object is used as a premise to force upon him the conclusion that that space cannot contain or receive along with this material object some immaterial object or any number of such objects, because forsooth the same portion of real space cannot be at once both filled and empty. The realist may try as hard as anyone else not to contradict himself, and like other persons he may fail, but he should not be held responsible for illogicalities of which he is not guilty. Mr. Lovejoy's criticism is thus shown to be based upon a misunderstanding of the realistic position. This misunderstanding is natural enough in view of the fact that realism has not gone very much into the detail of exposition. In order to remove Mr. Lovejoy's misunderstanding, I will here attempt to give a very brief sketch of my realistic Weltanschauung, so far as it concerns the spatial relation of the material world to immaterial things. A sketch very brief, partly because I would have no time for anything else here, and partly because I should not be able to fill in the sketch at more than a few points even if I had the time. The space that is given in any perception is only a portion of one space which extends out in three dimensions, presumably without limits. In this space there are some objects which are impenetrable, but this impenetrability is relative only to certain other objects in this space. So far from being a universal characteristic of space-occupying objects, impenetrability is not only a characteristic of only some space-occupying objects, but it is also a characteristic of these objects only in relation to some other space-occupying objects, not in relation to all other space-occupying objects. Those objects that stand in this mutual relation of impenetrability I call material objects. All other objects are immaterial. Footnote: according to this definition, the problematic ether is immaterial, if its nature as continuous is correctly conceived by physical science. Its continuity involves its sharing with material objects and immaterial objects such portions of space as they occupy. I should, however, call it a physical object, because if it does exist it shares with material objects the common characteristic of not having to be a term of a consciousness relation. It may, in other words, exist outside of consciousness. It succeeds very well in keeping outside all the time. To exist outside of consciousness is to be in space and time, and yet not to be a term of some consciousness relation. Since writing what precedes, Mr. Morris R. Cohen has kindly brought to my attention the following passage from an article by Lord Kelvin: "It has occurred to me that without contravening anything we know from observation of nature, we may simply deny the scholastic axiom that two portions of matter cannot jointly occupy the same space, and may assert, as an admissible hypothesis, that ether does occupy the same space as ponderable matter, and that ether is not displaced by ponderable bodies moving through space occupied by ether." End footnote. In thus calling an object immaterial, I am merely recognizing the fact that it is not a space monopolizer. The term material thus does not connote any distinctive quality, but only the distinctive relation of space monopolization in which the material object stands to other material objects. Footnote: On this point, as on so many others, it will seem that I am indebted to William James for the general principle I employ. See the concluding pages of his article, Does Consciousness Exist? End footnote. Though material and immaterial objects are not mutually impenetrable, they stand to each other in various other relations, such as priority, likeness, difference, causality, and so on. Among these relations obtaining between material and immaterial objects is the consciousness relation. Let us now pause a while to examine this relation more closely, before continuing the sketch of a realistic Weltanschauung as far as the contents of space are concerned. Like every other relation, consciousness, when it obtains among objects, constitutes them into a unitary group or complex. Any consciousness complex is an experience. Like many other relational complexes, e.g., a circle, every experience seems to have a unique center of reference. Footnote: Many relational complexes do not have such a single and exclusive center of reference. For instance, the distance between Cambridge and Madison is not centered exclusively in either Cambridge or Madison. On the other hand, the relationship which constitutes a patriarchal family or an absolute monarchy is centered in the patriarch or monarch, so that the sovereign could with much truth say, L'État c'est moi. End footnote. The center of reference of an experience is a material body, or rather such parts of that body as enter into that experience, together with such immaterial things as penetrate that body and are likewise included in that experience, e.g., organic sensations, emotions, etc. Two or more experiences may have the same body as center, as in the case of double personality, although even here it is probable that a precise identification of the center in either case would not show exact coincidence. In every distinct type of centered relation, the kind of centrality enjoyed by some one or more of its terms is unique. The respective centralities of the center of a circle, of the foci of an ellipse, of the keystone of an arc, of the patriarch of a clan, of the boss of a political machine, of the hero of a story, of the idea of the good in Plato's world of ideas, is each the peculiar kind of centrality which the peculiar kind of relation in question carries with it. If the relation is a spatial relation, the centrality is spatial. If the relation is social, the centrality is social. If the relation is of the aesthetic type, the centrality is aesthetic. If the relation is consciousness, the centrality is just that unique kind of centrality which we find belonging to those various terms of the consciousness relation, which we call collectively and synthetically the self. As consciousness is a relation between objects in space, we find in experience a spatial perspective which centers in that portion of space the body occupies. Footnote: A more detailed consideration of the centrality of consciousness in its spatial aspect would, I think, show that objections against realism, based on the fact that the same object varies in size with variations of distance from the body, and on similar facts, are not unanswerable. End footnote. As consciousness is a relation between objects in time, we find a temporal perspective centering in that portion of time which the body and its organic sensations occupy. And yet the spatial and temporal centers of experience are not merely spatial and temporal centers. They are spatial and temporal centers of a relational complex, which has a distinctive character given to it by the fact that it is a conscious relational complex. And the spatial and temporal centers of experience get a coloring all their own from the fact that the relation of consciousness constitutes out of the spatial and temporal terms it organizes a unique conscious whole. In short, the center of experience is a conscious center. Again, consciousness, like any other relation, and like any quality, exists in individualized instances, and yet each instance is an instance of a kind. Identity of kind is not incompatible with discreteness of instance, just as the equality of 4 to 2 plus 2 is generically identical with the equality of 9 to 3 times 3, and yet the first equality is just that particular equality which obtains between the quantities in the first equation, and the second is just that particular equality which obtains between the quantities in the second equation. So consciousness is generically one and individually many. Any consciousness is an individualized consciousness. When I say this, I mean not only an individualized consciousness, but also an individualized consciousness. The uniqueness of the consciousness relation in general enters into its individualized instances, so that we have in any individualized consciousness an individuality generically different from that of any other individualized relation. The individuality of consciousness is to be taken just as it is, and not to be washed out till it is indistinguishable from an equally washed out individuality of some other relation. I have dwelt on the centered character of the consciousness relation and the unique individuality of any individualized consciousness, partly because some of the advocates of the relational theory of consciousness have as yet failed to do so, and partly because the opponents of this theory have, as a result, very naturally supposed that this theory involves consequences which it does not involve, consequences which are at variance with facts. To say that consciousness is a relation is not to say much that is worth saying, unless it be followed by saying that consciousness is not a relation überhaupt, but a relation which relates in just the specific way that brings about the specific things that we call our experiences. As I understand the advocates of this theory, they have never meant to stop on the insistence that consciousness is a relation. But the novelty of their contention has brought about a situation in which attention is directed to the general relational character of consciousness, and to some extent diverted from the specific differentiae of the consciousness relation. Let us now return to the consideration of the one space in which are located material and immaterial objects. In this space are experiences, each experience constituted by the fact that an individualized and centered consciousness relation obtains among certain of these objects, material and immaterial. An experience as a uniquely integrated whole of spatial objects has a spatial extension, or, if you prefer, a spatial span. But this whole as a conscious whole does not monopolize the space where it is. An experience may be spatially penetrated by some other experience. Your perceptual experiences at this moment of my reading this paper may be in part in the same place in which is my perceptual experience, each experience differently centered, but all partially overlapping in space. In this respect, any consciousness complex is analogous to many other complexes. For instance, I may have on my shelf 24 books, the 16 books to the right being bound in red, the 8 to the left in green, while the 8 to the right are octavos and the 16 to the left are duodecimos. The duodecimo group in this case overlaps the red group. Neither group forfeits its integrity as a group by reason of the fact that part of the space the group occupies is also occupied by the other group. Even so, our experiences spatially penetrate each other. No experience is compelled to contract its spatial bulk because some other experience is going to elbow its way into it. There is no crowding as of angels on a needle's point. Each experience has all the room it takes, and shares as much room with its fellows as they need. Footnote: But this spatial interpenetration is not to be used as a premise for a telepathic conclusion. Whether telepathy is a fact or not may or may not be open to discussion. Only facts can decide. But the logic that would deduce telepathy from the statements made in the paragraph above could also as well infer that when a number of men stroll through a thicket, The bushes intervening between their legs become parties to the human fellowship. With Walt Whitman in the party, the bushes probably would. But that would be because Whitman was Whitman, not merely because the bushes happened to be there. End footnote. Thus we have in the one space one actual world of a vastness and complexity incomprehensible in detail. Of this one world the material world is a part, every immaterial object is a part, and every experience is a part. There are worlds within worlds, each with a unity of its own, each with some interconnection with some other world. The different worlds in space are different, not because each is in a space all its own, but because each is constituted after its own kind by the relations that obtain among its members. And the same members in some cases enter into different worlds: the material world, your world, my world, and the worlds of your cat and my dog. 4. Let us now pass to the time problem, so far as it can be treated here. And before taking up the special difficulty which has so often been thrown down as a gauntlet to realism, let me make one or two general remarks on the subject of time. Just as the realist declines to accept impenetrability as a universal characteristic of space-occupying objects, so would he reject one interpretation of the old truism, ex nihilo nihil fit. So far as this principle is intended to exclude novelty, it is repudiated. New things are constantly occurring, and among these new things the realist would include new qualities of material objects. Some constancies obtain, and some novelties arise. Just how much of either is not to be determined a priori. The realist is willing to accept just as much permanence as can be established, and is willing even to assume more, but he is not willing to generalize to the sweeping conclusion that matter in all its qualities is unchangeable. Immaterial things likewise, such as pain, come and go. They come no whence and go no whither. They have their antecedents, but they are not their antecedents. And so with consciousness. It supervenes, but when it does it comes as a novelty. Just as when two objects come to resemble each other by changes they undergo, the similarity that arises is not an eternal similarity that has migrated from eternity into time to take up a temporary sojourn. It was not, it is, and it will not be. We may discover its causes, but we do not find it in its causes, we find its causes. On such a view, the appearance of an hallucinatory object evidently is not properly describable as the momentary entrance of a real and perduring spatial thing, unless it can be shown that it had existed before it entered. But its lack of perdurance is no more evidence of its not being where it is when it is perceived than its penetrability is evidence that it is not there. That object was not before it was perceived, although its causes were. It ceases, it is annihilated, when it ceases to be perceived, but its effects endure, changing as they go. Let us now address ourselves to the special time problem which is so acutely felt by many when the question arises: how can we now perceive a star that for aught we know may have been extinct for 1,000 years? But I should first like to ask another question: how can I here in this part of space perceive something out yonder? To this question Mr. Miller gives what seems to me the true answer. He says that we recognize that the object is external to ourselves, but external to ourselves does not mean external to our consciousness, but external to our bodies, primarily and secondarily, distinct from our feelings and ideas. Now why not give the same kind of answer to the question how we now can know a star which existed 1,000 years ago? Such an answer would run: the star is indeed prior to ourselves, but prior to ourselves does not mean prior to our consciousness, but prior to our bodies primarily and secondarily to our feelings and ideas. So far as I can see, there are two obstacles to the acceptance of this answer. The one is intellectualistic, the other empirical. The intellectualistic objection holds as well against the generally accepted solution of the space problem of perception just referred to. But I will not discuss this objection till it is pressed. The empirical objection is based on the fact that the star is not experienced as prior to my body and its feelings in the same way in which the object out there in space is experienced as external to my body. This is indeed at first sight a most serious objection, and unless it can be met realism will be in a precarious position. It will be in just as precarious a position in face of this problem as any other theory which recognizes the facts that constitute the problem. Now, before I suggest a solution of this problem from a realistic point of view, let me call attention to the fact that this time difficulty is only one of a type. Two flashes may be perceived as synchronous, although we may have good reason to suppose that if we had experienced them in all their time relations we should have experienced them as successive. So in space we may not experience the 2 points of a compass pricking our back as spatially external to each other, although if we had experienced them in their full complement of space relations we should have experienced them as mutually external. I bring in these additional difficulties, not because I wish to make an inexplicability seem less an inexplicability because it is only one of many, but because the accumulation of similar perplexities may suggest some means of removing them all. The comparison of all such cases as these suggests that something of the complexity of the temporal and spatial relations in which real objects stand to each other has been left out when they enter into experience. Now, what theory of consciousness could better be adapted to deal with this kind of difficulty than the very theory that consciousness is a way certain objects have of being together, and that when objects come together in this way some of the qualities and relations of these objects are not taken into the union constituted by consciousness? When it comes to the making of experience, some things are taken and others are left. Why should not just those relations be left out whose function it is to distance their terms from one another in space and time? The relational view of consciousness thus seems to enable us to deal with our specific problem in a very simple way, and this way is at bottom the old naively realistic way which the plain man and the scientist take when they say things are really thus and so, but we do not see them as they are. So say I as a plain man, and when I become a plain philosopher I do not take it back. I merely go on to say that the reason I do not see them as they fully are is that I see them only in part, as through, not in, a glass darkly. An omission from consciousness is not an utterance of consciousness. Now, if this were all that need be said on this matter, the solution proposed would be easy enough. Many would say too easy to be taken seriously. But it is not all, for talk away as much as we please, experience does present us with the star as contemporary with the body. The suppressio veri is a suggestio falsi then, is it not? And again, if my consciousness spans the time from date of star to date of body, must it not itself be dated as of the millennium 911 to 1911? If I could not see this joke, others at any rate would be quick enough to see it. I cannot discuss these points thoroughly here in a paper much too long already. I will merely say that a body and star are contemporary but not simultaneous. Contemporaneity is synchronousness within the same durational unit, whatever that unit may be, e.g. within the same day, or year, or century. Contemporary philosophy, for instance, is not confined to the present instant. Footnote: I once attended lectures given by Professor McCosh on contemporary philosophy in which modern thought was traced down as far as Plato. End footnote. Simultaneity, on the other hand, is synchronousness of events whose relative direction inter se runs as it were at right angles to the direction of the temporal current. Footnote: Time has three directions, two of which lie in one dimension. The third direction is non-dimensional. Duration, with its two directions, is dimensional because it can be measured, and position in duration is ordered. In the direction of simultaneity there is no order, and no intervaled position giving distance can be measured. It would be more correct to say that the third direction in time is the system of directions in the three dimensions of space, and that the order and position in the third direction of time is the spatial order and position. Most correct of all would be to say that time and space are distinct systems of relations within a unitary and comprehensive system of relations, the spatio-temporal system. We do not have time plus space, but space-time and timed space. The full recognition of this fact would guard us from the errors into which Bergson has fallen. End footnote. Contemporaneity is longitudinal synchronousness. Simultaneity is transverse synchronousness. Applying this distinction to our problem, I would suggest that experience gives us the star as contemporary. In our confusion resulting from lack of analysis, We mistake this contemporaneity for simultaneity. And now as to the date of consciousness. If consciousness were not a uniquely centered relation, there would be no more justification for dating a consciousness which spans 1,000 years at the end of that period than at the beginning. It would be as correct to say that 1,000 years ago I saw that bothersome star as to say that I see it now. But consciousness is centered, and being centered in what is now, it is now and not then that I perceive. Consciousness enjoys a limited transcendence of the date which is central to consciousness, but this transcendence radiates from the present, and is commensurate with the durational span of its object, just as consciousness has a limited ubiquity, likewise radiating from the body's position. The date transcendence of consciousness here maintained is thus not only quantitatively different from the eternity of the absolute consciousness, but also qualitatively different. The absolute consciousness hovers over the infinite stretch of duration, but like Noah's dove it finds no rest for the sole of its foot. The reason for its failure is not that there is no resting place. There are altogether too many of them. Its plight, therefore, is rather to compare great things with small, and ineffable things with ineffable, that of Mr. Kipling's cat who walks by himself, all places being alike to him. 5. There are still two further questions that I wish to touch upon here, indicating the answers that I should be disposed to give. The first concerns color blindness. Suppose we should say what many psychologists say, that color and brightness are different attributes of sensation. Why then might they not be different real qualities of real things? And why might not, under certain organic conditions, the selective relation of consciousness pick out for one of its terms the brightness, and omit the greenness or the redness, just as under other organic conditions it omits them both? If consciousness were a selective relation, and if it did select brightness and omit redness, the result would be just like what we find. The theory of consciousness as a unique selective relation, then, seems to work pretty well here, as an hypothesis. The empirical fact that consciousness is a unique way of togetherness seems thus to become a scientific principle for the solution of a most vexed problem. 6. The other question just referred to is that of the consciousness of consciousness. I discussed this question some years ago, and then I gave what I now admit to be an erroneous statement of what I am still convinced is an actual fact. You might as well try to persuade me that I do not see red when I do see it, as persuade me that at times in perception there is nothing more than just perception of objects. In my former discussion I connected the failure to recognize this something more with non-attention to it. I did not go far enough. I should have said that the fact not attended to is the fact of attention itself. Attention is, in one of its aspects, a certain prominence that any constituent of experience has as compared with some other constituent. Footnote: Another characteristic of an attentive experience is the presence in such experience of kinesthetic sensations. There are still other characteristics. End footnote. It is thus itself a certain unique relation, which, when it obtains among factors of experience, gives a peculiar outstandingness to some factor. When it does so obtain, this attentional prominence is not the fact that something is out of gear. It is the fact it seems to be, namely, the fact that some constituent of experience has an unanalyzable eminence over its mates. Its relation to the objective gearing of things would take us into the question of the relation of consciousness to organ. Now among the things that may thus stand out prominent in an attentional way in any experience are relations. For instance, I may be attentive to the similarity of objects rather than to the objects themselves. But if in an experience the relations between objects may and do have attentional prominence, why may not consciousness, which is a relation among objects, also have like attentional prominence? As a matter of fact, at times in my experience it does. For instance, when I am forced to contrast the relation of the objects conjoined to each other with the opposing relation between objects not conjoined, in this conscious way, it may be the present conjunction of objects in my present experience which I contrast with the fact that this sort of conjunction does not now obtain between this sheet of paper and a houseboat on the Ma Nam. I cannot but think that it is because all of us have been looking for a thing wrongly described as a consciousness of consciousness, that we have not found what is actually there at times in our perception. We have tried to find consciousness which is related to itself in the same way in which objects are related to each other by consciousness. If, instead of doing this, we look for a way in which consciousness is related to its object, the way of attentional prominence, similar to the way in which these objects are related to each other, not by consciousness but by attention, I am sanguine enough to hope that others may find what I believe to be there. What will be found will not be the alleged fact that consciousness is simultaneously its own object, but the actual fact that simultaneous with the obtaining of the conscious relation among objects, there is an attentional relation of this consciousness to its objects, with the result that consciousness has the same distinctive superiority over its objects which any of these objects may at some other time have over its fellows. When this fact is found, the questions asked of realists by Mr. Lovejoy will answer themselves. End of The Relation of Consciousness and Object in Sense Perception by Evander Bradley McGilvary. The Relation of Consciousness and Object in Sense Perception by Frank Thilly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What is the relation with respect to numerical identity or difference between real objects, meaning by these such objects as are true parts of the material world, and perceived objects, meaning by these such objects as are given in some particular actual perception? Different answers are given to this question. It is held by some that the real object is always given in some particular actual perception, that the real object cannot exist independently of any perception, that the real object and the perceived object, the object given in some particular actual perception, are at the moment of perception numerically one. What makes an object at all is the fact that it is perceived. Objects which are not given in some particular actual perception are not real. And yet not all objects given in some particular actual perception are real. This is the theory that goes by the name of subjective idealism. Epistemological dualism and realism declares that the objects given in some particular actual perception and real objects are not numerically identical. The perceived objects may be representative of the real objects, but they are at the moment of perception numerically two. The real object can exist at other moments independently of any perception. According to epistemological monism and realism, the objects given in perception are sometimes real, that is, true parts of the material world, and sometimes not real. And real objects are sometimes perceived and sometimes not perceived, that is, not given in any actual perception. The real object and the perceived object are at the moment of perception numerically one, and the real object may exist at other moments apart from any perception. These theories evidently have points in common. Subjective idealism and monistic realism agree that the perceived object and the real object are at the moment of perception numerically one, but that not all perceived objects are real, that perceived objects are sometimes not real, not true parts of the material world, and hence that the perceived object and the real object are sometimes not numerically one at the moment of perception. They differ in this: according to subjective idealism, the real object cannot exist independently of any perception, while according to monistic realism it can. Any theory, therefore, which holds that the object which is perceived, or given in some particular actual perception, can exist independently of any such perception is epistemological realism. Consequently, insofar as the branch of idealism which is called objective idealism holds this, it is realistic. And insofar as it holds that the object given in perception is numerically identical with the real object, This form of idealism is also monistic. Whatever difference, therefore, there may be between monistic idealism and monistic realism will have to be a metaphysical difference, a difference in metaphysical standpoint. Epistemological dualism and epistemological monism, insofar as they are both realistic, agree that the real object can exist independently of any perception. But they differ as to whether the real object and the perceived object are numerically identical at the moment of perception. A realistic theory may, however, be monistic in its epistemology and dualistic in its metaphysics. It may hold that we directly perceive the real object, a true part of the material world, that the real object and the perceived object are numerically one, but that the percipient and the object are ultimately two. The question at issue may then be stated thus. In cases where a real non-hallucinatory object is involved, what is the relation between the real and the perceived object with respect A, to their numerical identity at the moment of perception, B, with respect to the possibility of the existence of the real object at other moments apart from perception? Are the real object and the perceived object numerically one at the moment of perception, or are they two? That is the complex of physical qualities, which is a true part of the material world, numerically identical with the complex of physical qualities, which is given in some particular actual perception, or is it not? To the naive man, this question will at first appear quite meaningless. To ask what is the relation between the real object and the perceived object will seem to him to ask what is the relation of the object to itself. For him, the objects which he perceives here, over there, around him, his body and the things, are real objects and occurrences, of course. Objects and occurrences which will go right on existing when he closes his eyes or removes his hands from them, and go right on existing practically as they are. They are what they are. We may perceive them differently at different times, under different circumstances. They may look different, but they are just what they are. The orange is yellow in the light and in the dark. That is its real color. In the dark we do not see it yellow, but it is yellow just the same. The question of the numerical identity of the real thing and the perceived thing does not occur to him at all. The thing he perceives is, ordinarily, the real thing. It does not disappear when he ceases to see it, or touch it, or taste it, or hear it. He simply ceases to see it or touch it. Other persons will perceive it just as he perceived it. It will remain there for any one that pleases to look at or touch it. And even if no one were there, God or man or brute, it would go right on being just what it is in itself. Nor does the naive man regard the thing as the cause of his perceiving it. It is simply there, over there, or next to him, against his body. He perceives it exactly as it is. He may not perceive everything about the thing. With greater attention and all kinds of instruments he can see it better. But what he does perceive of it is there, in the thing. Nor does he regard the things as modifications of his soul or consciousness, or even as the state of his sense organs or of his brain. Reflections upon certain experiences, however, such as differences in what is taken to be the same object, dreams, illusions, and hallucinations, provokes the inquiry, why do we perceive objects in the wrong way? Why do we perceive objects which do not exist at all? It would appear that, in some cases at least, what is perceived is not a true part of the material world, is not something independent of any perception. Attempts are made to explain these facts, to discover what the real object is, attempts which may lead the inquirer farther and farther away from the naive realism from which he started, and finally land him either in a dogmatic metaphysics or agnosticism or skepticism. The practical man will conclude that the object is, normally, actually what he perceives it to be. but that mistakes occasionally happen. He will eliminate certain perceived objects as pseudo-objects, or regard them as different viewpoints of the real objects, selecting certain experiences as the true reality. He will use his own and other persons' normal perceptions to correct his picture of the real world. These very facts, however, will suggest the inference that the real objects are not perceived exactly as they are, that our way of perceiving them contains many elements which are added by the percipient. They may give rise to the view that the real object is never directly perceived, that the perceiver does not get the object at all, but only its representatives, which representatives may be, in whole or in part, similar to the real object or symbols of it. Or the philosopher may declare that though there is a thing independent of the perceiver, this thing neither presents itself to him in propria persona, face to face, nor through faithful representatives, but that it is unperceived and unknown. He may consider even the existence of such a thing in itself problematical, or he may finally deny its existence altogether, coming back to something like the original naive position: perceived world and real world are one and the same, only the perceived world is a mental world. The world is my idea, there is no extra-mental world. The question arises whether there is any way of escaping the conclusion that the qualities which are given in some perceptual situations are not true parts of the material world. Natural science seems to confirm rather than shake it. Indeed, it appears to compel us to take a still more radical position than the one suggested, namely that the world of things in themselves is not at all what it is perceived to be. It is conceived to be made up of numberless moving particles of matter, or points of force. The scientific conception of the universe does not agree with the naive perception of the universe. The complex of physical qualities, given in some particular actual perception, which we call a round, yellow, solid, fragrant object, is certainly not numerically identical with the complex of physical qualities, moving molecules of matter and ether, molecular action in the sense organs and in the brain, which is said to be a true part of the material world. But let us throw physics to the dogs and start afresh. Let us dogmatically declare that the real object and the perceived object are numerically identical at the moment of perception, in the sense already explained, and let us see whether our difficulties can be removed. Experience tells us that what we regard as one and the same thing changes under the scrutinizing attention, under the microscope, under different conditions of the perceiver and his environment, that it is perceived differently by different senses, in other words, that the complex of physical qualities, given in one continuing perception, or in different perceptual situations, is not the same. These facts can be explained, on the basis of naive realism, only by assuming the existence in the real world of all the qualities given in perception. Such an assumption, however, calls for a new theory of perception, to construct which several unsuccessful attempts have been made. Professor Montague offers us one based upon the metaphysics of energetics. A material object is a center of inflowing energies. With each form of energy there is correlated a quality, so that an object is not only a group of inflowing energies superposed upon one and the same part of space, but also a system of the qualities correlated with those energies as their reciprocals. It is likewise a center of outflowing energies, some of which impinge upon the termini of the nervous systems of animals, each stimulus having correlated with it a specific quale. The quantity and quality of the stimulus express the nature of the object, which is its source, except for such modifications as may have been imposed by the medium transversed. Now an externally observable current of kinetic energy in the afferent nerve passes, or seems to pass, into a sensation. What really happens is that the kinetic energy of motion is transformed into an equivalent potential energy of stress at the nerve center. Whenever the potential energy at a nerve center is greater than the inflowing energy which is its cause, then there exists a conscious quality of that energy. In the perceptual field of objects, however, to which sensations give rise, the case is quite different. These sensations, when connected in one system, induce a center of stress or ego, from which their several energy currents are reprojected as a field of perceptual objects, and out into the same real space and time in which their physical causes are located. The perceived object is identical in substance because composed of the same energy, with a part or aspect of the physical object, viz. Such part as has directly, in the form of a present sensory stimulus, or indirectly, in traces of past sensations, flowed into the organism. This simply means that energy flows from the object into the organism, is transformed into potential energy at the nerve center, becomes conscious of its quality, is connected with other such conscious energies into a system, and with these reflected back to its source. The qualities march into the brain, become conscious, and then march out again. But is the quality of the perceived object identical with the quality of the material object? It is probable, we are told, that the specific quality correlated with the ether wavelength that produces perceptual red, when the optic nerve current which it arouses is transformed into potential energy in the visual nerve center, is itself something as different from red as the odor of musk. At the same time, we are told again, it must be remembered that our perceptual activity, when directed to an object, contributes to the nature of that object just as truly, though of course not so largely, as the sun shining upon it. The attributes which we ascribe to it do forthwith belong to it. Hence it would seem, according to Professor Montague's theory, that the felt quality of red, red with consciousness inhering in it, is reprojected outward in a way reminding one of some forms of subjective idealism. Only being also a stream of energy, it causes a modification in the original source of the energy from which it sprang. In this view, we get the qualities given in perception reflected back into the universe of flowing energies by rather heroic means. But, even so, it would appear that we perceive only the qualities which we put into it. Perceptual red is probably different from the real red, and that the qualities, as we perceive them, cease to exist when we shut our eyes. The complex of qualities conscious of themselves, given in perception, is the result of the interaction of inflowing energies and organic energies. The result is a real energy that lasts as long as the interaction lasts. What the real energies are, apart from their relation to the perceiving organism, perception cannot tell us. Perceived objects are true parts of the material world, but they are the intermittent products of the relation between particular organisms and the world. Professor Woodbridge's theory tries to bring us nearer to the real object than the preceding hypothesis. There are specific qualities or differences in the world, but these would not have their specific effects if it were not for the sense organs. The sense organs are the specific means for rendering the differences effective. Eyes would be useless if there were not something to see. The very purpose of the sense apparatus is to realize interactions between the organism and its environment, which otherwise would not be realized. The bare existence of such interaction is the fact of sensation. Hence, if we had other and more adequate instruments, we might have a greater variety of sensory content, and if any part of the sense apparatus were lacking, the sensory content would not be so rich in qualities. The so-called secondary qualities, say, might be absent from the objects given in our actual perceptions. But there is no consciousness in sensation as such. If our sense organs existed in isolation and remained only disconnected media for specific causation, the world might possess all the variety we ascribe to sensation, but contain no more consciousness than exists in a camera when the sensitive plate is exposed. It is only when the sensations are connected and coordinated by means of the nervous system that what the organism undergoes in interaction with its surroundings is made into a conscious experience. The organism, with its sense organs and nervous system, provides a center for the interplay and coordination of the varied differences in the world without allowing these differences to lose their specific characters. According to this description of the mechanism of sensation, the sense organs are means of rendering effective the specific differences existing in the world, of enabling them to have their specific effects. Specific effects upon what, we ask? Evidently upon the sense organs themselves, for it is the eye that sees, the ear that hears. This can mean that there is reproduced in the organs something analogous to the specific difference outside, say, a retinal image in the eye, in which case our sensory content would consist not of the things themselves, but of the analogous reproductions of these things upon our sense organs. If we define sensations as the bare existence of the interaction between the organism and the environment, then we surely cannot say that the perceived object, the patch of blue, is numerically identical with the real object, the physical and physiological events in question. That is, that the complex of qualities given in perception, the patch of blue, is numerically identical with the complex of qualities which is a true part of the material world, ether and eye activity. Besides, unfortunate for this theory, the differences do seem to lose their specific characters. In the color-blind man, for example, the specific difference which we call red will not operate, or make itself effective. Not only that, his sensory content will be blue or yellow, qualities not identical with the qualities which are a true part of the material world. Sensations would therefore seem to be qualities added to the real world in consequence of the interaction between the real world and the organism. It is true, when the color-blind man becomes conscious, that is, when meaning is added, he will come face to face with his sensory content as it is. Insofar, the perceived object will be a real fact in the world, but it will not be the red fact which his normal neighbor perceives and which is said to exist independently of any perception. It will cease to be when organism and environment cease to interact. And if the cooperation of organism and environment is the fact of sensation, there is every reason to suppose that qualities are added, even in normal sensation, which disappear with the interaction. Further additions would seem to be made when the sensations are connected by means of the nervous system, so that the perceived object would neither completely agree with the sensory content, nor with the specific differences in the world from which we started. It may be said that in this case the specific sense apparatus does not work properly, that the specific difference in the world cannot make itself effective, but that it is there nonetheless. This explanation may be acceptable on the ether theory, but it will fail if we declare that the object is exactly what it is perceived to be. How can what is red be also blue or yellow? To place the blame on the apparatus or on the physical media in this case shows the dependence of the sensation on organic conditions which not only make manifest the real qualities existing in the world, but somehow seem to affect these qualities. The realist can answer that after all we do not perceive the things as they are in isolation or independently of one another, but only in their mutual relations, and that when we perceive them that way we perceive them as they really are. The objects seen are seen only through the cooperation of ether waves and the organism. This cooperation is actual, hence the objects are seen as they really are. To apprehend the book is not to know something in isolation, but to know it in its relation to ether and organism. If this means that the blue book we see is the interaction between a thing, ether, and organism, we are identifying two entirely different things. It is possible to say that object, ether, and organism in interaction produce in the object the colored surface, and that we apprehend directly that colored surface, but this view makes the colored surface relative to the organism, and implies that such surfaces would cease to exist as they are with the disappearance of organic beings from the world. The fact is, we can identify the complex of physical qualities given in some particular actual perception with the complex of physical qualities which are a true part of the material world only so long as we ask no questions. What is given in perception is as real as anything can be, and will be accepted as such until the object begins to change under our scrutiny or otherwise, and we begin to inquire which of the many forms in which it presents itself is the object as it really is. And even here it is possible to take what is normally and universally given as our real world and come to rest. But as soon as we attempt to explain the origin of perception, to construct a theory of perception on the basis of an organism and an environing world, perceiving becomes a relative affair. We can speak of the real object as directly given, but this object will be relative to another more fundamental reality, the truly real, energies, molecules, ether waves, and whatnot, which is not given in perception. But even if it were so given, the old problems and difficulties which trouble us now would still recur. We should still go on asking whether the object as given is the real object, what it would look like if nobody looked at it, and so on. We should imagine a case of pure looking, a situation in which pure object and pure perceiver meet, as Plato imagined the pure soul to meet the pure ideas face to face, and go right on calling our ordinary perception seeing through a glass darkly. Besides, we can always think of the object as further analyzable, and we do not stop until an ideal object is reached which is used as a standard for judging the real, that is, the perceived object. But even if we disregard the theories of perception, based as they necessarily are upon some theory of the world, and limit ourselves to our experience as we find it, we cannot say that the complex of physical qualities, given in some particular actual perception, is numerically identical with the complex of physical qualities which are a true part of the material world. Using a figure of speech of which new realists are fond, we may affirm that the momentary light of perception does not reveal the object in its completeness and truth. The true parts of the material world are not presented in a particular momentary perception. Our momentary perceptions are not complete and free from error. The true object is not gegeben, but aufgegeben. It is the object of our search. Moreover, the true object is not a mere isolated object. As a true part of the material world, it is in relation with other objects. Indeed, the world is an interrelated, interacting world, and there is nothing in it that stands alone. If we succeeded in isolating a part of what is given from its connections, and staring at it as we might imagine an infant or semi-comatose person to stare at it, we should not have a true part of the material world. True parts of the material world do not exist abstracted from the rest of the world. In momentary perceptions we get a fragmentary world, often a disconnected world. We do not get everything at once, we do not get all the qualities, all the relations, and we do not always get them right, as the experience of everyday life amply shows. If we did, what would be the use of the whole apparatus of scientific observation? The world as perceived by the infant is not the true world. There is more and less in this than may be given in any momentary perception, and we approximate the true world in developed perception by perceiving it in the light of past perceptions, that is, by interpreting it. This naturally leads us to inquire into the question of consciousness as a factor in the perceptual situation. the factor by virtue of which the perceived object differs from the unperceived object. What is the positive nature of the difference, it is asked, between the status of a given object at those moments when it figures in some particular individuated stream of perceptions, and its status at those moments when it does not figure in that stream? The answer to this question will depend upon the answer given to the other question. To decide what consciousness adds to the status of the unperceived object, we must have some notion of what is meant by the unperceived object. We may dogmatically declare that the object perceived is the object unperceived, numerically identical with it, that the complex of qualities given in some particular actual perception is a true part of the material world, that it goes right on existing as it is, independently of any perception, that is, whether perception shines on it or not. In that case, of course, there is no difference between the object as object in the perceptual situation and the object out of it, though there may be a difference in the two situations as a whole. We may say the object figures in different contexts. In the perceptual situation, it stands in different relations from the relations in which it stands in the non-perceptual situation. It slips in and out of consciousness undefiled, untouched, unchanged, or rather it stays what and where it is. Consciousness simply turns its light upon it. An ideal spectator observing the scene would tell us, "I see an object variously related with other objects, many of which affect and are affected by it, and I see that selfsame object in relation with thought, feelings, and volitions, which do not affect its qualities or other relations in the least." Let us see how some of the more radical thinkers deal with this part of the problem. It is argued that there is no difference between the perceived and the unperceived objects. Perceptions are pure natural events, not cases of awareness and apprehension, says Professor Dewey. The plain man does not regard noises heard, lights seen, etc., as mental existences or as things known. They are just things. His attitude to these things as things involves their not being in relation to a mind or knower. Seeing is not knowing. Seeing involves a relation to organic activity. The joint efficiency of the eye activity and of the vibrations of ether condition the light seen. According to Professor Montague, as we have seen, qualified energy flows from the object to the organism, is transformed into potential energy, becomes conscious of its quality, is connected in the brain with other such conscious energies, and with these reflected back to its source. We are conscious of quality in sensation. The quality felt and the feeling of it are inseparably blended. Perception is an organic activity by means of which energies are modified, made conscious, connected into a system, and turned back to their source. For subjective idealism, objects inhere in consciousness. For Professor Montague, consciousness inheres in its objects, which belong to the spatial temporal system of nature. At the same time, it is also a relation existing in a material nature along with other relations, describable ultimately in terms of basic relations of space and time. The perceived object is the result of the interaction between organism and environment. Consciousness is a byproduct of the same interaction. Professor Woodbridge tells us that sensation is a natural event, the bare existence of specific interaction brought about by means of a specific sense organ. It is the eye that sees, the ear that hears. But sensations are no more knowledge than the eclipse of the moon is knowledge. They account for the sensory content of experience without the addition of any faculty or power of sensibility, simple apprehension or awareness. In order, therefore, that what we are wont to call sense qualities may exist, consciousness would appear to be unnecessary. These sense qualities become indices of a variety of possible reactions in the organism and are thus connected in the relation of implication. It is then, when sensations are connected and coordinated by means of the nervous system, that what the organism undergoes in interaction with its surroundings is made into conscious experience. That is, when sensations are connected by the nervous system in the relation of implication, consciousness, which is a relation of meaning or implication, arises. When the necessary physical and physiological conditions are fulfilled, consciousness appears full-fledged, like Minerva springing from the head of Jove. We not only become aware of the object, but of the meaning of the object. We cannot become aware of the object without at the same time becoming aware of the meaning of the object. If objects were in my consciousness but utterly devoid of meaning, I should not be aware of them. Now, what Professor Dewey calls perception, the pure natural event without awareness of consciousness, is not what we ordinarily understand by the term. Seen light of which nobody is aware is not what we mean by seen light. Sooner or later these natural events will have to become conscious in Professor Dewey's system, and they do become conscious under a different name. Instead of being perceived, they are experienced. To give a just account of a thing is to tell what that thing is experienced as. If we take Professor Dewey's notion of perception as a natural event without awareness literally, we shall have to say that a given object never figures in any particular individuated stream of perceptions, because there is no such stream. The given object simply is, and our second question is just as artificial as our first. It is true, as Professor Dewey declares, that consciousness is not merely cognitional or logical, that it is also emotional, aesthetic, and morally practical, that, therefore, an experience may be existent which is not known. But it does not seem to me to be true that a perceptual experience can be existent as an experience which does not somehow get itself reported in some perceptual stream. The de facto presence and experience of a discriminate or outstanding quale or content is a case of knowledge not in the sense of logical or adequate knowledge, but in the sense of awareness, or whatever other harmless name we may choose to indicate the fact that such an experience is not an unconscious brain event. For Professor Montague, too, perception is, after all, a consciousness of qualities. Indeed, if we carry out his thought, we find that the given object is always conscious, that consciousness is born at the very moment the sensory content is born. For Professor Woodbridge, what we should call perception in our psychologies is a highly developed process. It is awareness of a fact, and awareness of a fact is awareness of it as meaning something. Consciousness arises the moment the unconscious sensations are connected in the relation of implication by means of the nervous system. Wherever, however, the sensory content is not connected up, the given object, the sensations, exist. But they do not exist as they exist in consciousness, namely connected in the relation of implication. In the case of all these thinkers, perception is always, explicitly or implicitly, a biological process accompanied by consciousness. Consciousness is a byproduct of the interaction between organism and environment. The sensory content is, explicitly or implicitly, similarly dependent, to some extent, on this relation, and consciousness is a harmless looker-on. According to Montague and Woodbridge, the sensory content is connected and coordinated by the nervous system, which also makes additions from its personal history to the result. Starting out with a naturalistic metaphysics, these philosophers naturally end with a naturalistic metaphysics. Consciousness is an epiphenomenon inhering in the objects. The object figuring in a conscious perception situation differs from the object out of it in the possession of consciousness. The nervous system, for example, in Woodbridge's view, connects the sensations in a relation of implication. Consciousness as a relation of implication appears as a kind of unnecessary adjunct. Why it appears no one knows. The connections are not conditioned by its existence is conditioned by them. Consciousness looks on. There is nothing else left for it to do. The real problem of perception here becomes a biological one. The question as to the difference between the status of the given object figuring in an individuated stream of perceptions and its status when it does not figure in that stream will have to be answered in biological terms. And so far as I can see from the accounts of the writers discussed, factors enter into the biological perceptual situation which depend on the nature and personal history of the organism, which means that the object with which the perceiver comes face to face bears the impress of his own nature and life history. Translated into terms of consciousness, this will mean that the object figuring in the conscious perceptual stream is interpreted, apperceived, and that we get more than a sensory content, more than an isolated piece of pure experience. The biological theories all point to the view that the object given in perception never appears in isolation, that it is never out of relation to an organic being. Organic perception is so complex, so many functions are involved in it, actions and reactions and interactions, that it is more appropriate to speak of the perception of an object than of an object of perception. Examination of our conscious perceptual experiences reveals a situation similar to the one suggested by biology. However we may explain the machinery of perception, the nature and condition of the perceiver have something to do with the result of the process. The object, we say, looks different to different perceivers at the same time, and to the same perceiver at different times. A thing located in the same place or otherwise identifiable as the same thing is not quite the same thing. The complex of qualities appearing in one situation is not quite the same as that of another situation. There is likeness, and yet there is difference. And so too we cannot talk of a perceived object as an isolated object, out of its relation to a conscious being. The object must be given or presented to a self. Some one must be aware of it, experience it in the way of awareness. It must somehow get itself reported. Perception is not a mere natural event, but the perception of a natural event. The perception of an event as natural, as objective. It is knowledge in the sense that something is presented for inspection. Being that is not presented may slumber on in the lap of reality till doomsday. Unless the light of consciousness falls upon it, it is as good as nothing for us. To be aware, therefore, means to be conscious. But can there be awareness without further functioning of consciousness? That is, can there be mere awareness of objects and nothing else? The infant in the first months of infancy, the semi-comatose person, and even the wide-awake adult at times may have experiences closely bordering on such states of mere awareness. However that may be in our ordinary adult perception, awareness is a more highly developed process. Or, perhaps better, other mental functions enter into it. Objects are identified, recognized, assimilated, discriminated, felt as continuous with one another, held together in a unique way of felt togetherness, attended to, apperceived, suffused with meanings, judged. Emotional and volitional elements play a part in the total result. The fact is, in perception, the entire self is more or less in action. Physically and physiologically speaking, perception is the entire organism in interaction or relation with its environment. We cannot single out one particular element in that complex situation and call it the physical or physiological counterpart of the process of perception. No more can we, in speaking of perception as a mental event, abstract the so-called perceived object from the functions involved, in the hope that we may in this way get at the core of being. A perceived object cannot be torn entirely out of its relation with a perceiving subject. Perceiving an object is an indivisible activity, which we can afterwards analyze according to our purposes, but not with the idea of discovering the object exactly as it would be apart from any perceiver. We cannot set up the so-called pure experience of the infant, the original flux of life before reflection has categorized it, as the aboriginal object, because we do not know what that big buzzing blooming confusion is. The only way we can form a picture of the original flux is to abstract from the adult perceptual situation, and each theory will get out of that and put into the pure experience exactly what it needs. No pure infant has ever failed to live up to what was expected of it by its theory. It is possible to say that an object figuring in some particular individuated stream of perceptions also figures outside of that stream, but not that it always figures in both situations in the same way, that is, possessing all and the same features. Within a continuing perceptual stream it differs according to the presence or absence of attention, discrimination, selection, apperception, and interpretation. It may even contain characteristics which contradict each other. Which of these qualities shall we think of as existing independently of the perceptual stream? If we say all of them, are we not saddling ourselves with a chaotic world? If it be held that one and the same object is present, but that it may be inadequately perceived, the question at once arises as to what the adequately perceived object is. One of the objects must be chosen as the representative of the others according to some standard or ideal object actually experienced or constructed in the imagination. This would make it necessary to account for the inadequately and falsely perceived ones as somehow dependent on the perceiving process. Perception can give, and perception can take away. Besides, the question would always arise as to the standard object itself. Have we reached the truly real? We might choose as the standard the pure experience of the infant, the normal and social object, or the developed perception of the specialist. But the question of the truly real would persist. Could not better means of perceiving give us a different object? It might be said that all the characteristics normally perceived are real, exist independently of perception. The one object is present in all the perceptual situations in which it figures, with varying characteristics. Every one of them is as real as any other. The one object is many things, has many qualities. Some of them figure in the particular perceptual stream, others not. But all of them exist independently outside of the perceptual stream, just as they are. All of them are true parts of the material world. The obstacle in the way of this view is the fact that the object reveals not merely more characteristics, but contradictory ones in different perceptual situations. The staff in the pool cannot be both straight and bent. Most of our difficulties are removed if we assume that the mind has something to do with the way in which the object figures in the perceptual situation. We may say that in the perceptual situation an object is revealed, made manifest, its qualities are brought out, and that this is the work of consciousness. But we must also say that much that appears belongs to the mental realm, is read into the object, sometimes truly, sometimes not. This does not mean that the mind alters the object, or that it creates the object out of nothing, or that the object creates a picture of itself in the mind, or that the object lies embedded in the mind. All we can say is that a conscious organism perceives a real object in a certain way, according to the mental and physical factors involved. How it is possible for us to perceive at all, no theory has yet been able to tell. End of The Relation of Consciousness and Object in Sense Perception by Frank Thilly. Consciousness and Object by Frederick J. E. Woodbridge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Professor Thilly's article in a former number of this review, I take the following extract. Starting out with a naturalistic metaphysics, these philosophers naturally end with a naturalistic metaphysics. Consciousness is an epiphenomenon, inhering in the objects. The object figuring in a conscious perceptual situation differs from the object out of it in the possession of consciousness. The nervous system, in Woodbridge's view, connects the sensations in a relation of implication. Consciousness as a relation of implication appears as a kind of unnecessary adjunct. Why it appears no one knows. The connections are not conditioned by its existence. Its existence is conditioned by them. Consciousness looks on. There is nothing else left for it to do. There are two propositions in this extract on which I wish to comment in the hope of making clear the sense in which they appear to me to be sound. They are: 1. The object figuring in a conscious perceptual situation differs from the object out of it in the possession of consciousness. And 2. Consciousness looks on. There is nothing else left for it to do. 1. The first proposition appears to me to be self-evident if it means anything. I suppose that the only assignable difference between an object and consciousness of it is consciousness. The proposition means nothing if there is no difference to assign. But if the proposition is intelligible, if we do distinguish between an object and consciousness of it, it would seem that this distinction is what it purports to be. If so, it does not appear to be debatable whether the distinction in question is the distinction consciousness. We face rather a question of fact. Do we or do we not distinguish between an object and consciousness of it? If we do, we ought to be able to tell what the distinction is. If we do not, we ought not to discuss the question, in spite of our wonder that it should, nevertheless, be asked. For my own part, I do not doubt that we can and do distinguish an object from our consciousness of it. I am conscious of the words I am now writing, but my consciousness is something different from the written words. And as for the reader, I suppose that he is conscious of the printed page before him, and that he does not identify his consciousness with the printed page itself. What, then, I would ask, is the difference between the printed page and his consciousness of it, if it is not the difference of his consciousness? Just what the difference is specifically, I have elsewhere tried to define. I may not have succeeded in stating accurately what the difference specifically is, but that is just now immaterial. At present I am interested only in an attitude toward a question of fact. I am insisting that, for my part, I take it for granted that we make a certain distinction, and that it is no other than just the distinction we make. The first proposition, thus understood, appears to me to be self-evident and not debatable. We may debate only the question whether we make the distinction. Taking it for granted that the only difference between an object and consciousness of it is the difference of consciousness, I should like to emphasize two considerations which have been important in my own study of the problem of consciousness. These considerations appear to me to be so obvious that I can do little more than state them. 1. The distinction between an object and consciousness can be defined only in a situation where that distinction exists. Of course, there may be many objects of which I am not conscious. The difference between them and my consciousness of them does not exist. Yet it would appear that the demand is often made of those who claim to distinguish between objects and our consciousness of them to define that distinction before they have discovered it. Of course, I may attempt to tell what objects are like when I am not conscious of them, but this attempt is not the same as that instituted in the interest of telling how they and my consciousness of them would differ if I had it. The former attempt may be impossible without the latter, but the two attempts are different. So I repeat, the distinction in question can be defined only where it exists, and not where it does not exist. 2. If now the distinction is defined, it is, as I have already said, just that distinction and no other. If I do distinguish between objects and consciousness, the objects are not the consciousness. Their characteristics, behavior, and laws, if they are distinguished from consciousness, are not consciousness. Furthermore, their characteristics, behavior, and laws are not determined by consciousness, except insofar as I discover them so to be determined. They are otherwise determined, insofar as I discover that to be the case. If, for instance, I discover that the reason why the color blind do not discriminate between certain colors is the structure of their eyes. Footnote. It seems to me to be improper to say, as Professor Thilly and others do, of the colorblind man who does not discriminate red, that his sensory content will be blue or yellow. It looks too much like saying that the sensory content of beings without eyes will be black, or of beings without ears will be silence. End footnote. And if I do not identify their eyes with their consciousness, I may not properly claim that the reason is their consciousness. If, in general, I discover that what objects are as distinguished from consciousness of them is due to certain features of their own, or to certain relations to one another, or, if you will, to the interaction between the real world and the organism, I ought not at the same time to conclude that it is due to consciousness, what they are as distinguished from consciousness, that they are so distinguished. These points have been fundamental in my own studies. I am aware that it may be claimed that I am avoiding the real issue. For one may say, the issue is not whether objects as distinguished from consciousness are what they are so distinguished to be, but whether as so distinguished they can also exist apart from consciousness. This issue, as the discussions of it have shown, has led not only to different conclusions regarding it, but also to fundamentally different conceptions of the way it should be defined. To a reviewer of the discussion, it is apparent that the participants are arguing to cross purposes, that although they employ the same terms, they do not employ them with the same meanings, and that, as yet, they can form no common platform for the discussion. I do not discuss the issue here, but simply state that, as I understand it, it appears to be disposed of by the two considerations I have already emphasized. I may, however, comment on this statement. Objects as distinguished from consciousness do not exist apart from consciousness in the situation where the distinction between them and consciousness exists. A fish in the water, although different and distinguished from the water, does not at the same time exist out of the water. So also with objects in consciousness. While in it, although they are different from it, they are not also out of it. There would appear to be nothing debatable here, but the situation constitutes a difficulty in some minds, because while a fish may leap out of the water and still be a fish, who can possibly follow in consciousness the disappearance of objects out of it? No one, apparently, unless it be some of the anti-intellectualists. For my own part, I do not attempt such a flight. I seek no other road to a knowledge of objects than that which my consciousness affords. But I am interested in knowing what the objects of which I am conscious are, what their history has been, and what I may reasonably expect from them. In pursuing this interest, I am led to conclude that my consciousness once began in a world composed of the very type of objects, with their connections, behavior, and laws, which I discover the objects of which I am conscious to be. I discover that my thinking is concerned with much that I cannot possibly call thinking. In our stock phrase, my ideas are woefully dependent on my experience, and my experience has had a history which I can trace back approximately to its birth. I find it therefore quite impossible to believe that whenever there are objects of the type I discover mine to be, there also is consciousness. Of course, if one defines an object as always of consciousness, there is no room for dispute. But if one does not so define it, if one defines it in terms of discovered characteristics, behavior, and laws which are different from a discovered consciousness, I must believe that I live in a world where consciousness, so far as I can distinguish it, exists only now and then. Consequently, when I speak about that world apart from consciousness, I speak about the world I have discovered minus the consciousness I have discovered. As I said, I am not discussing the issue. I am rather trying to define it as I see it. Since we do talk about objects apart from consciousness, I have been interested in trying to find an intelligible basis for our conversation. I find it necessary first to distinguish consciousness from objects. Footnote: Professor Thilly says, to decide what consciousness adds to the status of the unperceived object, we must have some notion of what is meant by the unperceived object, but surely we must also have some notion of what is meant by consciousness. End footnote. Secondly, to define what that distinction is, and thirdly, to subtract the consciousness thus distinguished and defined. The result is the objects less the consciousness. Ah, but you are still conscious of them, the philosophy which stops here may cry. But the philosophy which goes on from here will ask, is your consciousness of them the reason why objects are as they are and behave as they do? To anyone who answers, he cannot tell, the reply may be made, when you need to name a reason why objects are as they are and behave as they do Do you name your consciousness? If one starts out with a naturalistic metaphysics, he will naturally, unless he falls by the way, end in a naturalistic metaphysics. 2. Consciousness looks on. There is nothing else left for it to do. This appears to be a conclusion from what I have said above and from what I have said elsewhere, but I should like to alter it because in its present form I cannot subscribe to it. I should say that consciousness does not look on, not because it does something else, but because there is nothing for consciousness to do. It doesn't even look. Yet we may not say that it is impotent, unless, in denying that it is potent, we refer it, after the manner of formal logicians, to the class non-potent. Then we may say that consciousness belongs to the class of things that do nothing, not because it is impotent, but because the do-nothing class contains other members besides the impotent, and it is among these other members that consciousness is to be found. This formal statement is worth notice, because from the assertion that consciousness does nothing, the conclusion is so frequently drawn that it must be, therefore, a passive spectator of objects, and from the assertion that it is not a phenomenon, the conclusion is drawn that it is an epiphenomenon, and these conclusions are used to end an argument or refute a statement. Now the claim that no efficiency belongs to consciousness directly, that, in other words, consciousness does nothing, is by no means new, but has been made again and again by many inquirers. It may be admitted that the claim is still in dispute, and so far one who believes that consciousness does something may urge his belief as against a theory which claims the contrary. But I take it that the recent theories of consciousness which Professor Thilly has under review are not primarily significant for claiming that consciousness does nothing, but rather for attempting to make that claim contribute to a better understanding of the nature of consciousness itself. They have recognized that the discovery that consciousness is not to be defined in terms of efficiency is not a conclusion in which to rest, or a discovery which at once falsifies their analysis, but a discovery which should be followed up and which provokes further inquiry. And following up this inquiry, they have been led to conclude that one of the basal misconceptions in nearly all modern theories of consciousness has been the unanalyzed assumption that consciousness belongs to the class of existences of which efficiency is predicable. They have felt that so long as consciousness is assumed to be a thing which can interact with other things, that affects other things and is affected by them, that it would do something if it could, or could if it would, so long it remains a thing which analysis steadily pushes out of nature, and of which even the existence may be seriously questioned. They have all felt, however, that consciousness is something natural, that it is something of which it cannot be truthfully said that it is an unnecessary adjunct. They have tried not to let this conviction carry them back again into the habit of assuming that consciousness is a term among other terms, or a thing interacting with other things. They have tried to define it in terms of other categories than those which have led to confusion and an unconvincing philosophy. I am not claiming that they have as yet succeeded, but I do claim that their attempt is fundamental to any appreciation or criticism of their point of view. With others, I have held that consciousness is not a term, but a relation. I am aware that such a contention needs a good deal of clarification, but I am also aware that an attempt to work out a theory of sensation, perception, and thinking under the general supposition that consciousness is a relation is not greatly affected by criticisms directed at its details from the point of view that consciousness is a term. It would be quite sufficient to show that consciousness is a term and not a relation. It is not convincing to criticize what in a relational theory of consciousness is said about perception, or about the relation between the organism and its environment, as if, in that theory, consciousness were still functioning as a term. Consequently, to discover that consciousness has nothing to do under a theory which starts with that conviction as a datum is not to have seen that theory's end, but only to have glimpsed its beginning. To put the matter a little more concretely, Professor Thilly appears to represent the theory as if it proceeds as follows. Consciousness is a byproduct of the interaction between organism and environment. Therefore it is a harmless looker-on. It does nothing. It would have been more consonant with the spirit of the theory to have said, consciousness does nothing, but it is by virtue of the interaction between organism and environment that all we do is done. How then must consciousness be construed if its natural place and significance are to be defined? The attempt to answer that question has not led those who are making it to any suspicion that to be conscious is to be something wholly superfluous in this world. It is leading them to discover in the fact that the conscious situation is mediated problems of vital interest and importance. The efficiency which others impute to consciousness they discover to belong to the being who is conscious, and they find no contradiction in affirming that there belongs to conscious beings an efficiency which unconscious beings do not possess. It should be apparent, I think, that the particular problem with which Professor Thilly deals, namely the relation of consciousness and object in sense perception, will take on a different look when approached from the point of view of a relational theory of consciousness than it does when approached from the point of view of a term theory. If these expressions, term and relation, are too objectionable, or in this context too obscure, it may be said that the inquiry in question will not appear the same to one who is looking for something which consciousness does, and to another who, convinced that it does nothing, is asking, what then is its nature? In other words, I should say, as I suggested in the first part of this paper, that the question what difference, if any, consciousness makes in objects is not a question to be asked today without first defining the conception of consciousness employed in the question. If consciousness interacts with its objects, I do not see how the question can be answered. If consciousness is mediated, the exhibition of the manner of this mediation disposes of the question at once. The question is irrelevant. I have written these comments not in answer to Professor Thilly's argument, but with the desire of emphasizing two particular problems. 1. What difference, if any, is there between consciousness and objects in terms of which consciousness may be defined? And 2. Since our life so manifestly appears to be an interaction between organism and environment, and not an interaction between consciousness and objects, how is consciousness to be construed as something mediated in that interaction? These problems seem to me to be important, not as reminiscent of the past of philosophy, but as suggestive of its future. End of Consciousness and Object by Frederick J. E. Woodbridge. The New Realism by Morris Raphael Cohen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Footnote: A review of The New Realism, Cooperative Studies in Philosophy by Edwin B. Holt, Walter T. Marvin, William Pepperell Montague, Ralph Barton Perry, Walter B.Pitkin, and Edward Gleason Spaulding. End footnote. Though the polemic spirit has for some time filled the air of philosophy, the numerous marches and countermarches cannot be said to have proved decisive. As the walls of philosophy refuse to fall at the mere flourish of trumpets, there has been little change in the status quo. Everyone, therefore, interested in genuine philosophic progress will welcome this volume and its well-organized attempt to advance the position outlined in the platform. Unless, however, I am very much mistaken, the authors of this book may be, pleasantly or unpleasantly, surprised at being welcomed by many idealists, who will regard them not as hostile invaders, but as much-needed immigrants, taking possession of the abandoned or undeveloped soil, and rendering it fruitful for the common good. Perhaps the authors of this book may resent this attempt to minimize the importance of the destructive mission of their class consciousness, but I think philosophers generally are more fortunate in delivering the positive burden of their own vision than in their denial of the vision of others. The polemic consciousness is not in any of its forms conducive to complete justice, and history is full of examples of philosophers, like Aristotle, attacking most vehemently those most closely related to them. It is indeed a wise philosopher who knows his own true opponent. Now neo-realism looks upon idealism as the great enemy, because, as a matter of fact, the former movement originated in a reaction against such types of idealism as is embodied in Bradley's Appearance and Reality, and Strong's Why the Mind Has a Body. Footnote: The essence of idealism, as that term has been used in philosophy, literature, art, politics, etc., is that the structure of the universe justifies certain values, called ideals, and with that doctrine the authors of this book have no quarrel whatsoever. They are fighting epistemological subjectivism, but for some unaccountable reason they always call it idealism. That this use of the word idealism involves unusual violence to the facts of history, e.g., in the implication that an idealist like Hegel is an epistemological subjectivist, ought to be clear to all students of the history of philosophy. But this is a minor matter, if the sympathetic reader will simply substitute the word subjectivism whenever the authors use the word idealism. End footnote. When, however, one disregards the accidental starting point and judges neo-realism by its fundamental tendency, the opposition between realism and dualistic or psychologic pragmatism will be seen to be of far greater significance. Between a position which would regard everything in terms of the subject and a position which would regard everything as objective, there may be little or no theoretic difference. For the same laws or relations may hold between experiences as between independent reals, i.e., the distinction between different classes of entities may be the same in the two systems. Between a view, however, which insists that the propositions of logic and mathematics are as real or objective, i.e., independent of mind, as those of physics, and a view which denies to objects of thought the ontological status of objects of sense, the issue is significant, and, it seems to me, laden with momentous consequences. I regard, therefore, the problem of the reality of universals, the things of thought, as the central question which this volume raises. It is not, then, so much Berkeley's subjectivism, about which there is considerable doubt, as his nominalism that presents the significant alternative to the neo-realist position. At any rate, if Professor Marvin's paper proves its point, the epistemological issue cannot be the fundamental one, but must yield in fundamental importance to issues of fact or theories of being. Nominalism, the denial of reality to relations, abstractions, etc., is based on the conscious or unconscious assumption of the ancient dogma that only a whole can really exist, and that which is a part in intention cannot have independent existence. The essence of neo-realism, the object's independence of our apprehension of it, as developed by Professor Perry, would be utterly impossible on a nominalistic metaphysics, and so would Professor Spaulding's doctrine of analytic realism. At any rate, it is a significant fact that the one positive doctrine which all the six authors find themselves compelled to use in their arguments is the non-mental character of the propositions of logic and mathematics. There is, to be sure, a certain hesitation in the authors' repudiation of nominalism. While in general they accord full ontological status to things of thought, logical and mathematical entities are denied the claim to existence, but are put in the undefined but spacious realm of subsistence. I cannot, however, but regard the distinction between existence and subsistence, which the authors have borrowed from Russell, as merely a temporary or provisional makeshift. Certain sensible or physical terms in time and space are regarded as existence, and all other possible or impossible objects of thought are subsistence. This, like most dichotomous divisions, can hardly be expected to be of much use, for it puts too many things in the negative class, in this case the class of subsistence. The question is important because the facile division of objects into existent and subsistent tends to obscure the fundamental problem or requirement of any constructive philosophy, viz. A systematic classification of reals, or doctrine of categories. To the neglect of this problem may be ascribed a great deal of the misunderstanding and futility of modern philosophic controversy. The distinction between existence and subsistence arises from a certain requirement in the modern philosophy of mathematics, viz. That mathematical propositions shall have a meaning which is non-psychologic and non-physical. Russell expresses this fact by saying that mathematical entities must be non-mental and non-existential. Hence the term subsistence to cover those entities. The restriction, however, of the term existence to sensible objects, which this terminology implies, leads to considerable confusion in the neo-realist philosophy. Footnote: Russell says, except space and time themselves, only those objects exist which have to particular points of space and time the special relation of occupying them. I take it that Russell means to predicate existence of those things only which occupy both space and time. so that things occupying time only, e.g. misunderstandings of realism, do not exist. Moreover, in the light of other utterances, Russell probably means that only points of space and time exist, but that series denoted by the terms time and space, like existence itself, do not exist. End footnote. Russell's statement, repeated by Marvin, that the non-existential character of mathematics is one of the greatest discoveries of the 19th century, is of course true. But what it means is simply that mathematical propositions are formal, and their truth is independent of the truths of physics. Mathematical entities, then, are not physical, but they certainly have being as much as physical entities do. What reason can there be, outside of a nominalistic metaphysics, for denying the existence of one and not of the other? Moreover, the restriction of the existential predicate to sensible terms gives rise to confusion in the realm where the distinction between existence and subsistence first arose, viz. Mathematics. When a mathematician proves an existence theorem, e.g. that every equation of the nth degree has n roots, he surely establishes something more than the subsistence of these n roots. For the n plus fourth root of the same equation has, according to the neo-realist canon, subsistence though demonstrably no existence. The difference here raised does not seem to be sufficiently met by Russell's contention that mathematical existence denotes something totally, i.e. generically, different from physical existence. For if mathematical existence is only a kind of subsistence, it is surely of the utmost importance to distinguish between the subsistence of the nth root and the subsistence of the n plus fourth root. Instead, then, of inquiring into the kinds of existence, we have to inquire into the kinds or grades of subsistence. Is it true, however, that mathematical and physical existences are so generically different that they have nothing in common? For one thing, the determination of physical existence is frequently, if not always, based on mathematical existence. Moreover, the manner in which mathematical and physical existences are determined is exactly the same. Take the questions: is there a root to every equation? Is there a maximum velocity in the physical universe? Is there a special sex-determining factor in the germ cell? Did Moses have a real historical existence? Now in all these significant questions, the existence or non-existence of the entities in question is determined, in their respective sciences, not by reference to the question whether they are mental, but by reference to their relation to the body of propositions which form the sciences in question. What reason can there be, on realistic ground, for saying that roots and velocities have no existence, but that the other entities do? Does it not seem that what we need is a fuller account of the different levels or types of existence? This question of the distinction between existence and subsistence is an illustration of the truth of the author's contention that care in the use of words is really important. An adequate doctrine of categories would do away with a great many of the difficulties which Montague, for instance, finds in the existence of error and hallucinatory objects. This does not hold of Holt's theory. Errors and false propositions do undoubtedly exist in this world, if anything does. The significant question is how do they exist, i.e. to what type of existence do they belong? Many people, for instance, will find unconvincing Spaulding's arguments for the existence of points in space, or of atoms in material bodies, and will find good reasons for their unbelief. This situation arises from the fact that points are non-spatial, i.e. non-extended, and atoms non-material, i.e. devoid of the ordinary properties of matter. Points and atoms then do not have the kind of existence of space and matter, and unless this distinction is clearly recognized, both the affirmative and the negative positions seem equally tenable or untenable. In the light of a developed doctrine of categories, also the distinction between discovery and invention, between finding and making, which dominates neo-realism in its present stage, may turn out not to be as thoroughgoing as it appears in the light of current controversy. The distinction in question is certainly valid for a great many types of reality. There is a real logical opposition between discovering and inventing a polar continent. But did the Romans invent or discover their jurisprudence? Did the authors of this book invent or discover the neo-realist philosophy? These questions suggest the possibility of a realm where invention and discovery overlap, or cease to be clearly antithetic terms. The author's own statement of the historical significance of neo-realism seems rather unfortunate. The account in question reads too much like an Hegelian a priori history, with its distinct stages, each by a dialectic process giving rise to its successor. I regard it as unfortunate because it is not likely to discourage critics from dealing with neo-realism as a new epistemology, whereas it is really a return to a mode of thought in which the epistemologic specter need not trouble us. Take, for instance, the theory of error. The authors, and their critics like Professor Lovejoy, assume that the first method of explaining error is by the introduction of mind or consciousness. That, however, is not the fact, for this action of consciousness as a disturbing medium seems to have been suggested by the modern use of lenses. The earlier attempt to explain error, found alike among the Hindus and Greek philosophers, is to give error a kind of secondary or shadowy existence of its own. Maya is not due merely to consciousness, but is a sort of maze or fog which surrounds the real, and the way of error in Parmenides is certainly not the way of consciousness. The neo-realist doctrine of error, as briefly indicated by the essays of Holt and Pitkin, will in fact be found to begin where the Greeks left off, and to develop the ancient method in a form consonant with the requirements of modern science. The one modern movement with which neo-realism is closely allied, in motive at least, is radical empiricism. James was profoundly dissatisfied with the prevailing nominalism, and saw that it must logically lead to a hopeless and lifeless atomism. James tried to restore in philosophy the fluency of things, by giving relations, transitions, etc. a psychologic status. Neo-realism aims at the same results, but turns its back on any attempt to construct the world out of psychologic states. In the light of modern mathematical research, it returns to the Aristotelian insight that what is prior in knowledge need not be prior in nature, and thus reopens the path of progress along which all the objective sciences have been going, but which has been shut to philosophy by the specters of epistemology. Section 2. The logical and historical introduction to neo-realism is to be found in Professor Marvin's essay on the emancipation of metaphysics from epistemology. The neo-realist movement is a, quote, reaction against the whole enterprise of Locke, Kant, and their followers to get a fundamental science, and not merely against their idealism. Neo-realism is not only a different theory of knowledge, but what is more important for metaphysics, a different doctrine as to the place of epistemology in the hierarchy of the sciences. End quote. Professor Marvin does well to thus refer to Locke as the father of criticism, for Kant's boastful claim often makes us forget that it was Locke who first set in fashion the view that we must examine the nature of knowledge before, quote, we let loose our thoughts into the vast ocean of being. End quote. Professor Marvin's attack, however, is directed more particularly against the Kantian view of an a priori science of knowledge as the necessary prerequisite for metaphysics. To offset epithet criticism, Professor Marvin adopts the admirable device of calling his position dogmatism and opposing it to criticism. Kant's assumption of the possibility of a science or critique which can determine a priori the nature, possibility, and limits of knowledge is really untenable, for epistemology can function only if it assumes that we already are in possession of valid knowledge, and this knowledge, as a matter of fact, it borrows from logic, psychology, etc. The possibility of mathematics, physics, or metaphysics is far less questionable than the possibility of epistemology. The neo-Kantian may reply, of course, we must assume that we are in possession of valid knowledge in order to proceed at all, but Kant never supposes that the validity of science is in need of proof. The significant question for him is, what are the conditions which make valid knowledge possible? To which we may answer that this way of putting the question is inconsistent with the claim of epistemology as an a priori science more fundamental than metaphysics or psychology, for the actual conditions of valid knowledge can be determined only on the basis of logical, psychological, or metaphysical data. Indeed, Kant himself really does assume a particular system of psychology, of various faculties, and certain definite views of reality in order to work out his deductions of the categories and other parts of his critique of pure reason. This Kantian metaphysics may be valid. What Professor Marvin is intent on proving is that it does not follow from, but on the contrary is the basis of Kant's epistemology. The same may be said of the neo-Hegelian metaphysics of Green and his followers, which they claim rests on an examination of the nature of knowledge. The history of science shows no important scientific advance or metaphysical progress due to epistemology. On the contrary, whatever influence the latter has exerted on the former seems to have been pernicious. The various sciences and metaphysics therefore are, and by right ought to be, free and independent of the sovereignty of epistemology, and they may go on to develop their fields without waiting for the issue of a permit by the science of epistemology. This, I take it, is the gist of Professor Marvin's careful and most conscientiously worked out argument. It seems so cogent and unanswerable that it arouses a very distressing reflection. Why has philosophy so long failed to note this? Professor Marvin's argument has been, in part at least, made by such different writers as Hegel and the Frisian school. But the intellectual world, without stopping to refute these arguments, has calmly ignored them. Even the positive sciences now feel it incumbent upon them to pay their respects to Erkenntnistheorie, while metaphysics is considered as belonging to the intellectual underworld. Nay, even Professor Marvin himself subscribes to the statement of his colleagues that the epistemologic question, quote, is prior to all other philosophic issues, end quote. Perhaps, however, the line between neo-realism and criticism is not as sharp as Professor Marvin draws it. What Kant calls transcendental method is not very much different in essence from that which Marvin calls logical analysis, and which he maintains is independent of psychology. The more fundamental difference, I venture to think, lies elsewhere, viz. In the conception of the realm of metaphysics. Kant's metaphysics is essentially anti-evolutionary, a priori, and incapable of progress. Pure speculative reason, he tells us, is able to give a complete enumeration of the possible modes of proposing problems to itself, and thus sketch out the entire system of metaphysics. And again, metaphysics, by means of criticism, quote, can take in the whole sphere of its cognitions, and can thus complete its work and leave it for the use of posterity as a capital which can never receive fresh accessions, end quote. If we no longer believe reality to be such a closed and limited system, then we must give up the attempt to deduce it a priori and complete from the nature of knowledge as such. This anti-evolutionary view in the background of criticism explains why the most blighting effects of criticism have been felt by such young growing sciences as sociology and jurisprudence. Workers in these fields are distracted at the outset by purely formal problems, as what is the nature of social science, its method, its object, its limits, etc., etc. But there is no way of finding the limits of a science except by actually developing it first. Epistemologic criticism is applicable to science only when the latter is in a state of relative completion, e.g., in certain fields of mathematics and physics. Then questions of procedure, the convenience of hypotheses, etc., have a definite meaning, but such considerations must follow and cannot precede the constructive stage. The elimination of critical epistemology leaves the field clear for constructive metaphysics. Now, unlike most recent philosophic procedures, neo-realism takes modern physical science seriously, or, if you please, naively. It does not regard it as a mere construction of the mind, a more or less useful falsehood, but as a valid method of discovering the constitution of reality. Hence, in adopting the mathematical or analytic method of science as also valid for philosophy, neo-realism finds itself under the guns of men like Bradley and Bergson, who deny that analysis can enable us to reach ultimate reality and insist that it must necessarily falsify the real. Hence the need for Spaulding's essay, A Defense of Analytics, quote, as a method of knowing which discovers entities or parts which are real in quite the same way as are the wholes which are analyzed, unquote. The neo-realist is quite willing to admit that the actual analyses which men make are selected from a larger number of possible ones. But this does not prove that they are falsifications. If there are more parts or further divisions than those employed in our analysis, It does not follow that our analysis is false. It may be true as far as it goes. As the opponents of analysis do themselves employ analysis in their attempt to prove their contention, it is at least doubtful whether all analysis can be false qua analysis. Professor Spaulding therefore examines in detail the various types of analysis, viz. That of aggregates, classes, and organic unities, and shows that in each case the objections are invalid. An aggregate is analyzed by enumeration, i.e. by naming the parts and the conjunctive relation. Why is this falsification? Because, says Bergson, there is no genuine plurality in nature itself, but all things interpenetrate. This assumption, however, of a universal interpenetration is a mere snap judgment or violent generalization without adequate evidence. Any evidence for interaction must, of course, begin by recognizing different things which interact. Under the analysis of classes, Spaulding includes the analysis of number, space, time, motion, velocity, and acceleration, and such classes of individuals as atoms, electrons, etc. The attack on this kind of analysis is stated by Bergson in a form the logic of which is identical with that of Zeno's attack on motion. According to this attack, analysis breaks up space into non-extended points, time into unenduring moments, and motion into a series of rests. But these supposed parts are the contradictions of the given wholes. Therefore is analysis falsification. To which Professor Spaulding justly replies that this attack ignores and misstates the actual results of modern analysis. The divisibility of continuous space does not lead to discreteness, but on the contrary defines definitely what is meant by continuity. And in the same way it is not true that modern analysis resolves motion into a series of rests. In its account of analysis, this attack leaves out the organizing relations. While points, for example, are non-extended, there is no contradiction in saying that space is a class of points between which certain relations hold. Consider both terms and relations and the properties of the whole which may be left over, but which are revealed by analysis, and the analysis becomes adequate at the same time that there is opportunity for that creative evolution, for that creative synthesis which some of the attacking party emphasize so strongly, but which is not dependent for its acceptance upon the validity of the attack. Organic unities are distinguished by the fact that they are wholes possessing properties which are not the sum of the properties of the parts. This, however, is not confined, as is usually supposed, to organisms. There are some qualities in a compound like water which can not be obtained by adding the qualities of the components. But whether the parts modify each other when united, or whether new organizing relations arise when the parts are united as they were not before, in either case scientific analysis or synthesis is adequate to reveal the real change in nature. The introduction of entelechies to distinguish organisms from inorganic physico-chemical complexes is either scientifically pernicious or unnecessary, according to whether the entelechies do or do not introduce an element of indeterminism. A supervening awareness may occur, and "it is good realism to admit that it may," but it cannot be used as a principle of explanation. The attack on conceptual analysis as conceptional is based on the argument that concepts are necessarily static and inadequate to grasp change or process. But why assume that only like entities can be related? The concept of divisibility need not be divisible. At any rate, there is no real contradiction in a definite or fixed concept of a flow, and Bergson himself uses concepts to denote the three kinds of change. In this connection, Professor Spaulding briefly indicates four important characteristics of concepts, or states of affairs. These will well bear more extensive development in a future paper. It must be conceded, I think, that Professor Spaulding's very laborious arguments show the utter flimsiness of the attack on analysis, so far as the latter is based on the argument that analysis of space, time, or motion leads to contradiction. This last argument simply ignores the fact that modern mathematics, by its analysis of infinity and continuity, has definitively solved Zeno's puzzles. Besides, the charge of contradiction comes with bad grace from those who are skeptical about the force of logical contradiction when it is applied to their own doctrines. Nevertheless, there is an element of real force in the contention that analysis is by itself inadequate to give us a complete account of space, time, and motion, and that resort to intuition is necessary. Mathematical analysis can reveal to us only the formal or structural properties of such entities as space. Having started with a number of postulates relating to indefinable points, the properties deduced will be the same if these points are numbers, ideal citizens of an ideal commonwealth, or whatnot, so long as the defining relations hold between them. What distinguishes physical space from any other possible interpretation of S, mathematical space, can therefore be grasped only by intuition. Spaulding's statement following Russell that points are spatial is hardly warranted by his own analysis, in which points are necessarily, not probably, indefinable. Professor Spaulding also seems to forget that space is not determined solely as a point collection. It may also be constituted in diverse other ways, e.g. as a four-dimensional collection of lines, in which the lines are the simple elements, and points complexes formed by the intersection of lines. This, of course, in no way militates against the validity of any of these analyses of space. The same thing may be correctly expressed in different sets of units without damage to realism, but reflection on these considerations enables one to understand some of the motives of those to whom the world appears more fluid than to Professor Spaulding. Indeed, there is a hard and fast finality about some of the latter's statements which is hardly warranted by the present state of science. E.g., the statement that points presuppose numbers is certainly not true if we restrict ourselves to projective geometry. In his realistic zeal, also Professor Spaulding seems to me to obliterate the distinction between hypothesis and fact, as in his argument for the reality of atoms. It is well to take science seriously, but why should philosophers be compelled to take scientific hypotheses more seriously than scientists themselves do? Why pin the hope of our salvation on atoms when leading chemists like Ostwald, Duhem, and others can get along without them? Moreover, many scientists who profess their allegiance to the atomic hypothesis do so merely as a matter of form. Take any textbook on crystallography, on the phase rule, or on any branch of thermodynamics. You may find a good deal said at the beginning about the atomic constitution of matter, but when the real work begins all that is silently disregarded, and integration formulae are introduced which presuppose the continuity of matter. Indeed, the attitude of most working scientists today to the atomic theory or other regnant theories is very much like that of the Mexican governor who is reputed to have said, "I owe allegiance to whatever brigand is duly elected president, but first of all I must maintain order in my own province." Whatever objections may be brought against this view, it at least saves us from the extremes of anarchy and vicious absolutism. Professor Perry's essay, A Realistic Theory of Independence, is a painstaking attempt to define the distinctive epistemological doctrine of neo-realism. The new realism differs from the old realism of Reid in giving up the doctrine of a substance behind the qualities. I am not sure whether Professor Montague always does so. Its distinctive note is that the object is independent of the knower. What does this mean? It does not mean, we are told, the absence of any relation between the object and our knowledge. Nor does the neo-realist even wish to deny that knowledge may be in some sense prior to the object. By the term independent we are to understand simply the absence of certain specific relations which constitute dependence. "In order to prove the dependence of A on B, it is necessary to show that A contains B, or that A is the cause or effect of B in a system which exclusively determines A, or that A implies B, or that A is implied exclusively by B. To exhibit any relation of A to B other than these is beside the point. Whether A and B be otherwise related or not does not affect the independence of A." It is clear that with this definition of dependence, our opponent will never be able to prove the dependence of the object on consciousness. For if it can be shown that the object is in any way determined by something else, it can no longer be said to be exclusively determined by consciousness, and is therefore independent. On the other hand, so far as this definition goes, one may believe that consciousness modifies every real, and yet maintain that the latter is independent of the former, which would make it seem as if the chief novelty of neo-realism on this point is the use of the word independent in an unusual sense. Indeed, the proposed definition of independence is not only somewhat unusual, but even directly contrary to popular use, which conceives what is included, implied, caused, or explained as the dependent term rather than that which contains, implies, causes, or explains. Certainly, a use of the term dependence which makes the premise of a syllogism depend on the conclusion involves some violence to ordinary usage. The neo-realist, of course, has a perfect right to define his terms in any way he pleases, but as he cannot change the flavor which words carry along with them, some confusion is bound to result. The really vital point of Professor Perry's argument, however, consists in the elimination of the egocentric predicament. By showing that the ubiquity of the knowledge relation is irrelevant to the determination of the real. Indeed, scientific procedure depends on this very ability to show that a condition may be irrelevant even though it is always present. "It is the task of science to distinguish within a total manifold those factors which do count and those which do not." Thus, e.g., the equality of the ratios between the sides of a triangle and the sines of the opposite angles is discovered in a larger context containing, among other things, the absolute magnitude of the sides. But though present, the absolute magnitude does not count. Similarly, "when Galileo discovered that acceleration was a function of the time of a body's fall, he discovered that it was not a function of the body's weight or volume. And to establish this it was not necessary for him to obtain an instance of a body without weight or volume. It was sufficient for him to show that the factors, although present, did not enter into the calculation." From this it clearly follows that an object may enter into or go out of the cognitive situation without losing its independence. In the concluding portion of his essay, Professor Perry examines various cases of subjectivity and concludes that the whole realm of value, art, history, society, life, etc., is dependent on consciousness, though independent of reflective or secondary conscious relations with which it may enter. This admission or qualification may minimize the issue between realism and idealism, but the critical onlooker may well ask whether it does not prejudice the argument in the earlier portion of the essay. Where is the difference in point of objectivity or independence between a proposition of mathematics and one of economics? Many judgments of value are purely logical or mathematical. The test is laid down that, "insofar as any given object is deducible otherwise than from consciousness, it is independent of consciousness." And from this it is argued that if the mean velocity of Jupiter can be deduced from the gravitational system without reference to cognition, it must be considered independent of the latter. But is not the economic value of a thing in the same way determined, not by reference to cognition, but by its quality, quantity, cost of production, etc.? It would be a pity if Professor Perry's view that judgments of value have not the same objectivity as judgments of mathematics or logic were to lead to the view that neo-realism has no message for ethics or philosophy of life. To at least one reader of this volume, the great promise of neo-realism is precisely in the latter direction. The great confusion and futility of social theory today seems to me to result from the attempt to build up a social philosophy on a nominalistic logic. Nominalistic logic must inevitably lead to atomistic individualism and to a psychology of moments or states, as can be seen in the history of ethics from Antisthenes to Bentham or Spencer. By emphasizing the reality of universals or organizing relations, by recognizing the latter as real causes, neo-realism supplies a much-needed aid to the analysis of the larger life. Professor Perry and his colleagues frequently speak of absolute simples. It is worthwhile raising the issue whether there are such things. The argument is advanced that analysis, i.e., the recognition of complexes, presupposes the existence of simples. But obviously this simplicity is always relative to a specified complex. In another context this simple term may itself be very complex. Smith may be a simple unit for purposes of vital statistics, but infinitely complex to his teacher, business partner, or sweetheart. A point is a simple entity in our ordinary three-dimensional space, but a complex in line geometry. And so atoms, electrons, the color green, etc., are simples in certain contexts, and complex in others. Even logical ideas like implication, disjunction, negation, etc., can be simple ideas in one system and complex in another. Compare the indefinables of Russell's Principles of Mathematics to those of the Principia Mathematica. The foregoing three essays may be considered as an attempt to clear the ground and indicate the method for a constructive metaphysics. Thus considered, they represent the necessary common ground for the six writers. The remaining three essays are devoted to a special problem which arises on this common ground, viz. The nature of consciousness and error. As the solutions which Professors Montague, Holt, and Pitkin offer differ from each other, and as in the present temper of philosophic discussion this topic is certain to receive more than its due share of attention, it is not necessary to review it here in detail. In his suggestive essay, A Realistic Theory of Truth and Error, Professor Montague approaches the problem from a modified form of his theory which identifies consciousness with potential energy. Consciousness consists of the self-transcending implications which the brain states sustain to their extra-organic causes or effects. Now if we single out some one event and inquire as to its cause, we shall find a plurality of possible antecedents, any one of which, if it had not been counteracted, would have produced it. It follows from this that the implicate or conscious object of any brain state may be, but need not be, an event which actually exists. According then as the implicates are real things or their contradictories, we have truth or error. The anthropomorphic or common sense view of causality which this theory involves is of such limited application that Professor Montague is sure to encounter considerable trouble in convincing others of its adequacy. Professor Pitkin for one is convinced that implication or meaning is of much wider extent than causality, e.g. the triangle implies, in Euclidean space, a constant sum of interior angles, but the angles are neither the cause nor the effect of the triangle. It seems as if Professor Montague, the pioneer of neo-realism in this country, is in danger of being considered a reactionary by his more progressive or radical brethren. Thus he refuses to accept the relational formula which would explain the real existence of an optically bent but tactually straight stick. He does not allow hallucinatory objects to invade the real world, and lapses into such traditional utterances as, "My awareness of objects is more certainly real than anything else," and, "We are more certain of our own thoughts and feelings than of anything else," in spite of the fact that he clearly points out that it is not because of any character of belief, but "because of what is believed that the belief is true or false," he is not willing to accept the view that truth or falsehood are qualities of certain objects or complexes. In common with Professor Spaulding and perhaps several other of his colleagues, Professor Montague holds to the priority of empty time and space over the content which fills it. No proof is offered for this position, nor does it seem necessary for the realist position. Realism does not seem inconsistent with the view that time is the measure of motion, and space a way of coordinating positions. Metaphysicians who assume an absolute time or space should at least reckon with the recent relativity theory of Einstein and Minkowski, the only theory which satisfactorily explains the Michelson-Morley experiments. According to this theory, the time interval is just as relative to the point of observation as the angle which a line subtends. Any one who is inclined to think that realism tends in the direction of materialism will find much food for thought in Professor Montague's keen criticism of panhylism. Professor Pitkin, in stating the agreement between Professors Montague, Holt, and himself, says, "Whatever consciousness is, it is somehow connected with the activity of getting beyond space and time, that is, of adjusting variously to events beyond the organism's own skin and to conditions more than material." As original and constructive contributions to philosophy, quite apart from the realistic thesis, the essays of Professors Holt and Pitkin seem to me the most important in this volume. Professor Holt's remarkably well organized attack on the theory of specific nerve energy cuts at the root of a good deal of the vain speculation which has overrun modern psychologic philosophy, and Professor Pitkin's effort at evolving a new system of categories wherewith to express our biologic experience will go far to remove the light-hearted reliance on the categories of popular biology, which are frequently nothing but the remnants of outworn metaphysical systems. Limitations of space, however, and regard for the main current which runs through all the essays, make only scant treatment of them possible. Some neo-realists and all their critics seem to feel that the problem of error is a crucial one for neo-realism. I confess that while the problem is one of the utmost importance, I cannot see that it is peculiarly a problem for the realist any more than for anybody else, and most modern schools have dodged it. If we maintain, as any analysis of scientific procedure compels us, that a proposition is true or false not because we make it or believe it, but because of what is asserted in it, and because of the relations it bears to other propositions, then it seems to follow that truth and falsehood are equally independent of the consciousness in which they appear. At any rate, there is no evidence from science that the line between the true and the false, the real and the erroneous, is identical with that between the non-mental and the mental. The denial of the realistic position, therefore, can be made only on the basis either that all objects are mental, or that only unreal objects are of mental origin. The former does not explain the difference between the true and the false, and the latter admits the non-mental character of real objects. Be that as it may, it is a fact that the existence of non-mental but illusory objects is generally considered paradoxical, and Professor Holt's essay, The Place of Illusory Experience in a Realistic World, tries to meet the objections on this ground. The argument that in the case of an illusory object the person sees what is not there, hence the act of seeing is constitutive of the object, is met by showing many physical processes of copying, by cameras, etc., which reproduce the same distortions or reduplications of the objects concerned. There is, therefore, every reason to suppose that the distortion or reduplication is due not to consciousness, but to the physical relation between the sense organs and the object. Thus the relativity of secondary qualities, the production of negative or complementary afterimages, etc., are paralleled by the action of thermometers, the receiving mast of a wireless telegraph system, etc. To the argument that the outside world contains only primary qualities and vibration rates, and that the secondary qualities must be aroused in the mind by specific nerve energies, Professor Holt, after thoroughly refuting the specific nerve energy theory, produces a new hypothesis which attempts to deduce the secondary qualities from the frequency interval of nerve pulses or vibration, and thus reduce them to a genuine part of the objective order. As this hypothesis will probably be seen to greater advantage in his forthcoming book On the Concept of Consciousness, discussion of it had better be postponed for the present. It is enough to indicate that it attempts to solve the problem of illusory objects by showing, quote, that the nervous system, even when unstimulated from without, is able to generate within itself nerve currents of those frequencies whose density factor is the same as an ordinary peripheral stimulation, end quote. Hence the illusory object with its secondary qualities is a genuine part of the physical system. The failure to work out clearly a theory of types or levels of existence gives the neo-realist assertion in regard to the objectivity of illusory objects the appearance of self-contradiction. It seems to say that these illusory or unreal objects are true or real. Footnote: it is so misunderstood by Professor McGilvary. End footnote. The reader, however, must not interpret the argument that illusory objects are objective, non-mental, or parts of the physical world to mean that they are true or existent reals, for the neo-realist does not believe that the objective is necessarily existent. It may merely have being or subsistence. Nor has the illusory object the quality of being true. In the subsistent world all sorts of contradictory or opposite propositions are found side by side. It is only when we limit ourselves to existent entities that contradictory propositions can no longer be applicable. As thus used, the term existent covers not only physical and mental terms, but also mathematical entities whose existence is demonstrated. Of great significance is Professor Holt's criticism of Mr. G. E. Moore's view that consciousness and its objects are distinct existents, between which there is only the unresolvable relation of awareness. The latter view seems to be based on an undue emphasis on the qualitative difference between the object and idea. Thus fire burns, but the idea of fire does not, etc. Professor Holt's answer is fire burns, but the shape of the flame does not. Surely the two are not, therefore, two distinct entities. In his essay on some realistic implications of biology, Professor Pitkin has attempted to introduce more material than can conveniently be compressed within the 90 pages at his disposal. It is to be hoped that he will soon expand this into a respectable volume, and thus perhaps render it easier for the reader. The main points which, as a result of his analysis of the biologic situation, he contributes to the realist position are: 1. The organism does not always modify the stimulus. As against Professor Dewey, for instance, it is maintained that, quote, "at least in some cases the eye activity does not condition the specific light character of ether vibration, but only the distribution and employment of these." End footnote. 2. The doctrine of internal relations and what is often called the organic view of things finds no support from the facts of biology. According to the organic view, every part of an organic whole depends upon the whole, and no part can be removed without destroying the whole. The facts of experimental biology flatly disprove this, so far as natural organisms are concerned. 3. Planes, angles, numbers, ratios, and other such mathematical geometrical characters are genuine stimuli. They are thus real causes. 4. The cognitive situation can be interpreted realistically by means of a very suggestive analogy from projective geometry. Professor Pitkin thus tries to make clear, quote, "how errors, illusions, and hallucinations are not made by consciousness nor are peculiar to it, but are necessary features of a projected physical system." End quote. Attempts like these to dispense with old accredited categories and to invent new descriptions which will eliminate discredited metaphysical doctrines make neo-realism appear excessively technical and complex. However, if we distinguish between the familiar and the simple, may not such an attempt lead to greater simplicity? Apart from its specific doctrines, this book is bound to be influential in raising the standard of philosophic workmanship. Many doubtless will be offended by the somewhat scant courtesy to all previous philosophy, and the promise of reform in the introduction will be regarded by many others like a set of New Year's resolutions, pious and necessary, but of doubtful efficacy. Few, however, will deny that the authors have done their work in a genuine scientific spirit. The book contains almost no rhetoric. There is no running loose with such catchwords as experiential, functional, dynamic, etc. Problems are minutely and patiently examined for their own sake, and not simply as points in a more or less subtle apology for supposed valuable human interests, like the belief in immortality, freedom, etc. The authors in the main resist the temptation to deal with wholesale affirmations or negations, but insist on a careful examination of the various meanings and situations involved, thus tending to restore discrimination as a philosophic virtue. By thus submitting the things of thought to the same careful study as the things of sense receive in the physical sciences, the traditional difference between empiricism and rationalism as methods is wiped out. The neo-realism may well be called neo-rationalism or neo-empiricism, differing from the older empiricism in recognizing the immediate reality of the things of thought. Neo-realism is frankly intellectualistic, and we may expect its opponents to call it neo-scholasticism, but scholasticism of a kind has always been needed to police the intellectual realm and check the riot of anarchic mysticism. The book before us is not likely to go through 12 editions within the next year, or to receive the Nobel Prize for idealistic literature. It lacks the sweep of popular assertions, and is written with conscientious regard for qualification and detail, often most painfully so. It brings no easy solution to the riddle of the universe, and offers no text for pulpit orations, but the discerning will regard it as a notable contribution to constructive philosophy. End of The New Realism by Morris Raphael Cohen.